Good morning, everyone. I'm right here. I don't know why you guys are all panicking, all worried. I'm right here. Not gone to get milk. Spreading rumors and misinformation, and we all know, anyone who was here yesterday knows how I feel about rumors and gossip. Do I need my main light on? Is it too dark? It was a bit dingy in here. Ooh. Hey, let me adjust the brightness so we're at peak aesthetic. There we go. Morning, everyone. Another day of soup. Another day to lock in. Let's get. Let's set this all up then. Setting it up. Browser. Browser. Pen. 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 All right. Bum, 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 bum. Another day of soup. Another day of soup. Post-exam season with Overwatch tourneys. You broke it up for Christmas? Bloody hell, it's for 16 already. Hold on. 2 more. Ooh, alright. Locking in. Locking in our day of action. If I put it there, you can see it, right? Day 4. Vesta v Way. CP versus Genesis, and MSG versus Pokerface. So, I don't know if it's the most exciting day we're ever going to have, but we'll get to see. Hopefully a bit more hazard, a bit more of the, how teams are developing. Let me knock young Maxwell as well. Max, he's coming into work today, can you believe it? Come to work. Main channel for this tourney is it's on SOOP Live. So there's SOOPlive.com and there's SOOPlive.co.kr. They're both essentially the same website, even though they're run differently. Dropping the knock. All right, we should all be ready then. Should all be ready then. Okay, here we go. Good job, GB. You truly are the head of marketing. Work, has Max ever heard of that? No. He's going to learn today. It's his first day on the job. So everyone be kind. Oh. So, as you can see, our brackets start to fill out. There's one more spot up for grabs. Now, we're expecting Way to secure in this first map. If Vesta Crew were to win, they kind of opened a can of worms here with MSG's ability to, if they can cause an upset against Pokerface. But in reality, MSG upsetting Pokerface seems unlikely. Even with the meta shifting a little bit to something quite new in the form of Hazard, it doesn't really feel like we've actually generated... The new meta's not really generating upsets. I think every result we had yesterday felt like it went the way we would expect it to anyway. So I don't think we're shifting massively that way. All right. Maybe I'll take this opportunity to eat some noodles. Morning, Oren. Up early before school. Long day.
여러분 안녕하십니까. 수업 오버워치 특파 시즌2 그룹 라운드 로빈 4일차 중계로 인사드립니다. 캐스터 한승용입니다. 홍현석 해설과 함께합니다. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 2일차
You guys recognize each other in
을
ranks?
가지고 돌아온 이번 수컵. 3일차에서는 좀 메타의 변화들이 생기기 시작하더니 어느덧 그룹 라운드 로빈의 마지막 날이 되었습니다.
Oh,
그죠.
this is a hot
이제는
still.
뭐
Still
준비해
hot.
왔던 거 다 털어야 되는 그런 시기가 됐고, 그리고 이제 메타가 드디어 말씀 주신 것처럼
예.
확실히 변해가고 있는 것 같아서 뭐 팔콘과 크레이지 라쿤의 경기 준비
This is the last day of groups.
봐야겠지만 드디어 이제 마우가를
So,
놔줄
one more
시기가
spot
오고
up for
있지
grabs.
않나 이런 느낌이
Expectance
그렇습니다.
is that Wei will take this spot, and then on Thursday we'll kick off this bracket, and we've got a pretty action-packed Thursday. This is
또
Thursday.
이제 여러 가지 저희가 드롭스를 통해서
So
드리고
that
있는
should
것들이
be
있는데
a pretty good day of Overwatch, I reckon.
네, 먼저 그룹 라운드 로빈
Pretty good day of Overwatch. And then we'll continue the lower bracket through Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Grand final Sunday morning. Should be pretty fun.
네네네.
예.
뭔가 뒤에 멘트가 더 있으실 거라고 생각해서
네.
별말은 안 했었거든요. 얼마 전에
But to get to that bit,
예.
we have to do today's action.
스트리머분들도 이제
Yeah, just second place from B.
BJ죠.
The expectation is Wei will win this first game against Vesta,
그렇군요.
and they will take this
단위가
spot, get the Zeta
통일됐잖아요.
division matchup.
그 스트리머분들도
Later this
탑을
week.
내시더라고요. 여기는 숲이니까 퀵뷰,
아,
퀵뷰용으로 생각하시면 됩니다. 숲에서 이제 창조 경제 하셔가지고 퀵뷰가 되게 편하더라고요. 광고 없고 이제
Has to be said, out of what the expected 6 teams are here,
그 퀵뷰를 좀
Wei are
쉽게
probably, there's
가져갈 수
probably a
있는
bit of a tier break between Wei and everyone else.
참여 가능하시니까
Noodles for
많이
breakfast.
부탁드리겠고요.
It's a little
이제
snack to keep me going.
플레이오프
Wei is the
넘어가게
who are
되면은
you
선정형
to.
드롭스로 좀 변경이 되어서 드롭스들이 주어지게 됩니다. 플레이오프 시청 시간에 따라서
No, I didn't follow Face It League yesterday. I saw the results. I guess spoiler warning, but essentially the team everyone expected to win won in both regions, right? We had a VP win and a nightmare win.
많은 시청을 부탁드릴게요.
네, 이번 주 거 아닙니다. 플레이오프 때부터 거니까 참고 부탁드리겠습니다.
오늘이 월요일이니까
Who would've guessed it, huh?
이번 주가
Who would've guessed it?
그죠.
목요일부터
맞습니다.
시작이니까.
오늘 말고 플레이오프부터 참고해 주시면 좋을 것 같아요.
맞습니다. 이게 좀 주말을 같이 가다 보니까 채팅창에서도 아까 주를 좀 헷갈려하시는 분들이 계시더라고요.
그죠. 날짜기는 원래 약간 일요일 같지 않아요 지금? 그죠.
맞아요.
어제가 약간 토요일 같고 그 느낌이 좀 그렇습니다.
네. 그리고 또 이제 현장에 함께 하고 싶으신 분들 숲 오버워치 2컵 플레이오프 티켓이 오픈되었습니다. 티켓 링크 e스포츠 탭에 들어가시면 오버워치
Am I crazy to say that Ade is playing better than who are you? No, I don't think so.
예매를
Ade's
부탁드립니다.
probably look like the best player. I mean, all the Sojans feel a little bit
이제
a little bit turbocharged
금요일 오후 7시부터
since the
경기
patch.
시작 시간 1시간 후까지 또 예매가 가능하니까 여러분들 지금 티켓은 오픈되고
Really?
많은 예매 부탁드리겠습니다.
Little Parvo was given top dragon for business.
기 때문에 또
Good
많이
for him.
오시면 좋아요. 그리고 또 이제
I saw they got upset. Was it the upper bracket semis or something?
코리아 오픈의
VP lost to top dragon's team.
시청 같은 경우에는 12월 19일 그러니까 이제 3일 뒤죠. 목요일부터 시작을 하게 되고요.
They got their revenge.
까지 또 이제
Let's see
대회
it.
모집이 되고 있으니까 여러분들
Were the finals any good?
참가 부탁드리겠습니다.
이제 뭐 최근에 뭐 커뮤니티 같은데도 나 그 프로 지망하는
4-1.
프로
Yeah.
지망하고 싶었던 사람인데 어떻게 해야 될지 모르겠다 뭐 이런 글들도 하나씩 올라오더라고요.
네.
But in America, the finals were good,
코리아
right?
편하게 나오셔서 뭐 팀들 눈에 띄거나 관계자
No.
눈에 띄거나
Okay.
혹은 부모님한테 어필해서 생기거나 하면 또
Fair
좋으니까 뭐 참고하시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 네.
어떤 그런 프로 등용문으로서의 역할을 하고 있는 대회이기 때문에
오픈이니까요.
네, 자세한 내용 같은 경우는 와라
Don't be fooled by the one. That was a gifted map for winning top seed, so it was a 4-0. Great. Great. Alright, so blowout finals in both regions.
네, 선발전을 지나 그룹 라운드 로빈도 이제 마지막 마무리 단계에 들어갔습니다. 이제 오늘 경기 결과에 따라서 네 팀은 또 이제 안녕을 구하게 되죠.
그쵸. 거기다가 이제 본격적으로 플레이오프가 시작이 될 거기 때문에 팀들이 아마 위에 있는 팀들에 대한 대비도 이제 해야 될 거고 여러모로 메타에 대한 최적화 마무리 단계를 오늘 할 거라는 느낌이 들어요.
맞습니다.
네.
이제 오늘 라운드
Is that a college? I know we're in some kind of hall.
그동안 선수들이
We're in a hall with some garden
새로
chairs.
준비해 올수 있을지는 궁금해지네요.
맞습니다.
네, 역시나 영웅밴이 진행되고 있다는 점 역시 대회에 있어서 흥미를 만들어내는 부분인 것 같고 이렇게
Calling all heroes was good.
다시,
I saw I guess spoiler warning again. Hitori won, right? Hitori's team.
더 여정을 끝마치게 됩니다.
이제 저 빨간 팀
There's,
플레이오프에 그
Heroes
올라가 있는
Maker.
두 팀의 경기가 곧 오픈이 될 거기 때문에 팬분들도
They're the
자,
same.
이제 메타가 바뀌었고
So
예,
Major
과연
3.
진짜 올해 한 해
So, yeah.
쭉 봐왔던 그 양상대로 갈 것인지 아니면 새로
Okay.
준비했던
Which
팀이
one was
다른
Queen's
모습을
Gambit?
보여줄 것인지 확인하고 싶어지는 순간이 오고 있습니다.
그렇습니다. 사실
네.
메타가
아,
바뀌었기
오케이.
때문에 저 빨간색 플레이오프에서 대기하고 있는 팀팔콘과 크레이지 라쿤 역시 메타의 변화에 따라서는 휩쓸려서 좀 생각치 않은 결과가 맞을 수도 있는
Yeah, I
것
mean, it seems pretty
같습니다.
stacked now, right?
변수는 많으니까
Hitori,
토너먼트니까
P-Spun,
여러 가지 일들이 있을 수 있어요.
and then Y,
그렇습니다.
Z's.
그리고 또 이제 조별 순위도
That's a
안내를
pretty
드려야 될 것
stacked
같은데요. 먼저 그루웨이 같은 경우에는 제타
320-10 is center. Oh, okay.
통해서 일단 플레이오프 진출을 확정 지어둔 상황이고 그룹 B는 포커페이스가 유리하긴 하지만 아직 순위가 확정된 것은 아니고 또 웨이와 MSG VC 대전 3파전이 여전히 계속되고 있습니다.
맞습니다.
Alright, yes, that actually seems like a decent final, right? 3-0, two-map comeback.
이런 식의 극단적인 스코어가 나오게 되면 또 순위표는 얼마든지 바뀔 수가 있기 때문에 이게 또 그 4개 팀이 참가하는 라운드 로빈의 변수죠.
네.
네.
그리고 또 이제 플레이오프 단계로 들어갔을 때 순위에 따라서 선수들의 위치가 더 바뀔
The
수
top
있기
Cornwall
때문에
hero seems usually around
그렇죠.
6 to 12 in OWCS. Yeah, I think the 6th is the highest they've finished, right? Was it Avidity?
생각보다 좀 다양한 맵들이
I guess Avidity, was Avidity all a Cornwall Heroes team? Maybe not.
하나오카와
But that was
아누비스의
Bun's
왕차는
team.
좀 외면받는 게 재밌는 포인트인 것 같아요.
냉정하게 뒤집기 어렵습니다. 그러니까 클래시라는 모드가 프로팀 입장에서
Yeah,
좀
probably
아직은
around that.
리스크가 있는 전장이기 때문에 조금 더 익숙한 맵들을 많이
It feels like for the most part what actually
그리고
happens
오늘의 또 이제
between Calling All Heroes and
준비가 되어 있는데 오늘
OWCS
경기도 확인해 봐야
is
되겠습니다.
you don't get a lot of
네,
full
오늘 경기
Calling All
브리스테전과
Heroes rosters
웨이의
competing in
경기,
OWCS. The
스페인에서
talent from the
제네시스,
top Calling All Heroes teams is often
마지막으로
scattered.
포토페이스의 경기까지
scattered
총
amongst
세
some of the
경기가,
OWCS
준비되어
teams.
있습니다.
모든 경기가 다 순위에 직결되는 라인업이기 때문에 아마 오늘 모든 경기들 다 그때그때 되게 중요하게 작용할 거예요.
그렇습니다.
Alright, noodles
경기를
complete.
치르게 될 팀들이 가장 긴장을 좀 많이 하고 있지 않을까 생각이 드는데 그렇다면 선수들 빠르게 무대로 모셔보겠습니다. 오늘의 첫 번째 경기를 준비하는 VC 대전 선수들
Oh.
무대로 입장하고
Get a Vesta
있습니다.
boys.
사실 러쉬 메타에서
Technically eliminated, but they could also potentially ruin Way's day if a strange series of events
좀 어려움을 겪고
unfolds.
있습니다.
네, 해저드 메타는
The series of events would need to be Vesta beat Way and then MSG beat Pokerface.
본인들이 준비해 왔던 거에 비해서 메타가 지금 되게
So, as a tall ask,
VC 대전에 적응력이 필요한 순간이 왔습니다.
but nothing's impossible.
오늘 이제 좋은 결과로 승리를 하게 되면은 또 이후
Dart heads rise up. Yeah, it feels like Dart on Genji is really, I mean, to quote Chris, it feels like Dart on Genji is a moments player. He has some pop-off moments, but he also has some
지금 구름 선수인 것 같은데 가디건을 착용하고 있는
some quiet moments too.
자 그리고 이에 맞선 웨이 선수들 역시 무대에 모셔보겠습니다.
Dart can't fall off, and your faith in him can. A true believer.
오랜만에 한국 무대에서 좀 돌아오게 되면서
Who did it better? 2018 Shanghai Dragons. I mean, Vesta Crew got a win. Vesta Crew got a win in OWCS Stage 2. They beat up an old man and they took a win. So you can't argue with how much they beat up that old man.
포커페이스한테 패배를 하긴 했습니다만 본인들의 장점이 사는 장면들도 충분히 나왔었고요. 여전히 강력한 무기들을 가지고 있는
Way on the other side.
아무래도 포커페이스가 진짜 올해 정말 성장을 많이 한 팀이고 이번에 메타에서도 되게 선점을 잘하고 있는 것 같아서 좀 아쉬운 패배가 됐었고 오는 기필코 우리가 이기고 토너먼트에 가자라는 생각으로 왔습니다.
I think the most interesting part of today is going to be less the results and who goes through. I think that's maybe more or less confirmed. What's going to be interesting is just to see if the meta's shifted on. We saw a lot of yesterday. We saw a lot of Hazard yesterday, and we sort of saw us evolve the meta. We saw a lot of pressure being put maybe on Genjis that we're not used to seeing in some of these comps we've seen Genji in recently. Where the Genji can actually be a much more vulnerable target, where the Hazard happy to put pressure on that Genji, happy to force a slash, trade a slash for a deflect or something, and then set up their own Genji to take over a little bit. So pressure onto Who Are You, pressure onto Dart. Who Are You had a lot of deaths yesterday, a lot of first picks in fight. We yet to see Vesta since we've seen more of his Hazard stuff. I guess what's also interesting is while we've seen a lot of Hazard, we've seen a lot of Hazard mirrors. So we've not really conducted a thorough experiment with a control sample to see what's good into Hazard or what's bad into Hazard. Maybe that will happen in the scrims of a couple of days off. But everyone's come to the same Hazard conclusion. But I would temper expectations because I think what we have here, in every region, you have the good teams and you have the follower teams. So the good teams are the ones who really get to set and evolve the meta. All the follower teams will just do their best impression
부산은
and go on to lose.
뉘앙스가 기존과는 다를 수도 있습니다.
맞습니다. 사실 가장 궁금해지는 거는 이 팀들이 이제 곧 이어질
I mean, it's really possible.
어떤
I think
영웅들을
if I'm,
선택할지가 좀 궁금해지고
it's only 2 days of
사실
scrims, which really isn't a lot of scrims. I think in those 2 days, most people will probably just try and hazard. Then we see a lot of Kiri Lucio, and some of the theory you can apply some theory of, well, maybe Briggs now a little bit, Brig into hazard feels worse, maybe so Kiri Lucio sort of come into it. What often happens at the start of metas is simplicity is king at the start, when there's chaos and when everything's new and everyone's trying different things. Simplicity is king. And Kiri Lucio, a relatively simple backline in terms of both have pretty high survivability. So we get our bans, and it's actually Vesta Crew banning Junker Queen here on Busan. Which is interesting, because Vesta obviously play a lot of the Queen themselves. Gafrium can't resist swapping to the Queen, so maybe they're just trying to stop Gafrium picking Queen himself. Way on the other hand, they're going to ban Brigitte, which probably does force us towards very much towards a Kiri Lucio type backline for the most part. Okay. Alright. It's streamed on SOOP Live. It's a Korean streaming website. It's on Afrika TV, if you've heard of that. Well, it was the older Afrika TV. It's now on SOOP Live. I mean, I don't know, maybe they are worried about the Junker Queen. They think Junker Queen is reasonable to hazard. They want to play Brown Hazard or something. Oh, I did answer Griffin's question, but he'll never know. He'll never know. So, the Brig ban, presumably, I don't know about Brig ban. I guess they just don't want Brig Juno to be viable. Would rather have their backline on Kiri Lucio. Happy to take that mirror. And looks like we're ready to kick off. Which surely means at a certain point Max will turn up for work. Whoa! Fans are popping off today, no? Very excited for this one. Alright. Let's see what we get. Way for now. Hovering the hazards map we've seen so commonly. We saw it out of them yesterday as well. Looks like they're probably just going to be going Genji Sojin with it too. Morning, Max?
Yeah. Good fucking morning. It's 7 PM, but let's pretend. I like to play pretend. What website are you on right now? SOOPLive.com or the other one?
.com.
Yeah, sick, easy. So 21, 20,
it's so good.
18. It's so fucking good. It just works. When you're on the same website, it just works.
It's a utopia.
That's the thing. You're genuinely a utopia. Speaking of utopia, Garuma, his team immediately going down. Peppy, he's going to take out Dart. First pick. Who are you on the Genji? I mean, this is an incredibly comfortable pick for him. The fact that the meta is starting to shape up this way, Genji Sojin with a rush tank, that's a really good look for the side of Wei. Because they've got one of the world's best Genjis in the back pocket. And I mean, if he can play his one trick, great for them.
Lines up really nicely for him. On the other side, Vesta feels a little bit less comfortable. Obviously, they get to get Minute back onto hit scan, which will feel good for them here. But Dart has been very hot and cold on the Genji so far. And we saw a lot yesterday. Genji's coming under intense pressure on these. You see already, Dart, early deflect, 1 HP, not being allowed to move out in this choke. They're still trying to bully their way through. They've topped up Dart and they can keep walking now. Gafrium's going to go for the engage. Slash just connect. Kills that Kiri and now can drop, regroup with his team. And Vesta, they have a foothold on this point.
Insane opening from Garuma. He takes down Lee Soo-min, and now there's just not enough healing for Wei. They're trying to stall out the cap right now, but Vesta, they know with that advantage, they can just flip the cap. And then, even worse, Who Are You goes down to Dart. Minute, he's brawling underneath, but he's just going to play it safe and let Garuma do all of the work. Lock that little boy in a corner, and he will take down Aid. So really, Wei, they've let that one slip. Lee Soo-min going down so early, can't have that happening.
Really can't have it happening. It looked like they had complete control of the choke after that early pressure onto the Genji, but it doesn't work out. Now Ade coming back soon with an overclock to help get him out of this choke. Support ult's near behind. Initial engage now coming from Gafrium here. Kitsune Rush will come in. Who I use caught as well. Downpour comes out. Wall now onto the Sojourn, chasing that one up. Will hit for combo, and the root Kitsune Rush, it gets the job done. Cost them 2, but they stuffed that choke.
Yeah, look, I mean, it was a reasonably expensive fight, to be honest. I mean, at least they're still in control, but Wei didn't use anything. So getting like an early pre-fight pick onto Who Are You and then still needing to dump ults into the fight, it's not really ideal. Wei's retake looks all but free now. This is going to be a massive mistake from the start of Vesta. He's actually popped that overclock very early, getting trapped in the corner. Gruma's all over him. The beat comes out from Lego, keeps Aid alive. Second beat from Spinal, but again, health advantage for the side of Wei. Lee Min throws down that Kitsune Rush on the high ground now, and they are pushing deep. Minute pops the overclock in response, but they will fall. So now, Wei, the fact that they had one more ult layer to throw into that fight, it's really paid off. 5 versus 3 for them now.
Slow on the trigger there for a minute. He had the overclock ready to go when it was just overclock versus Kitsune Rush after the beat trade. But instead of pressing it straight away, he let the Kitsune Rush come out first, which meant Wei and Lee Min were able to close the gap. So as soon as the overclock came out, they demolished Minute. And a quick retake now for Wei. But that was a lot of the ults traded, and as the dust settles, it's going to be a Blade v Blade situation. Feels a very volatile life with the Genjis here, with Hazard's ability to just drop a slash, drop a wall, disrupt this here. So all attention on the Genjis.
Eyes on the Genjis here. Who Are You is insane with the blade. He actually goes in really early though, and this might be a disaster for the side of Wei. Now Who Are You, he really wants to finish that kill, but it's not going to happen. He gets counterbladed by Dart. Oh god, old age comes for us all, but it's really looking like it's hurting Who Are You in particular. Shocking blade from him. Goes down pre-fight. Garoom, he's about to have that downpour though. Jinsung with the Kiriko, what's it, Kitsune Rush as well, on the brink. Down, here is the downpour from Garoom. It actually does catch Lee Min. Lee Min loves getting caught out by Garuma, and now Wei, they just fall over. Not a good start for them at all. Jinsung manages to hold on to that Kitsune Rush for the final fight, but it's going to be a staggered touch for Wei.
Really optimal play from Vesta Crew there. Dart actually dropped down after that Who Are You pick, so they flip the cap while taking the 4v4, then Dart rejoins them, so they get this actually capture progress. Who Are You onto the Tracer, does get the first touch. Kitsune Rush to match now from Jinsung. They're trying to focus down these kills. They're chasing the Hazard for right now, but they're all on different targets right now. Vesta need to lock in. They need to focus one person down as 1v1's going across. Pepe's going to drop the downpour, misses the downpour. Who Are You's dead on point, so someone needs to take over the touch. The backline from Wei has dropped down, but their Sojourn is getting marked by Dart. Dart is 1 HP. He's so low. He can't find the finishing blow, and he drops straight into Gafrium. Now Spinal has the beat, should be the finishing blow. Lego 5% away. They can still clutch it out because Pepe's got the point anchored. Lee Min off the map. Lego nearly has the beat. Gonna go for it. Boops up, but drops down in time. But Who Are You can't get the touch. And Vesta take the first round.
Vesta taking the first round has really surprised me, to be honest. I thought that this would be Wei's bread and butter. And knowing Vesta, I mean, these are the choke champions, you know. Whenever they've got an opportunity, they manage to piss it away. You told me that it is always Vesterable last week. And, I mean, I was really starting to believe it. But now, a team that has Who Are You on Genji is losing the clean mirror. And it's a result of unforced errors from Who Are You. He comes out with that blade super early, gets nothing. He gets first picked in the big ult exchanges. Really surprising to see his performance, but maybe he just needs to warm up, you know? After a little bit of limbering and loosening of his shoulders, maybe everything will be different.
Hopefully he's done his morning yoga to help deal with some of that arthritis from playing Genji all these years. Now, as we come out, will be more of the same, except for a Juno on the side of Wei here. So Lucio Juno on paper seems a very squishy backline. We'll see if that translates into reality for Lee Min. But now, though, they're just trying to play a little bit of distance Wei. Just playing for their Sojourn. Wall comes behind Ade, but is not really in a position to block him off. And Ade's going to have a full rail and an attempt here as Gafrium is forced back, low on HP. They're just going to shoot him. Really disjointed from Vesta Crew as they walk forward here, and that's going to be Ade just at a shooting gallery.
Really, again, at least Wei, you know, they're going to find their value this time around. Minute, you know, perhaps getting a little bit diffed by Ade there. But overall, I mean, the ults are pretty even. Lee Min on the Juno, though, I mean, do you think that that's much of a difference maker? The fact that Lee Min, you know, they're going for this Lucio Juno comp on the side of Wei. Meanwhile, we've got the Kiriko for Vesta. Because, I mean, I feel like we haven't seen a lot of Lucio Juno outside of, you know, maybe some troll ranked lobbies. But now they're actually playing it like a real thing. Enough about that, though, because, I mean, Pepe's just shifted into the front line, taking a hell of a lot of damage. damage. Lee Min-Min's pocketing him to keep him alive. Who are you? Just kind of peeking in on the side but finding nothing at all. But now we just got like a slow neutral up in main.
Both Genjis trying to get themselves onto these Sojins, but it's actually a Lucio gap to kick us all off, if you can believe it. Now Minute will be trying to swing onto point despite that player advantage here. You can see Gafreem trying to get onto the backline of Ade, but this map is so big, it's so difficult for a Hazard to close this distance. But Dark can close the distance, but they've lost everyone in the meantime here. And I think this has maybe part of a problem. Maybe this is where the double speed comes in. It's such a big, it's such an open map. With the double speed, maybe you can actually cross some of these distances that we saw Gafreem struggling with.
Yeah, look, this big open map is really deadly when you have to play retake. You just have to cross through such a massive shooting gallery, and the fact that 8 is already getting the better of Minute, not a great look for the side of Vesta. It's going to be really difficult because who are you? I mean, he can just mark the flank. Anytime Minute goes anywhere to try and open up the map, he will get marked by the Genji. Looks like Who Are You is actually being chased by Garoom, and the orbital ray has been forced out, and then an insane kite from Vesta. So even though Vesta haven't secured any kills or a cap right now, that's a good start for them. They kited out an ultimate as the first layup.
Significant ult advantage now, as long as they can get to their support ult, but they're still a little bit short, and Who Are You? He's wasting no time, he's looking for it. Dart is going to blade second again, looking for the kills. Goes one slice onto the Juno, climbs up, finishes that one as well. One more, but Ade, he has the slide. They're also low on the side of Wade, but they can't finish any of these kills. Who Are You's going to get himself out of the mini, and Lego now coming through, has the beat, drops it on, not in time to save Ade, but he has stabilised with his team here. 99%, they need a touch in all of this, they've got the touch, but they are all separated here. And Spinal, he goes down, 96% charge on beat, and no support ops. They had the advantage, Vesta. They could just never get to them.
It's always Vesterable, Xavier, as they say. Wei, I mean, looking a lot more comfortable here on Sanctuary. Really strange, to be honest. I thought that this would be a map where it'd be a bit more awkward for, you know, someone like Who Are You? Oh, look, Minute, he actually cleaned house in the slow-mo, so that's wonderful. That's really useful, mate. Thanks for that. Should have saved your ult for the next round. Anyhow, I do think that, you know, maybe Who Are You has just lived it up. That could be the difference. But honestly, more of the skill expressions seem to be coming from Aid from this long-range battle. More of an awkward map for the Genji to get close. Nice blade from Who Are You here, though, you know, getting one single slash in and then failing his counterblade.
Chasing shadows.
You know, yeah, truly. Age is showing. What a highlight, actually, from the observers. I'm glad that they've shown this one, because that is just a full self-report. Same old mirror coming out here. Peppy straight to the high ground. He's got this hero down pat already. You can see he's been grinding it. Good position from him as well. Early on, high ground, making full use of all the wall climbs and the dashes available to him. So now he's got a power position up on the high ground, but you can see Garoom, he's also gone straight up top, denied the high ground from Vesta. So a little bit of a game here, cat and mouse, as everyone's pushing corner for corner. The tank's just denying the hit scan space on repeat.
Now the engage comes from Gafreem, but he's going to get punished for that. Goes as deep as he can to try and get on the Soja, but it just seemed a little bit slow on follow-up from Vesta. Where was Dart? Where was Spinal? Where was that Lucio Genji team to come in and cause problems? Where was the Suzu? And Vesta, again, similar to Sanctuary, disjointed push makes Gafreem an easy target in this first fight.
Sorry, can you feel for a second?
I can do it. Retake now on the side of Vesta here. They need to wait for a minute to respawn as well. For now, just contesting the high ground with this wall, Peppy, keeping that for his team. Slight downpour advantage for him as well. And it looks like Vesta Vega trying to swing out the opposite side, come through this alleyway instead. Gafreem's going to come through first. But you can see Peppy's ready for that engage. He walls off the Genji, looking for the slash, gets the slash on the Genji. This frees up Who Are You? The Lucio Genji duo can now in theory take over, but Peppy's died for this. It's a 1-for-1 trade, tank advantage for Vesta. They're trying to stabilize around their heels now. Have minutes swing out with Gafreem here, but the Genji's coming for him. Suzu and Kitsune Rush used to keep their Sojin up, and Minute can confirm that kill there. Good pocket from Jinsun, just enough to get him through that Genji. And you can see some of the neutral theory I think that we've seen evolve over the last sort of, I guess, 24 hours, where a lot of these opening engages, if they can get a Kiri or a Sojin, that's great. If they can't reach that distance, they're quite happy to trade onto the Genji, force the opponent's Genji's cooldowns, and enable their Genji to sort of take over a little bit.
Alright, we're back in it. Just a little bit of flicker slop there in the middle of the map. I felt the need to pull out Little Computer, but we're right back into this one now. Vesta, they're in control. They only have the one ultimate right now, though, so a little bit scary for them if Wei go fast, and they are going fast. Lee Min comes in with that orbital ray. Kite comes out from Vesta, but it's not going to be enough. Garoom goes down, and he was the only one with an ultimate as well. Now, bodies all over the point. Wei, they're going to flip this one back just as quickly as they lost it, and they're still out for blood. They're back, pushing for more. Pepe goes deep, misses his slash, but fortunately this equalizer hero is completely busted, puts up his block and takes down Minute regardless of the fact that he can't aim to save his life. That's just going to be an easy retake for Wei.
Easy retake there, only cost them 1 ult 2. Now they've got beats to match in this next one. Even ults all above. Downpours maybe could be the difference maker. We've seen Downpours comboed with Blades, comboed with Overclocks, but Downpour not a straightforward ult to hit here. Gafriem's going to try and clear this Genji first. Who was forced back. Overclock from Ade to keep him pinned in the choke. Just burning through that Downpour, or through that damage on the Hazard here. Now the Downpour comes out, but Hueyu's got him pinned in this Ade over Blade. But once again, chasing nothing, just managed to catch Minute here. But it's a 1-4-2 trade actually. Both DPS down now for Vesta. Player advantage, and we're approaching last fight territory here. So Vesta, they need to try and live, or they need to die super fast. If they die staggered here, it could just be the end of the map.
It's not going to be resets at this point. Who are you taking down? Jinsun, Lee Soo-min, close to being traded out, but it doesn't matter. Who are you? He's finally come alive. Limber Theory, he's back. He gets 2 with the Blade. He gets 2 more supports in the neutral with his right clicks. That's going to be all she wrote for Vesta. It truly is always Vesterable. Because, you know, even though they could secure just a tiny bit of cap, 31%, they lost it ever so quickly. And now I'm in Wei. They're going to take this 1-0 advantage. That's Busan done and dusted, even if these fuckers will not stop stalling just to keep the filler going. Like, come on, Spine, die. Yeah.
Oh, Doom back on point. He's got this.
Die.
Come on, there we go.
Sweet release.
It was a hell of an opening round from Vesta normally, but unfortunately it doesn't seem they've got any more left in the tank after that one. So it might be a long series for them here. And really, as much as it was maybe littered with a few Wei mistakes in that opening round, since then it felt just like fundamental issues with the retakes and the engages for Vesta made it a lot more straightforward for Wei to deal with all the threats and just execute their own ults once they came in.
Jeez, I mean, I think I might actually have to go straight to sloppy.
Yeah.
You know, I'm feeling like a strong urge to slop right now.
Yeah, we're all going off stage as well. Chin wag while we get the bans and such in.
God, no, dude. Can you imagine, like, peak WDG production with bans rolled into it as well? One thing that I will note, actually, before I leave you, I will note that there was no map 1 pause for tech, which is more than can be said for yesterday's games. Because I rewatched every map that Bernard played yesterday, because OBS Surgeon had come to the conclusion that Bernard is the best Hazard in the game right now. And I think I saw about 1 carry moment from him in 3 maps to like 5 from Kalios. So I really don't know like what version of the series was being spectated by OBS Surgeon, because I just don't see it at all. Like, I'm not sure if I'm fucking delusional.
But the reason, I don't know, all the hazards have felt fairly blow for blow right now. I think whenever a new hero comes out, there'll be a bit of a race for ability on that hero. But in reality, the reason Burner probably felt like he looked so good is because Zeta Division have just crushed every opponent in their path. So
that's literally what I was thinking. Is like, how can you say that Bernard is the best Hazard to watch right now, and then the match is just Alpha Yi 1v9 again and again and again? Like, what? Yeah, like, what does that have to do with the Hazard gameplay?
It's a classic. Mess up the ults. Violet dies first. Alpha Yi's killed 4 though. Oh, cheers, Alpha Yi. I appreciate that.
It's like Violet gets first picked with beat, Alpha Yi kills 2, Bernard misses his downpour, blocks for a while, Alpha Yi kills 2 more, then Violet comes back in for the victory beat, and OBS Sojourn opens Twitter to be like, this is the best goddamn Hazard in the world right now. Eyes on this, please. I couldn't fucking take it seriously.
Yeah, I think in reality, yeah, the Hazard play is better yesterday than we saw in the first 2 days, but most of that also just
it's better every day. Everyone's practicing.
Yeah, but it also just feels like, again, the teams are scrimming, right? So all of a sudden now people have more of a neutral theory. Like, we've been in teams, right? When a new hero comes out, you don't print them the template immediately. You just go, all right, boys, play the new hero, see what happens. We'll figure it out as we go.
Yeah,
it will evolve every day.
All right, now I'm seriously pushing it. I'm gonna go slot now.
I'll see you on the other side. Oh, was that in the Sanctuary you're talking, Jason? Gion-son? Open man mates. Yeah, it just felt really hard for the Hazard to cross that distance on Sanctuary, right? You saw Gafriem, he would sort of have to go, try and use his cooldowns. It feels like, I don't know if it's just these teams, but it feels like the Hazards feel awfully squishy in that opening map. Awfully squishy. Maybe people have rediscovered back shots. Obviously, Hazard, very much a victim of back shots, as is a Ramatra. As is a Doomfist, can only block one way. So it feels like there's been a lot more damage on that. Does seem like we're still seeing some of the same things where the Hazards are trying to, if they can get a high value slash, like engage on Valkyrie or something like this, they're going to go for that, like we saw Gafrium get at the start of Mecha Base. But for the most part, if they can't get that, happy to just trade onto the Genji. And as we always see in these types of metas, when it's a Lucio, a Kiri, and it's a Genji, quite often you get the sort of core where you've got your tank and your hit scan and your Kiri, and then a Lucio Genji flank. If anything, like we talked about some of the problems on Sanctuary from Vesta Crew, the solution to having to cross all this distance isn't to cross it in a straight line as fast as you can. The solution is to try and pinch them, to take over more of the map. Take over the flank, push them into a corner, slowly push them into a corner, and then your engage can happen. Don't have to be gay, might just like back shots. Alright, looks like we're going to Hanoka. Hanoka, map number 2, Vesta's pick. They will also get to choose who bans first, who bans second in all of this. So interesting now that we have seen like the Hazard gap did seem to lean. Really, the first round feels like a blip. It feels like a blip in terms of what happened. A few mistakes from Wei capitalized on. You make a few mistakes on Koth. It's a very snowbally game mode. So you maybe just drop a round here or there. After that, it actually felt like Vesta Crew were a little bit aimless with a lot of their engages. And instead, we're going to get Vesta. We're going to ban Genji now, take that away from Who Are You. And it's actually Wei who chooses to ban Hazard in all of this. So even though Wei did just win the Hazard matchup, it feels like they would much rather force a non-Hazard situation. Which in theory, the most obvious comp to play in this situation is probably something like it just goes back to a version of the Malga Echo Reaper, something like this. Or potentially you could still just do a Junker Queen or a Orisa version. This could be valid too. Interesting as well is what the lack of Genji does. Is it just sort of put this emphasis on the Sojourn's lives can be very hard. When they have to deal with a Hazard jumping on them, a Genji jumping on them, like a Lucio Genji coming from a different angle potentially. The Sojourn's life can be really hard, and this is an important thing to try and take care of in this meta because of how strong Sojourn is, as we've seen over these last few days. But if you have no Hazard and you have no Genji, who's responsible for this Sojourn? So this might just be a battle of the Sojourns here, as the options you have, you can maybe go Echo or Tracer, who can do some of the same job, but much harder for the Tracer and Echo to do the job that Genji does in these type of comps. Genji really is the best hero at dealing with these things. So tank picks could go either way. We know Gafrium likes to play Junker Queen. We've seen Peppy play a decent amount of Orisa. Could go that way. But I really think we're at maybe in a situation here where it might be a bit of a Sojourn takeover angle. Who Are You? Of course, he's actually playing as Venture yesterday, right? So, Venture, actually, you know, I talk about Tracer, talk about Echo, but I guess Venture probably is actually the best Genji-adjacent hero to do this kind of job. Slightly different playstyle, have to spend a lot more of the time underground, play a bit more independently than rather with your Lucio as a Lucio Genji pair, but we'll see how it translates into reality. On the other hand, Dark's going to do the exact same thing. Both teams going to play Junker Queen with Hazard banned, and both teams going to play Venture with Genji banned. Looks like they are peas from the same pod, they share the same brain cell, and we'll get another full mirror here. So, should be easier for the Sojourns a little bit. We'll see how much the Venture can do at trying to do that Genji's job, but real suspicion here that the Ventures might take over a little bit. Burrowing from Who Are You onto Minute on the backline now, forces that slide out of Minute as he tries to walk forward here. You can see Who Are You is behind him, so Vesta are going to go forward, try and connect onto this, and Minute finds the opening rail. Now they're going to deal with Who Are You behind as well, and Vesta, they see the flank from Who Are You, and they push away from it into the other team, take the 5v4, while Who Are You is just left for dead, chasing nothing.
Wait a minute. Is this real? Actual real bans, Xavier? I never thought I would see the day. In a Korean tournament, people actually banning the Honest Mirror after a vaguely close map 1. This is completely blowing me away. Taking Who I Use Genji out of the picture, that makes perfect sense for Vesta. I love that ban. Because now Who Are You has to play one of the new heroes. And, you know, usually he's not up for all of that. So a really good start for Vesta. A little bit of a lead here going into the second one. Minute getting taken ridiculously low at the start. But it's not going to be enough to kill him. And who are you? I mean, he's completely cosmetic. He's playing mid-range, not doing any damage at all. Needs that opening angle. Aid gets knifed in, but won't go down. Dark finds the kill onto Peppy, though. The Kitsune rush up in main. It's just too much. And Wei, by the time Aid had that overclock, 2 of his teammates were already dead. So that's another fight win for the side of Vesta. That's going to be a 2-0 lead here on Hanoka. Questioning?
Correct. Quiz winner.
Yep.
Just a simple case of a support up gap. Now, Wei were happy to keep taking that slow neutral, no eyes on it, but actually, Minut's just going to die to this disruptor shot. Bit of damage from Ade here, so we're going to walk forward. Chance to take this fight. Remember, they are actually battling for the point on last here, so I don't know if Wei really want to bother spending their time fighting this, and no, they're going to go back now. Vesta are going to wait for Minute, and then they'll have another crack at it, but they have to do it with support up disadvantage.
Look, a support ult disadvantage, it's not the end of the world, to be perfectly honest, because you're already at the end point. You've already got yours 2 in a row. And it's not like Wei have a free win under their belts, because they really seem to be struggling in these neutrals. Shouts exchanged up in main, Kitsune rush, and straight away we're going to see the kite attempt from Vesta. Unfortunately, it is always a Vesta-able situation. But the thing to note here is that this was an eco from the side of Vesta. You see this often on Clash, where teams will fight towards the spawn, and they just won't even invest. If they're pushing for that third tick, they won't even bother to use an ult. They will just go for the eco, and that'll do. So Vesta, not in a bad position at all now, because they go into the next fight, once again having more or less equalized the ult situation. Soon to have an advantage if Jinsun can play slow, get that ult up.
Chance to start this one with the overclocks if they want as well, or the tectonic shocks. It's going to be Minute and Ade both going for, but oh, Freedom just gets deleted before this beat comes out. So they have the ults to match here, Vesta, but without their tank, they're going to have to turn tail and run. And Gafreem just got one shot obliterated in all of that.
It's always Vesta-able, Xavier. You can have a great eco in the previous fight, but sometimes Gafreem will just die 2 fights in a row first, and that'll be all she wrote for Vesta now. Things have been evened up, and worse still for Vesta heads in the chat, that ult advantage that they had, it's basically dwindled. Lee Sumin is already 60% to their own Kitsune rush, and that's the only difference in ults right now. Perhaps the silver lining for Vesta is that Who Are You does have a tectonic shock, and that's Who Are You with a tectonic shock. It's probably going to do a whole lot of nothing with that one. Overclock does, wait, that's not an overclock, that is a tectonic shock actually coming out from Who Are You. Peppy with the rampage as well. Everybody, 2 rampages on either side for 0 anti-heals after Suzu's. Every single ult being invested now. Dart comes in with their own tectonic shock, not quite able to secure any kills yet, but the knock up onto Peppy is good. Lee Sumin being zoned out of the fight a little bit, and Minute will get the kill onto Peppy. So after a massive exchange of ultimates, a very messy and split fight, Vesta will come out on top.
Really nice from Dart in the end. Manages to split Wei. You see, even though he doesn't confirm any kills with that tectonic shock, he's got the backline stuck behind a wall, meaning Peppy's isolated on the point, and that allows Vesta Crew to once again win this middle C point and walk forward. And we'll be getting not a lot on the side of Vesta Crew. Wei have the overclock and the Kitsune rush, so we've seen Vesta try and disengage in some of these situations here. We'll see if they go for the same. They're kind of just starting the fight right now, though.
Look, already Kitsune Rush comes out from Wei, taking down literally everybody on the side of Vesta. They did not have an ultimate to match, and it shows. Not having much success with the kites, the Vesta boys. If they have a deficit, if they're going for a dry fight, they will be going down to that first ultimate layer. So that's just going to be an easy one for the side of Wei. Evening it up again, 3-3.
Evening it up, and now they nearly have their own beat here, Spinal. If they really want, they can go for a recontest here, but they're going to have to rush for it, and they don't quite have the ults yet. Ade has the overclock as they come in, but Dart will get the touch here. So the eco gives them a second chance at it, but Dart's going to be in big trouble as he pops out here. Now the overclock just trying to burn Gafreem down, who is a lone figure on point. Dart's going to try and walk as well, but Gafreem, he's just died to it. They have the beat right now, but I don't think Vesta are going to invest more. No tank again. They're trying to swing with Minute here. Maybe if there's a pick in here for him, Minute has doubled down, but Lego, Lee Sumin, they're marking this, they're pocketing everyone through it here. And even though the theory seemed alright, they get one ult out, they try and go for the recontest, but they just don't quite have those ults to follow up, so Gafreem again finds himself first dead in the fight.
Gafreem, he provides. Consistently he provides. Now Wei, they roll into this next fight. They've got the beat drop. They've got the beat drop. They've got Who Are You's ultimate and the Rampage as well. But Rampages, they haven't been particularly valuable thus far into the series. Vesta's got a few ultimates of their own. They got the double support ultimate, and Minute has a nice high ground. He's actually flipping over to the other side. Has that overclock, wants to play long range as a result. I quite like that. That's Aid doing that, not Minute. I'm just hopeless. Beat comes out, Rampage comes out, and this time around the Rampage, it's actually going to catch Guthrium and keep him antied, so there won't be a Suzu to keep him alive, but it's not going to be enough to kill him. So again, massive ult exchange up on the high ground, but no kills for it. Minute now has the high ground, pops the overclock. Aid shifts into almost certain doom, but it's not a death. He will actually survive. Minute goes down, Dart as well. That's going to be a 2-player advantage for Wei now. One trade from Guthrium, maybe going to save it. Massive Rampage, catches Who Are You, catches Peppy. Peppy will go down, so it's a 3 versus 3 now, but Lee Min takes down Guthrium, still has that Kitsune rush if needed, but it won't even be needed. And Wei, even though they were so close to letting it slip when Guthrium came through with that Rampage, they will hold on, and that's going to be them taking this up 4-3 now.
Dart's having a little look here. He wants to keep going, actually. Minute's going to swing too, but he's going to get marked and deleted by Who Are You, so Dart might just have to get himself out of dodge here, as Wei are now going to take the lead in this for the first time here on Hinoka. And remember, only one more point they need, and they are flooding onto this B point already.
Have I missed a period of filler here? Did I like undeafen at the perfect time? Yeah, that's awesome. I'm so sorry. Okay, Wei now, it's match point. It's always Vesterable as well. So even though things have looked solid for Vesta, even though they still have ultimates to fight into this one, Wei have more. Dart, he comes in on the flank. He pops the tectonic shock. It actually will find value this time around. Completely splits Wei. Left, right, center. Everybody is running all over the place, and Wei will fall. Great fight for Vesta as well, because they managed to bleed out the Kitsune rush from Lee Min. So Wei, they're not going to come into this final fight with some overwhelming advantage. Vesta, they've gotten what they wanted out of this one.
Give themselves a foothold back in it as well. They'll have to deal with these DPS ults from Wei, but the thing with DPS ults is they're not guaranteed value. You have to find the connection here. We saw a few wayward overclocks from Minute not finding the value here. Spinal and Jinsung, they nearly have any support ults as well. That's the key timing for Vesta as they're going to try and walk back in here. You can see Vesta are actually just going to slow it down. Point hasn't unlocked. They still need 10% or so on both these support ults, so they will keep playing it slow, and then they will have support ults to match these DPS ults from Wei.
Goodness gracious, Spinal with the beat drop. This could be really important. Jinsung actually going really, oh god, double support ultimate really early on from Vesta, because it may always be Vesterable, but Minute gets the first pick onto Peppy. Aid snaps back onto Minute and Spinal though. Who Are You? 3 versus 3, but Who Are You has the tectonic shock. There is a beat drop available for Lego. This is final fight territory, and Wei, they're not forcing this one. Tectonic shock now comes out from Who Are You. Doesn't find anything at all. Only a kite from Vesta, so that's a disaster one from Who Are You. Aid's coming back on the Tracer now, but look at Lego. Still has that beat drop. Could be so clutch. Minute coming up on the overclock, but there will be a solution. Come on now, somebody do something. Shout used by Peppy. Shout from Garoon, but not before Spinal goes down. Suddenly I have high frame rate for the first time all stream long. 3 kills for Wei, and Vesta once again proving that it is always Vesterable, unless Aid, sliver of HP, Who Are You, goes down. Not able to find that kill though. Aid actually will be the one to execute Garoon. There will be another touch for Vesta though. It's always Vesterable, I know, but 4 players ready to touch. Minute with the overclock, Dart close on the tectonic shock. A very real chance here, Xavier.
Gonna unburrow underneath. Spinal kills added before the fight. Overclock comes in. They avoid it. Rampage just catch Spinal, but no, gets away. Suzu is good. Kitsune Rush has come out on point. Dart needs a lot of help with this contest, but he's got the help. Lego's trying to mark it. Lego takes down the Sojin. Lego wins his dual 2-player advantage. Tectonic shock now for Dart, but it needs to be gigantic. Deletes for Kiri. Turns onto the Venture. Forces them back underground. Now going underneath as well. Guthrium needs help underneath. He's solo. Dart, he needs kills. He needs them so quick, and he's gonna get 2. But I don't know if it's enough. But point has reset quite a lot, actually. So Minute and Jinsung, they're going to get back on point. And Jinsung nearly has a Kitsune Rush. They've still got time, Max.
There's more time for them. Vesta, one more chance to piss it all away. Minute, triple blink onto the point, but doesn't have to use recall for it. Vesta, they're all back now. It's a 5 versus 5. Peppy is on Doomfist. Jinsung pops that Kitsune Rush, is immediately forced to use Suzu, but will survive. There's a rush on the point. Massive damage coming out from Dart, but no kills for Vesta. They're the ones losing health. Spinal is 95% on the beat drop, but Guthrium goes down before anything can happen. Jinsung, Spinal all go down. only who I use. Tectonic Shock is all that is required in the face of a Kitsune Rush on the point. It really is always Vesterables Av. Dart is still available for the touch, burrowing under the point, but it's just not enough, is it?
Beat? They're going to beat in. They're going to get the touch one more time, but they need kills. They've been struggling for kills all day, and Lego's going to beat back. Later beat. Gafrima's getting marked out by the Doomfist, and this will surely be the final time. Gafrima can't escape this room. Who are you going to get the cleanup kills? Spinal can maybe go for one more touch after Minute here. Minute's going to use the recall. Spinal's going to die for the next touch, and the cap goes through. And Vesta, they set themselves up for success, but once again, it slips through their fingers.
아, 너무 재밌는데요?
It's that Will Smith iRobot meme. I don't know if you're familiar with this one because you're not terminally online like me, you know? We got any kills, but we just got overtime stalls, we just got overtime stall. And there's poor little Will Smith crying into his hands. Because Vesta, I mean, they're fucking hopeless. They come back into it, even with ultimates. All they can do is rush out onto the point and just stall overtime. Just stand on point, jerk off, and then die to the next ult that eventually comes online for the side of Wei. Vesta, truly a team dedicated to disappointing, start to finish. They never cease to let us down, and you have to respect them for it. I think enough people in the chat voted one that I will be turning the ads up to a predatory level. Thanks everybody. Remember guys, if you sub up you don't get the predatory ads, but cheers. That fight was longer than the rest of the map. That was a very long fight, I will admit it. But one thing was consistent, and it was there were no kills.
There just seems to be something about when Jinsung and Spinal press their Q buttons. For whatever reason, that makes the enemies invulnerable for 5 to 10 seconds afterwards. You know what I was for?
Mortality buff. Go on.
An entertaining Clash map.
It was actually quite fun, I will admit it. Alright.
Alright.
Onwards and upwards. We've got slop to consume.
Keep consuming. Alright. So... it's the same old story. It's the same old story. We've seen it all year. Vesta Crew, they do well, but they just can't. They just can't get it over the line. They get a situation that feels like a slam dunk. 1 point to fight. Kitsune rush advantage. They walk around the corner. And they just press it. They just press it. The Doom has all his cooldowns to leave. Talk about it. We've talked about it all year. Support ult situations. If you have support ult advantage, what you want to do is you don't necessarily just want to turn the corner and press it. Maybe if it's final point of a control or something, you can just Kitsune rush on point or Ray on point that's successful. But most of the time, if you're in just a normal fight and you can't just force the objective to get a cap or something, you have to take a fight or make sure you can chase the target down. Can you force a cooldown, then chase with Kitsune Rush or chase with Beat or something? Here, we saw Vesta struggle with their neutral engages on the map 1. We saw them struggle with their ult engages on map 2. And ultimately, it's just really fundamental and basic stuff that you have to get right. Because the players on Vesta, they can clearly play, right? We saw Dart hit a few big clutch attempts there with Adventure. Tectonic Shocks from Dart seemed pretty reasonable in terms of, felt like he was actually getting more consistent value than Who Are You in terms of how he was able to split and divide. You saw him doing, he would send a couple up the back line, then turn and put damage on the tank. Who Are You felt a little bit more chasing shadows with his. I need to stop saying chasing shadows every 5 words, but you guys know what I mean. So again, it's the same old story with Vesta. I think it was Pineapple who said it earlier, but everyone knows if you follow Vesta, it's always a test of faith. It's always a test of faith to keep following Vesta. Because they've clearly got decent players. I mean, they're not going to be a crazy looking Falcons level team, but they can do something. These series are winnable. These maps are winnable. What team is CP? That's crazy, Panda. We're gonna see Genesis, which is Kalios's team, take on CP. So we'll see if Kalios can beat CP. We'll see if Pokerface can handle MSG. Yeah, and these 3 teams on your left here, these are kind of, like Vesta Crew have been around all year, but very much like bottom of the top 8. CP and MSG, new boys on the scene. Maybe new boys isn't the right word to use when one of the teams called CP. We'll gloss over that one. Yeah, unfortunately CP and MSG are in different groups, so they've never they've never crossed paths. If you want another one as well, if you look at Wei's logo here, you can see they are called Team Who Are Yours, which is, I mean, it's close. It's close to a bit. It's not quite a punchline, but it implies a punchline.
전장 형태의 이름답게 정말 치열한 격돌이 펼쳐졌던.
How old is Kalios? I bet he's not even that old. I bet he's like 23 or something, actually quite reasonable. He just feels like he's been here forever. Where is he? Our main man Kalios. Oh no, he's 26. He's 26. He's on the upper side here. Born before the millennia? Could you imagine?
본인들이 난전을 추구하기 좋은 형태의 맵들 위주로 좀 많이 나왔었다 보니까
Cheese pizza? Yeah, you've got it, Robo Eagle. That's right.
마우더가
That's
됐든
right.
해저드가 됐든 좀 쓰기 좋은 전장의 형태입니다.
맞습니다. 또 이미 해저드는 먼저 웨이에서 밴을 했기
Kalios
때문에
hasn't looked all that. He didn't look all that on Mauga. To be fair, Mauga looked pretty atrocious, Kalios, but when he was on Hazard, he actually did really okay, I think.
어떻게 준비를 하고 있을지 궁금해지네요.
Alright, Vesta are going to go to Bruna Sappy.
일단은 자리 쪽에 대한 의식을 강하게 하는 듯한 V시대전의 밴 구도가 이어져 있고 있긴 한데.
Okay, and now Vesta. Interesting.
밴합니다.
So Vesta are going to take over Sojourn. That's their first ban. So it seems like Vesta, they have a pattern here, right? They've taken away Genji, they've taken away Sojourn, trying to punish or restrict the DPS players. The question is, with Sojourn banned, are any hit scans possible? Cass? Ash? Or are they too squishy, too diveable? Too killable by a Hazard Genji type engage. On the other hand, Lucio banned out from Wei. So maybe forces a Juno Brig situation.
맞습니다. 그리고 또 이제 웨이의 루시우 밴 이 같은 경우에는 보통 이제 해저드의 어떤
Or Juno Kiri potentially. It's interesting with the Lucio ban because I feel like now we have Kiri Lucio and Juno Brig as these two sort of fairly durable survive most situation backlines. Banning some of the Lucio or the Kiri or the Juno doesn't really seem quite as impactful as maybe it would have done back when we had the Esports World Cup, and a Lucio ban was pretty devastating for a lot of teams and the comps that were viable to them. This one doesn't feel, at least in this tournament so far, it doesn't feel like the support bans have been as impactful. We've seen way more DPS bans than maybe we did at the Esports World Cup as well. Tank-wise, I guess fixed patience here, we both go to Hazard. The big question, I think, for me is, what do Minute and Ade play? They can't play Sojourn. So do they just double down on hit scan? They're both hit scan players by trade. But Cass and Ash into a Hazard Genji, you know, Juno Brig type comp or something, feels like it could be really rough. Potential they just go back to the Stockholm meta as well. Just fuck it, press for Mauga, press for Genji, Echo, Reaper, all available. Looks like those Mauga buttons have been locked for now. Who are you and Genji is probably no surprise. Ade's going to go Reaper as a reasonable alternative. Yeah, so not really taken into the hit scan. Still worried it will be too killable, too vulnerable to these Hazard engages. And it's actually just going to be a little bit of a throwback. Stockholm has returned. Mauga v Mauga, Reaper v Reaper, Juno Brig versus Juno Brig. But Echo on one side, Genji on the other here. So in theory, Vesta, this was the meta most teams ended up playing at Stockholm. So the expectation is maybe a very slight comp advantage. But Stop comes in from Pepe. He's going to take so much sticky damage here. And that's some of the power of the Echo. Not just good into the other DPS, but can burn through that Mauga health. And good for him. He's going to push that HP advantage. He wants to go for more. Dart's going to fly through, looking for Lego as well. And this time, they get their man, Vesta. They're losing the point a little bit. Who he is going to steal a few meters here. He's going to hit the deflect as well and take it Dart. The old man has well and truly limbered up here, but I don't think it's going to be enough to turn the fight as the rest of the team have fallen. And Vesta Crew give themselves off to the mark.
An additional no Hazard mirror. We see no Lucio in play and people decide that Hazard can't be picked. Is that how that works? Or is this just not a Hazard map? I'm not too well versed in
I think no, people played Hazard here. I don't know if there's the element is with Sojourn banned. now all of a sudden Malga can't just get punished and farmed by Nisojin all the time.
Yeah, and you're not going to be like dashing on the side, angling Sojin constantly. So without a Sojin, you don't need the ultra mobile tank to go and jump at him. That's reasonable. You know, I'm starting to see the vision here, see the matrix a little bit. Vesta, I mean, they may have won one fight, but I mean, fool me once, fool me a million times. I know what's happening here, Vesta. It's always Vesterable. Dart, he's fighting on the inside versus Who Are You. Who Are You has had the deflect burned rather early, so he's probably not going to be able to go for that one all too aggressively. Vesta are happy to sort of just sit in main and play the neutral for a little while. Minute is pushed in the side though, so now we're going to see Orbital Ray, Mirrors in the back. There is going to be Lego somehow winding up behind enemy lines, and he will go down. 2 Spinals Rally Bash. That is going to be another fight win for Vesta.
Advert Rally a lot quicker, Spinal very quick to drop that one in there, deals with the flank, deals with the Blossom as well, so deal with all the threats here, and while they might have a support advantage coming back way, this cap fight is going to be really rough for them because it's an awkward distance to cross. Vesta's going to have the cage, the Blossom to throw into them as they try and cross here. Who Are You does have the blade, but blading into a cage, really difficult for Who Are You. He either needs to wait to bait out the cage, or he needs to maybe just try and go for a flank and force it through from a different angle.
Flank wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Already the fact that the checkpoint has been conceded though, I mean, it's pretty bad news for the side of Way. I think as long as they can just keep, Vesta can just keep anchoring towards the objective, they can pull people in for their strong ultimates. Deep pin from Garoom. Give me a nice blade from Who Are You at the same time. Says cage and blade, front and back coverage. That's going to be an easy one for Way at the end of the day. Looked like Vesta had a chance. The only silver lining here is that Way actually invested 3 ultimates in the span of almost no time at all. So that was rally, cage, and blade all at once. Vesta only used cage, and it was a pretty bad cage too. Garoom just pinned into the backline and threw it down as he died. So really not sure where all that pressure came from to use the ultimates for Way.
Just a misread on the situation. I think they were expecting a heavier investment from Vesta, but actually Gafreem just kind of opened the door, and now we're going to get a copy. Reaper coming out, ult advantage attempting to be converted here by Vesta Crew. They need to get Minute. They're just going to double up onto that Malga. It's going to be made short work of Bino's quadruple shotguns here. Dart's getting up to the second Blossom, but they don't even really need it here, but they're keen to clean up these kills if they can potentially, but no, they're just going to regroup, take the robot, move it away, and Way are in a bit of a weird situation here. They have no tank, but they're on coast.
Jeez, having no tank on coast, I'm not sure how to feel about that one, but Peppy will be back rather soon. So, I mean, they had no tank for a time. Looks like Garoom has actually identified that, gone pinning over to the edge of the map, and one player will go down for it. Minute goes soaring like an eagle off the edge of the map. But Peppy, he answered back with a good stomp onto Spinal. Down he goes. Peppy gets counter-stomped by Garoom. Now everybody just getting caught under the feet of Malga from the looks of things. Vesta not able to control cart at all, so Way, they're just going to push the cart back to the middle, and we're going to see a reset in the center.
Disaster there. They were wanting to take the brawl on coast. Minute TP'd in, ready to use that Blossom, but he gets whipped off the bloody map. And now they don't get a chance to use that ultimate. And as we go into the next fight, it's a very even ult situation here. Support ults up for both teams. Rays will be exchanged onto point here. Rally comes out, stomping exchange, looking for it, but there's the Blossom from Minute. Does get taken down. Who Are You with the deflect to deal with that one? Lego just trying to keep the rest of his team pocketed here, and they should be able to deal with the rest of this. Well played by Lego. Good deflect by Who Are You. Ready for that Blossom. And Way, they're really turning the tides.
Oh, don't tell me the tides are turning. I mean, we all know that at the 11th hour, Vesta is just going to Vesterable it anyway. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. The thing is, what happens when a tide rises, Xavier, is what I would like to know, because that's a relationship that I don't particularly understand, the impact that it does or doesn't have on other ships within the ocean. Anyhow, enough about tides, rising oceans. Dart's taking a hell of a lot of damage up in main. Peppy's thrown down the cage. Who Are You with the blade? Now he's dashed into the cage. Triple slash takes down Jinsung and Minute, doing incredible damage. So that is just going to be a clean wipe for the side of Way. Cage on either side, but Who Are You truly getting the better of it with that ult combo.
Historically, we've actually saw Genji fall out of this meta in this type of mirror in exchange for the Echo here, but Who Are You still making it work, finding that deflect value onto the Blossom, finding value there, comboing his blade with Cage. Now, quick fight from Vesta again. They don't want to give lead here. They're going to copy very early onto the Reaper. They had success with this last time, but Way, quick on their feet here. Will they try and get out of this one? Lots of pressure onto Lego. Lego is getting hunted down. Blossom over top, and Dart just keeps on going. They can't get their brig out of that situation. 2 for Dart just makes this a straightforward one. And most importantly for Vesta, they take this fight before they lose the lead.
Yeah, feeling like a little bit of a Dart head right now. Looked like the start of that copy was going to go, I mean, just completely wrong. Did not really close the gap on Reaper, was like getting kited out by Lego, but something went terribly wrong, and Lego wound up really close to the Reaper once more, getting getting caught out by a very late spin on a solo flank. So Vesta, they maintain that lead. They're going to start pushing the cart even closer towards Way's spawn. So really not terrible at all for the side of Vesta. Aid has that Blossom though up in main. Double support ultimate for either side coming in. Aid TP's into the back. He wants to get this Blossom off, but he can't quite find the value. Peppy gets stomped early on. Lego pops the rally. Aid with the Blossom now. Spinal take him down, but so is Lego, so is Aid. And even though Way invested into this fight, double sub ult and the Blossom, it's going to be Vesta taking another one.
They tried to clutch with the Blossom bash at the end there, Way, and it looked like maybe it was worthwhile, but investing the Ray as well, that's going to really cost them. Now all of a sudden, Gafreem has the cage, Minute has the Blossom. Great ults to combo here. Peppy a little bit short on the cage. If Gafreem can just hit this cage early, it's a great opening for him. Last time we saw Gafreem be a little bit too aggressive with the cage. Needs to make sure he uses his cage to deny who are you value as well as locking up other members of the team.
Oh, my mouth is full of cucumber, but who are you?
Blade comes through, where's the cage? Who are you? Just walked in and killed the backline with Blade. Were Vesta just choosing to eco? Maybe this is a big picture decision. I actually think they had the ults to win the fight here, but they've chosen to eco, which allows Who Are You, one ult, regain control. I don't know how I feel about that one there. The ults were... It was very winnable for Vesta in that situation, I think. Instead, they're going to eco, but when you eco to only get one ult out, it was a pretty even trade. Now they're going to meet before the checkpoint, denying those forward spawns right now. And Gafreem is picking up quite early with his supports here. We see Who Are You and Lego on the flank. They're low on ults. They have the cage. Should still be a very winnable fight. Gafreem's going to hit the cage early this time. Cage exchange comes through. Dart with a copy. Blossom in over top. It's a copy Juno. They do break through the cage with that Blossom for a minute. And now they ecoed for this ult advantage. Just to ultimately... Wait, Ade thinks he can clutch? Grow up, Ade. Wait, Who Are You's killed another one?
No, this is positively childish. Who are you with these staggers? I mean, is it going to make any difference at all? It's actually getting the passive healing right now, trying to fight Spinal. Spinal now taken ridiculously low. Get out. Get out. You're a bum, Spinal. You're a bum. Who Are You manages to escape. Spinal going down to 2 Who Are You. That's 3 trades for Way. Actually, a really heads-up decision from Ade to go for that Blossom in the end, because it has stopped a single meter being added to Vesta's bank now. Terrible eco from Vesta costing them heavily now. Big neutral up in main, no ult online as of yet, but then as I say it, Spinal comes in with the rally. Ade goes down. Way, Peppy soon to follow, but Lego thinks he can clutch it now. Peppy will follow, so it is a 5 versus 3. Way looking worse for wear at this point. That's going to be a wipe for Vesta once again.
Messy fights here. It looked like Vesta had thrown away their ult advantage there, committing both DPS and the cage to lose a scrappy fight ultimately. They recover well there, winning that rally trade. Now it's going to be Ray v Ray, but Who Are You has the Blade over the top. But as we enter the final minute here, the key for Vesta is if they can force both these ults out on Way's side of the map, they can get that scary combo out of the way and have a much more reasonable fight on mid, and they go in aggressive.
They go in aggressive. Holy shit, I got my EWC money for Oast, dude. That's $450 in the bank that I have to split between 8 people now. Let's fucking go. Way completely clean house. So that is going to be an easy one for Way. But they need more than just one easy one if they want to take this one back. Because they still have to go back into the center, probably take a neutral there, then another fight towards the checkpoint, but perhaps another fight all the way at the end. So that is unbelievable. There's still so much that they have to do. And do the ults really favor them here? They have to fight into an orbital ray here in the center. Close spawn's actually going to be turned off though, so already a little bit of an error from Vesta allowing the close spawns to go off. Who Are You comes in with the blade, getting really aggressively, slashes Dart out of the sky. Eco, oh dear.
They've ecoed both. They've ecoed 2 fights in a row to bleed ultimates out here. But, my anxiety is building, Max. My anxiety is building because Vesta, what they've done here is they keep ecoing to set themselves up a truly unlosable situation. But unfortunately, the problem with unlosable situations is they're actually completely parallel to Vesterable situations. So they have all the ults, all the tools they could possibly ask for Vesta. Cage, Ray, Blossom, press all the buttons, just kill them. But they still need to make it work.
It's all down to this final fight. Peppy pins in, goes for the cage Blossom. Oh my god, it's actually not Vesterable. For once, the overwhelming ult advantage is actually going to favor Vesta. It's always Vesterable, but not today. Vesta, they keep themselves alive in the series with, what, 2 consecutive ecos, taking it all the way to the wire so that they can ult objective.
It's the classic, you hold your Ray, you eco one fight, you don't use your Ray, you get them to use their Ray. Then you weak over next fight, you still don't use your Ray. And then you get to a situation where they basically have nearly lapped you in Rays again because you've ecoed so many fights, and I was just saved by the fact we were in overtime and it sort of forced the pace of a fight to happen at a certain point. But anxiety relieved, Vesta Crew win with Amalgam Mirror, keep themselves alive in this series, but now obviously Way get to put themselves in the driving seat.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, it's always Vestaable, but also, like, is it Vesta reverse sweepable? Is that even something that really exists?
Well, the problem is, what we've just seen is success on the Amalgam Mirror. Unfortunately, we're in a hero ban world, so if Way have 2, maybe even 3 brain cells, they can start maybe putting together a few pieces here and take this Amalgam maybe off the cards for them.
My God. We're really in the thick of it at this point. I don't think that there's going to be enough bans available to these people to keep Vesta alive for 2 more maps, though. I'm going to be perfectly honest here. We're going to get back into a hazard mirror, and it's just going to fall apart. Anyway, slop.
All right, keep slopping. I'm gonna grab a quick break as well, but we'll be back for the 4th map. We'll see what they're picking, so bear with me. We'll be back for more. See if can Vesta really reverse sweep? It feels so impossible. I think you probably even saw it at the end of that Rudis Happy, or even though the ult situation was so clearly in Vesta's favour. I've watched Vesta all year, and it's so much worry trying to follow Vesta and see themselves get them into winnable situations just to ultimately drop the ball at a certain point. But they didn't drop the ball. They held onto the ball 2 firm hands. And now we'll go into this 4th map. All right, we're back.
불시대전과 웨이의 4번째 세트가 준비되고 있습니다. 루다사피 불시대전이 확실히 오버워치가 어떤 게임인지를 좀 잘 이해하고 있는 듯한 그런 궁극기 사이클의 분배였습니다.
네, 아마 비시즌 동안에, 그러니까 슈 오버워치 컵 시즌2가 열리기 전에 저 조합을 계속 좀 잘 가다듬었던 것 같고요.
네, 그리고 이제 웨이의 선택은 할리우드인데요. 일단 2층이
예.
좀 생기게 됩니다, 이러면.
마우가 쓰지 말자. 이런 느낌입니다. 이번에 실제로 2층 지역이 많은 맵들이 좀 왕왕 있어가지고
네,
충분히 마우가를 견제할 수 있을 만한 수단은 맵 선택지에 굉장히 많습니다.
맞습니다. 또 이제 뛸 수 있는 친구가 추가되면서
네.
또 진짜 할리우드의 약간 선택률도 좀 올라가고 있잖아요.
그쵸. 그리고 소전 밴을 이미 상대편이 써서 이러면 소전의 밸류가 좀 더 올라가겠죠.
그렇죠.
네.
그만큼 이제 에이드 선수가 잘 쐈었던 건데 VC가 일단 해저드로 뛰지는 말아라 라고
네.
좀 외치고 있네요.
반대로 웨이는 아나를 묶었어요. 그러니까 여차하면은 뭐 윈스턴이나 이런 픽들을 쓰지 마라. 노골적으로 이거는 우리 에이드 하겠다.
네.
네.
자, 이렇게 되면은 2개의 탱커는 일단 좀 활용이 어려운 상황에서 또 다른 제3의 선택지가 무엇이 될지는 궁금해집니다.
이러면은 글쎄요, 탱커가 좀 진짜 선택지가 어려워지긴 하거든요. 약간 뻔한 탱커 선택지는 디바 정도?
예.
윈스턴 쓰기에는 힐 조합이 좀 많이 리스크가 있어가지고.
그러니까 뭐가 되든 날 수 있는 친구들은 필요한 거잖아요 지금.
그쵸? 2층을 왔다 갔다 하는 형태의 조합이 그래도 좀 마음이 편하니까요. 사실 뭐 굳이 위아래를 왔다 갔다 하는 탱커를 안 해도 되긴 하는데
예.
뻔히 보이잖아요.
그렇죠.
2층에다가 에이드 올려놓고 미닌 올려놓고 쏠 게 뻔한데 안 날아다니면은 또 리스크가 있으니까 아마 팀들이 고민을 좀 하겠죠.
맞습니다.
네.
그만큼 이 뱀픽 시스템이 참 구명거리들을 많이 주는 것 같아요. 자, 과연 선수들은 어떤 선택을 했을지 양 팀의 네 번째 세트
Vesta Crew all
한류들
the
빠르게
way.
확인해 보시죠. 헐리우드에서 펼쳐지는 VC 대전과 웨이의 네 번째 세트입니다. 일단 구름 선수의 레킹볼이 좀 눈에 띕니다.
등장한다면 충분히 등장할 수 있을 만한 픽이에요. 왜냐면 아나가 벤이 됐기
Back just in
때문에
time.
네.
이게
That's my
아나가
mods.
없는
Have
순간
secured
레킹볼을
it.
억제할 수 있는 시시기가 많이 없긴
got
하거든요.
an Ana ban
브리기테
and a
정도
Ryan ban.
그거는 뭐 겐지랑 같이 압박아주면 도리케 토척 정도는 뽑아낼 수 있으니까. 근데
Why have they
구름
banned
선수가
Reinhardt?
사실 레킹볼을 그렇게 많이 한 적이 없어서
그렇죠.
좀 신기한 카드긴 합니다.
I'm lost.
그대로 나올
I'm lost in the logic.
짚어준 부분을 생각해서 너무 하긴 한데.
Looks like it's just going to be Junker Queen, Genji, Sojin from Wei going back to the matchup they won, of course, on Hanoka.
오, 나옵니다.
Vesta Crew.
자,
On a bit of a weird
오늘의
cop here, just looking for
레킹볼을
picks out of
확인할 수
spawn.
있게
Kafrima's rolled out on Paul. What's he planning? No, he's come back. He's come back. It's all okay. I was worried for a second when he rolled out of spawn.
됐고, 빠르게 조합 수정을
That's
해주는
Hazard.
거죠.
My
Am I
mouth is
blind?
full of carrot.
탱커들은 항상 팀이에요.
I'm sorry.
예.
어딘가 뭔가를
That's alright. I'm
하다보면은
mistaken Hazard for Reinhardt. So okay, Hazard ban. Forces of a Junker Queen.
오히려 이제
I can't recognize. I don't see race. I don't see color. I don't even see faces. Everybody looks the same to me. So
Oh, you
it's a
really do
Hazard
just see
ban.
nothing at all.
Well, I just see a face and then say a name and hope it's the right name. Really hard for me to recognize people in public. Now,
I'm
just going to be
pretty
more
sure
of a
that
Junker
is a
Queen.
symptom of autism.
Yeah.
맞습니다.
Nope, I took the test. I passed. I'm safe.
Yeah, no.
Someone who
Close
isn't safe,
second is
though.
being an esports caster.
Someone who isn't safe is Lego, who are usually going to get taken down as well, and this time they get the strong opening picks and should just be a straightforward first point after this. They just need to clean up these remaining kills. Suzu now lose from Lee Soo-min. They're making a bit of a meal of this now. They need to kill the Queen. Respawns are coming back. Kill this Queen. There we go. Tank advantage. Lego in. Getting another death racked up onto the board here. A quick 2 for Lego. Trying to blaze life on the rooftops. And Vesta, they're making a meal of it, but they will eventually finish every last bite.
Yeah, I mean, look, finishing every single last fight. They will close this one out. Rolling into the second point, I mean, really healthy bank of ultimates, right? Like, they take one slow little neutral at the beginning, and they're going to have 5 ults. They're going to be able to take high ground off Rip now as well. They can get all the good positions while Wei is still on the respawn. You can see that they are all still on low ground right now. Minute appears to, just be strolling on low ground. But somebody has shouted at him and said, hey, moron, take high
thank you,
ground. And now he's
6-3.
up there. So Vesta, they've got all the
true
ults to
Vesta
hold
fans.
high ground. They can really fight for this one, but no ultimates invested. Instead, we're just going to see a very slow burn from Vesta, and then they're going to use the Ray and the Blade a little bit too late. So, I mean, it is always Vestables out, but that one was particularly criminal.
They got the good situation, they got the good position, and then they just beef the ult trade massively here, investing more for it too. And Minute might find himself staggered out. Who he's going to dash in for this one as well. Will be able to get back to his high ground, but is somewhat stuck behind. And Vesta, they're just going to try and maybe push forward during all of this, but difficult to come out of that choke. So who are you will be able to regroup with his team, and will get the ult situation here. Rampage should kick it off, and it's actually massive. Suzu and Beat save Wei from everything, but now the rally from Spinal trying to keep him alive. Counter Rampage from Peppy comes out, hits 2, but any kills for DPS are so low. Lee Soo-min finishes 1, but it's only a 1-for-1 trade here actually. Vesta can keep going. Who are you was for play with the only ult remaining in the server as well. So now a full neutral, shout round the corner. Suzu has been used. Lee Soo-min has to TP out. He's in so much trouble. He will fall as well. And they managed to trade for fights at spawn here. But Who Are You will be coming back with this blade for this next fight.
Look at Who Are You Blade. Who Are You Blade has been incredibly valuable throughout this series. Busan, a little bit of a blip. Enjoy the coke. Busan was a little bit of a blip, I'll be honest. We saw some pretty dicey blades from Who Are You, but as we rolled into Runasapi and whatnot, he was incredible with the Dragon Blades. So now, a lot of weight resting on Who Are You's shoulders to win this next fight for Wei, but I completely trust him because he's been very solid with it and there's no ultimate to respond. He pulls the blade, he catches absolutely nothing at the beginning, everybody's running towards him, but no finish, no dash, no deflect, and down he goes. So I sung far too much praise for him, and as a result, Vesta are going to take this fight without a single ulti.
Misplaced Faith and Vesta. They're going to clean all of this one up. They're going to chase to spawn as well. Dart doesn't get the dash he quite wants, and Lee Min has a TP target to get himself out of that one. So they are able to regroup and have another go of it here, Wei. They have the Kitsune Rush with which to retake, but a Ray Blade, nearly a Rampage on point. It's such a difficult fight for Wei as they come back out. Dash in, but there's the Ray. Deflex has been used by Who Are You, the Blade to finish it by Dart. He's got the damage boost from the Ray. He's got the healing pocket. All the targets have to disengage him, so he turns his attention back to point, cleans it all up. And Vesta, 3 minutes 50 seconds, they're rolling.
Absolutely hard rolling. Don't forget, Xavier, even if they're able to bring this scoreline to 2-2, this is Vesta Esports Club we're talking about, so they will not fail to let us down. They will disappoint. It's coming. You just have to wait and see it. This next fight, though, not particularly angled for disappointment. Once again, they have the advantage. Mirrored Rampages, but Spinal with the rally, potential to counterplay for Peppy. That's really... Oh, jeez. Mirrored Rampages and Spinal, no counterplay whatsoever because he will just go down. But Minute takes down Peppy. That's a much better trade. And Vesta, they've got a big respawn advantage right now. The card is so close to the attacker's spawn. So 4 versus 4. Spinal back in the blink of an eye. Neutral happening in main right now. Minute swings wide. Hit by a rail, but it's only a body shot, so he will be just fine. Card keeps on rolling. Good looks for Vesta.
Now they have Rally and Overclock to keep this one going. Lego nearly has the beat, but not quite yet. Now, beat timing can be powerful. What they can do is maybe just overpower the Rally Spinal. He needs to keep his distance. Rally can win over time, but he needs to avoid this initial impact here. Who Are You trying to jockey for space as the Overclock comes in, swinging for an advantage here. Can't find anything. One headshot there for Rally to push, and Spinal's gone all the way to spawn. Gafrium's followed up on everything. No chance for Lego to beat. They knew that beat was a potential response ult, and they do clean up on point, but it's going to be a desperate recontest, but they have ults way if they can get the touch.
I think they should be good to get the touch here. The beat coming out towards the spawn gets it. Who Are You is on the objective now as well. Wei, they have more ults for this recontest as well. Who Are You staggering on a little bit with the deflect. It's getting dicey now. People need to touch. Ade going for the long flank for the Overclock. Misses the first shot, misses the second, the third, the fourth. Keep counting, unlike that Dracula. 5 and 6. Finally, the 6th shot hits for Ade. Not enough for Wei though, unfortunately, as Vesta, they have just cleaned up on the objective in the meantime. Ade put all of the marbles in the bank of that flank and absolutely failed to deliver when it mattered most. That's going to be Vesta full cap in the map.
Normally flank Overclock, a very dangerous combo there, but you feel maybe with the beat he could have just been more direct with it. Just go straight into someone's face, force for kills, force for trades. Had respawn advantage obviously for the defenders right there, but instead goes for long flank, can't find the clutch. And Vesta Crew, 2-minute time bank on Hollywood. We don't see big time banks on this map very often, so I think Vesta Crew very happy with that one.
Absolutely outrageous to think that Vesta Crew is potentially clutching up right now. Even more outrageous is the fact that this streamer won't stop taking bites out of carrots and cucumbers in the middle of his broadcast and now has nothing to say.
Well, you know what they say about finishing every last bite, Max?
I mean, I'm legit 1 bite away from finishing the carrot and the cucumber's already gone.
Oh, a healthy evening snack for you.
I mean, I haven't had dinner, so I don't know what you call this meal.
Sounds like you're on a cut, mate.
I'm working on it.
So, I mean, we
I'm
did...
cockmacking. Very phallic.
Keep it phallic. the old phallic diet, they call that one, I think. It's quite popular at the moment.
Good for you. Good for male vitality.
That probably was a thing. Probably was a thing at some point. Now?
Probably a thing now.
It sounds like it. Gonna be more of the exact same mirror, except this time Wei gonna be just going on to the Juno Brig themselves. So we've seen a lot of Kiri Lucio yesterday, but it feels like Juno Brig back in full force here in this series. And now trying to redeem themselves here a little bit, Wei. take that Sojin position away from Minute on the high ground. And they're going to try and focus down Who Are You to match that. And yeah, Who Are You gets punished for that. He clears for Sojin, but Dart is there to respond when you're playing the defensive side of this matchup. If you're Genji, you can just keep their Genji in check, keep your Sojin safe. You should just have slightly better angles on the defender, able to control that space. Dart does his job there, punishes Who Are You, and Vesta, successful first hold.
A brutal start for Who Are You. A few times over now, he's been the first pick, occasionally when he has ult, now even in the neutral fight as well. Just getting a little bit too aggressive, going into these wide angles, expecting his mechanics to bail him out, hoping to just win the 1v1 off rip. But no, Dart actually playing life long enough to make it work. Really, backs to the walls for Wei at this point. Shout comes in vain from Peppy. Very early shout. Garoon gets a second shout, much higher value. And now, everybody on the side of Wei, it's actually 1-for-1 trades. Garoon takes down Lego, but Who Are You will beat Dart this time around. Garoon now with the second, Minute with the third. So even though Wei started strong with that first pick, not enough to close it out. I do think that Wei, they're going for this high tempo approach, but I think, history has shown that playing the Queen comps like this, it rarely works in the mirror, just rushing in and blowing all your cooldowns so early.
We saw it on the defense as well. They would just shout around the corner, essentially. Peppy would drop it immediately. They try and take space as a response, but if they don't get that immediate kill, which is quite hard in this sort of competition, everyone has their own survivability tools, then the re-push for later shout from Gafrium can be pivotal. Now we'll get into the Ray fight here. Overclock available for Minute as well. Gonna go for that early Ray. Genji's trading up top as these Rays both come in. Spinal has the rally over top. Who he's gonna try and get on top of him, but Dart, he has the angle. He comes back in. Big dash value out of their two-player advantage. And now they just need to avoid trading. Dart's going to be in a lot of trouble here. Needs full pocket. Has met up with his Juno. Pocket is good. Gets the dash reset. Spinal and Gafrium, they come safe for Dane. They're even going to stagger out Peppy a little bit here. And another good fight for Vesta.
Really, it's starting to look a little bit like a full hold and a potential Vesta reverse sweep. God forbid I actually say that, because it's just not going to happen. Is it? Bans on next map are going to completely take it out of it. But either way, Vesta, really solid hold here at this point. They've got more ultimates to continue cycling. Wei, they've got, a chance here. Another Who Are You Blade, which, at points they've been incredible. At other points they've been absolutely disastrous. Early shout again from Peppy, though. Not the start that we need. Garoon comes through with the Rampage, takes two. A counter Rampage from Peppy gets another two from the side of Vesta. Who Are You with the Blade this time around? It's looking like one of those great ones, as he will take down Dart and Garoon. It's a 5 versus 3. Make that a 5 versus 2, as Minute also will fall. And Minute uses the overclock there as well. So Vesta, finally they lose the first point, but they bleed 3 minutes off the clock.
Ambitious overclock there at the end from Minute, doesn't find the value. The Rampage exchange really swung by the fact that even though Gafrium hit reasonable targets, Lego had that rally. The overhealth just about kept everyone from Wei alive during all of that. Dart saw no opportunity to use the Blade, didn't get to use it, so they will capture first point here, Wei, get themselves 3 minutes on the board. Time is against them, and it's going to get increasingly hard as we go through this map, and Dart also has the Blade for this next fight right now. So, difficult situation here. It's all about Vesta. We've seen some dodgy engages from them so far in this series. Need to make sure they get a committed target here. They force the deflect onto Who Are You. No dash used yet. Now Dart is going to drop it. 1/2/ deletes Peppy. That one will do for now. Goes for more. 1/ Nair. Catches the Brig 2. Chasing down. But he's going to get the Mega actually, so Dart's going to turn tail and run. And Who Are You's actually found a pretty high value trade in all of this. Dart's looking for more kills, but Vesta, they have to cut their losses and go back here. That trade from Who Are You, pivotal.
Really nice from Who Are You, giving his team a chance to at least get some meters on the board here on the second point. Vesta, they're retaking the high ground. Who Are You, he wants to fight for it, but he's not going to give his life for it, so he'll come up on the high ground, see a bit of danger, pop the deflect and run away with his tail between his legs. Spinal bashing into the backline though. Nice bash, actually catches Ade, but not catching him on the ground. Now Spinal's just standing in main, swinging, not getting any value with the shield. Looks like Lego will fall regardless though, because of a nice knife from Garoon. Not a cheap fight for Vesta though. Ray and Rally both into nothing.
Into nothing. It looked like the rally didn't get the immediate value, but it felt like they were winning that fight as a result anyway. But Jinsung didn't feel as confident, drops for Ray to secure the fight. But now they find themselves in a very difficult ult situation. Vesta, they need to find a way to make this expensive for Wei. If Wei can get it with one ult, they'll be dreaming. It's going to be a swing round the corner for now. Ray in hand of Lee Soo-min. They're going to start with the overclock though. A kill here would go a long way, but Vesta Crew, they've disengaged this one. That's one ult for free, but there's even more ults coming for Wei right now.
More ults on the way, a knife inside aid. I swear this is the last fight. Garoom actually managed to find the kill with that knife inside aid. So that's a great start for Vesta. Rally comes out from Lee Soo-min. We are using the entire bank now. Double support ultimate, double DPS ultimate in this fight. And this is not even going to secure them the second point, Xavier. There is going to be a recontest for Vesta where they have ultimate advantage. This couldn't have gone any worse for Wei.
Managed to make it expensive. That pick onto Ade forced Wei. They panicked. They invested everything to get out of it. Now it's going to be Rampage versus Rampage. The Minute has no overclock. The important thing here is Minute doesn't get hit by the Rampage, gets a chance to get full overclock value. But there's no Suses available. Rampage comes through here. Gafrium's going to hit free. And Wei, they're just trying to disengage it. Now the counter Rampage. Minute is hit by that one. The overclock is going. The knife is good from Peppy. Takes him down. Overclock advantage taken out. Dart's still looking for it, but Dart's going to get focused down on high ground. And the Rampage, it does its job. Minute gets hit by that. And Wei, 2 minutes now. They can't beat the time, but they've got a chance to finish the map.
Comical performance from Vesta there, to be frank. Even when they have the ultimates, they still manage to fuck it up. Spinal, the guy with the shield, and Minute, the guy that can shift onto high grounds, getting caught by the ultimate that is glued to the ground. You love to see it from Vesta. It really always is Vesta-able. Even little micro moments within the map. Aggressive push now from Vesta out onto that high ground. They just want to block the cart and ensure that they get 2 fights here. But this could be a little bit wasteful because their neutral doesn't exist. Guthrie is taking massive damage. All of the pressure is now on Vesta as they just keep on backing. Cart is rolling forward. Wei, I mean, they're kind of working their way back into this one with a chance.
Dart has the blade to try and turn this one. Takes a lot of damage initially, though, and the disengage looks reasonably good. Slashes onto Wei. There's damage, but no kills. One more slash onto Who Are You, trying to get that kill, but Dart, he needs to get out of there. No value, and even gets caught by Ade. Now they're walking forward. Overclock looking for more. Spinal's going to double down. They are dying on Cart. They're going to play for the recontest. One trade onto the Junker Queen. Gafrium, a second trade, actually. They're making this a messy one. Gafrium will fall. Now it's just Minute. So Wei, they will win the fight. But these trades are important because now they will get a recontest and Vesta Crew coming up to some ults of their own.
Good grief, one more chance for Vesta. We know they love a good eco into a big ult fight for the end, but this is going to be a messy one whichever way you slice it because it's going to be double support ult online for Wei and the Blade. Blade Ray is deadly. Double support ultimate immediately from Vesta. Ray comes back out. Who are you? With the Blade, he takes down 1. Make that 2. Can we get a 3rd? No, we cannot get a 3rd. He is not going to go slashing into the enemy team's Ray, but up on the objective, that's just all going the way of Wei, and that's going to be a full team wipe for Wei with time. It truly is always Vesta-able. My God.
Every time without fail. I kind of like the idea from Vesta. They take the Ray trade in main, but Spinal comes from top with the rally. They realise that obviously Who Are You has the Blade, so if they just take a straight 2 support ops traded in main, but Who Are You has a Blade to invest over the top, that Who Are You is probably just going to get very big value in all of this. So they try and go for that rally flank, but it didn't feel like there was any follow-up. Spinal was in the backline trying to make it work, but you wanted Dart in there or someone else to try and follow up on that damage. Maybe even just commit Minute in there as well. Really double down on just getting trades because you have such a good respawn advantage. So even if you lose the fight, if you could just have gotten 7 more seconds off the clock, you might have been alright. But Wei, they give themselves a chance to close this one out, but they will have a much smaller time bank. Seems like we are very much locked into this version of the mirror as well. But momentum in terms of who's winning the neutrals, who's winning the ult fights, it's all Wei right now.
It's all going Wei's way, which is a good thing. Hang on, I've got fucking. Sorry, you need to talk.
I can talk. He's probably got more carrots and cucumbers just being delivered to him. Now, Vesta Crew on the defense. 1 minute to withstand from Wei. So, reasonable chance. And we don't even really get any ultimates here if it's just one fight and done. All about the neutral. We saw Wei actually struggle more on this first point than any of the other points in terms of Who Are You would try and take some space with an early shout from Peppy. Vesta would absorb that aggression, push back with their own shout, and it caused real problems. The gates will open, and we'll go into this first neutral. We can see Minute starting on this high ground again. Expect Who Are You to clear him off of this position and Dart to respond. That's how it went last time. Early rail used by Minute now. Dart and Who Are You just jockeying for position. Who Are You's going to force that Sojourn out now, and Dart looks for the punish one more time. Deflect comes out from Who Are You. He is out here. Dart's looking for more, but Dart goes too far. He gets caught. Now Who Are You is free, uncontested to walk forward, and the neutral going heavily in favor of Wei right now. And this time, Wei, they adapted. Who Are You not caught and punished by Dart this time. They give themselves the first fight with 20 seconds to spare, and now we're just going to go into a big old overtime push.
This is the Vesta that we know and love. They have every advantage in the universe. Advantaged ult fights, advantaged time banks, it just does not matter. Because these motherfuckers, they know how to piss away an advantage like no other. Now Vesta staring down the barrel. The cart is rolling through second point. Completely wasted snare by minute there. You can see the pressure is starting to get to him. Ults coming online faster for Wade. Minute taking a little bit of damage here. Good snare up in main, getting some good damage already for Ade, and it's Spinal to go down first. Already first pick, not going Vesta's way. Trouble, Lego taken down as well. The trades, they're going back and forth, but Way is still +1 on players, and with Garoom going down, it's going to be almost impossible. That's 2 fights in a row now for Way, and Vesta, I mean, they have got to be starting to shake.
Oh, they're going to be starting to shake as well, because the nature of losing 2 neutrals in a row also means all your ults are slightly slower as well. 10% Ray advantage for Lee Soo-min, Rampage advantage even bigger right now for Peppy here. So this could really snowball out of control for Vesta if they are not careful. They have to deal with Ade on the high ground as well. Full rail in tow, looking for Minute Ned. Doesn't connect it though. Now Dark's going to try and clear some of this high ground for him as well. They're going to take the elevator up, but they left their brig behind, so they're going to have to go wait for their brig to get the elevator as well. Everyone now successfully up the elevator, but still no ults just yet for Vesta.
No ults online for Vesta yet, and Way, I mean, they're going to take advantage of this fact. They pop the overclock up in main. Already so much pressure coming out from Aid. Orbital Ray layered in as well on the objective. The Rampage is so good. Straight into the Ray of Vesta. Spinal, he actually won't go down, but he'll be taken completely out of the fight. Dark gets one singular trade, but it does not matter one bit, because unless Dark can pull the blade with Spinal and clutch up, we are going to see Way 3rd point in overtime. They had a minute.
A single minute, but it's gone so far. We actually see Pepe's going to swap now. Maybe just onto Orisa or something, onto Zarya. Yeah, they realise now, because they spent the ban to secure second. Now Vesta do have an overwhelming ult advantage. They have everything except for Nat Ray. Hua Yu's Blade, Lego's Rally. It shouldn't be enough. They're just going to double down, probably pawn his bubbles into Hua Yu and just see if he can clutch with Blade. But it should be so hard for him. Now, Blade will come out from Hua Yu. He needs to do so much. Bubbles trying to come his way. Will get bashed, will get forced back in, but Pepe's actually killed Gafreem as that Rampage comes through, and no one's antied. The Rally has been dropped as well from Lego. Beware of a kill. Starts found nothing with the Blade. Minute has invested the overclock. Beware of the goddamn kills for Vesta. It's all falling apart. They had 4 ults. They popped them all through and they get 1 measly kill for it.
Oh, it's always Vesterable, Xavier. This kill on Lego, it doesn't mean shit. Even if Way lose now, I mean, the series is already over, mate. Garoom up on the high ground, on Ramatra for some reason, coming up to Zarya, dropping into the back line, pops the shift, misses everything with the form. Minute on swing, taken down by Aid's rail. Korean caster goes absolutely mild over it as well. Love to see it. Way, they're scrapping it out on the card. Garoom goes down, make it a 5 versus 3. Just pack them up, tie the bow, it's done. Way, they are going to full push Hollywood with a 1-minute time bank. Vesta, just give up, boys. You're never winning a series in this tournament.
Oh my god, what an absolute travesty there. When they lose the first neutral on first point, it can happen, right? And then when they lose the second neutral, and then the second point, oh, they're at all disadvantage, so they're trying to play slow, but what they do by playing slow is they just allow a situation to happen where all of a sudden they have the Ray, they have the Rampage, and it's a checkpoint fight because they can see just so much space for free Vesta. So for Way, the decision is easy. We have to stay on point. We have a Ray, we have a Rampage. It's a camp fight. Let's just press our buttons on point. Vesta Crew have no choice but to contest, and it's an absolute disaster. 6 on the board for Way. When was the last time you saw a 6 on the board in a hybrid or an escort?
I mean, it genuinely feels like a relic of the past. It's something that, you know, maybe we saw a little bit of in like Overwatch 1 GOATS metas and stuff like that, you know, with these like big, heavy old cycle comps where teams were just terrible at the macro game. But nowadays, like, it just never happens. Vesta, I mean, they're truly pioneers, bringing us into a new era of Overwatch 2 where a team can be so bad at the macro game that even when they have overwhelming ult advantages and the enemy team has full objective pressure, just needs to touch card, they still find a way to fuck it up. It's a beautiful thing, really. And I mean, there's nothing brings me more pleasure than watching Dart lose with Spinal week after week.
It's unbelievable. They're going to play more of a Juno Brig, more of a Queen, more of a Genji. Sojin, they've had some success in this series, but we felt like the momentum was swinging away from Vesta, and that pendulum has catapulted so far in Wei's favour. I don't think Vesta can even see it anymore. They're going to go for an initial neutral, miss onto that rail from Ade, who will slide back now. Will be forced to the back of the map here, but still another rail catches Dart with that one, so Dart's a little bit weak. Ade nearly gets traded by Minute, but just body shots right now. Dart's going to dash in, looking for something, but doesn't find it. Now needs to be careful, just about wall climbs his way out of there. Vesta have a foothold on point, but Ade finds the opening shot, and Gafriem's going to get deleted right now. Ade's going to challenge Minute on the high ground as well. They are all forced back. Any trades? They do get the Juno trade, so it's not the worst thing in the world. And the good news is, they did have a 3-minute time bank, so they've got a bit more time at least.
Look, a bit more time is... Look, there's no optimism here. I'm just not buying into this one at all, you know? 2 minutes on the clock. It's just 2 minutes of like a long, drawn-out humiliation ritual. Because these guys, even when you hand them the win on a silver platter, they still manage to fuck it up beyond belief. This is just 2 minutes of us watching Vesta scrape their heads against the pavement so they can finally walk off the stage and bring us to the next map. Absolutely, or match rather, absolutely shameful from them. Garoom comes in with the shout, up in main, actually winning this neutral right now. Peppy's in a lot of trouble. Peppy will fall. Slash comes in from Garoom as well. Sign of life for them now. Blocking two Pep or Garoom, holding the inside room. So this should be okay now. This should be Wei actually losing the first point. Vesta rolling into the second, but Aid comes in with an overclock flank but finds absolutely nothing. Minute comes back with his own overclock and will actually just clean house. Everything was invested by Wei there as well. That was double support ultimate. And wait, I don't want to sound optimistic for Vesta here, but is that not an insane fight for Vesta?
That's absolutely outrageous. The overclock flank, 100% got time for it, hit the overclock flank, chance to retake, chance to clutch, or maybe even at the very least force out a support op from Vesta. But then Wei, they seem to think it's winnable after Ade loses that overclock duel, invest both support ops, and now, I mean, we've seen some bad economy recently, but it feels like Wei happy to pour all of their money down the drain as well. The good news for Wei, they've got 6 points to work with, so they can hopefully bleed out some of these Vesta ops and get it back. Now, the next fight round the corner, Rally's going to be invested, who are going to drop the blade, but Spinal wasted the bash before the blade. Rampage over the top from Peppy. Gafriem has his. They are still trading it. They need to keep this one contested. Peppy's still looking for more. They've made it a bit of a dogfight here. Gafriem might die late. They've got 10 seconds left, so they need to factor in the touch here. They need to be careful. Respawns do favour the attackers here, and Wei gonna realise that, gonna back it off. They got both support outs there, Wei, which isn't a bad trade, but still ult advantage for Vesta.
Gafriem an absolute cuck there. It was a 2 versus 2. He didn't need to touch card for almost another 10 seconds. He had Peppy right where he wanted him, and he just let him slip away. Really cowardly move from him there. Aid just shifting across high ground to high ground, getting a whole lot of nothing done. Gafriem, he pops the rampage, catches Peppy, will take Peppy down, but 2 for 2 trades? Wei didn't even use an ultimate for this one. High ground maintained by Ade. Dart knows that he needs to go for it, fluffs the start of the blade, but he will not fluff the end of it. Ade is still up there on the high ground. Object permanence, not the strong suit of Vesta though. Shout invested by Gafriem. Where is Ade now? Hiding over on the staircase towards the Mega. One more chance for Wei to recontest this one. They've got the support ultimates coming up soon. They are going to rush out onto this one though. And Vesta, they're glued to the objective. Gafriem already taken rather low. No healers there to keep him alive. Second shout comes on, but it's not really looking like it's going to be enough, to be quite frank. Wei, they're 97% on that. Oh my god, Minute takes down Lee Sumin. Spinal goes down, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. And no orbital ray now. Lego taken down before getting the rally as well. Dart comes in with 2. Minute taken down. It's a 2 versus 2 in the overtime right now. But Genji, he's glued to the card. He catches the slash, and who are you and Peppy? They clean up. Vesta just can't do it. Always Vesterable.
They just can't do it. Nearly clutched at the end.
It's always Vesterable. Dude, like, the fact that they got capped with time. Like, all they had to do was block cart for, like, look, they're like crying, dude. Like, they're fucking just... Every time these guys lose, they go into, like, a borderline fugue state. Like, they're just locked in, staring at the monitors in disbelief. But, like, if it happens this many times, you should just be, like, completely comfortable with what's going on. You should be used to it.
The problem is, there's always... Because it's one thing if you just get blown out, right? I've had a season with London where we just got blown out, and eventually you sort of get numb to the pain because you almost just know it's inevitable. But Vesta, there's always just enough hope to rope you back in, right? You know, that Hanoka Poker happens, and they lose the last fight, and you're like, ah, yeah, it's Festival. And that one didn't hurt. But then they win Runasapi, they full cap with time on Hollywood, and then all of a sudden, they've done enough to generate hope. Hope is coming out of the seams just to have it thrown away. And you can see it as well. It just, they were winning that neutral. It was really competitive on Hinoka when there's maybe no pressure. When they were just attacking Hollywood, no pressure, they do really well. But as soon as it starts to slip away from them, it just slips further and further and further away, and they lose control of the map, the series, everything. And that'll be why it's always Festival in reality, right? That they, whenever it gets to these clutch moments, as Gator would say, the lights maybe get a little bit too bright at the new venue.
The new venue does kind of look like it's got a couple of bright lights, but the old venue had way more bright lights. That was an incredible cinema setup. So I don't know, man. I do feel as if, you know, this is not a bright light situation. Vesta was punished in the old setup for an entire stage of OWCS career. So they should be well and truly familiar with the bright light configuration at this point. Nice one, Lego. Great TP from you, Minute. Absolute bomb. Alright. I think prolonged slop into... Is this the first match?
This was the first match, yes. We've been on quite a journey, but we're actually only a third of the way through the day.
Fuck me.
And then...
I think I drank all the beer in my fridge too. I don't think I even have anything to drink today. Oh, God.
There's a lot of water in cucumber, mate. You'll be alright.
There's a couple more cucumbers in the fridge. You want anyway, I'll get slop. See you in the next one.
Catch you in the next one. Morning 7M. Spinal Rally equals death. Yeah, who are you win? Yeah. I don't know why. I don't know why it still hurts, but it just always hurts again because it's always Vesterable, but they always make you think it's not Vesterable. They just do enough to hook you back in for one more disappointment. There's always one more disappointment just around the corner. Oh. So, that's Vesta Crew's fate sealed. Feel like you missed an insane match. Yeah, insane, not in the OWCS Asia Stage 2 Grand Finals. Insane, but insane as unbelievable. Unbelievable that it unfolded the way it did. Well, I say that, but I'm almost immediately correcting myself to it's insane it happened, but in many ways it was also the most predictable outcome. What's most insane is that it just keeps happening, keeps happening. I mean, credit to Wei, that also secures Wei's spot in the playoff bracket. So Wei will get their way out of group. I guess it doesn't actually technically secure them. MSG needs to lose to Pokerface to secure it, but they'll win on map difference anyway, actually. So yeah, so Wei have secured themselves. Either way. Even if MSG was a 3-0 Pokerface, which has to be one of the most unlikely results. So Wei have all but secured themselves this spot to face Zeta in the playoff bracket later this week. Falcon not playing, not until late in this week. So what we've had in this tournament has been a group stage and a playoff bracket. We're on the last day of groups right now, but Falcons and Crazy Raccoon, they got a bye to the upper bracket. So starting Thursday, we'll see Falcons and Crazy Raccoon. They'll play their first games. We're just finishing groups first and seeing who will be the teams. Who will be the teams to go and meet them there. And then next, not even next week, sorry, it's this week. It's from Thursday onwards. Thursday, and then I think it's something like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, something like that. We're in for a pretty good treat of some pretty good Overwatch, Hero Band tournament, Hazard enabled, all the things you probably want to see right now with the new patch and everything. So, in for a good week of Overwatch, actually. In for a good week of Overwatch. We're just going to wait for our next team. So it does leave us with two completely dead rubber games. We're going to get Genesis versus CP, two teams who are both yet to win a map, who really must sit in some kind of, I mean, the toilet bowl-esque situation here. then MSG versus Pokerface, which should just be straightforward for Pokerface in terms of just locking themselves up 3-0 in this group. So not too much at stake in reality, but still nice to see more of a meta, and that's what we'll have to focus on. Oh, how do they? Vegetable Theory, so fucked. It's just. See, the start of this attack, they start to lock in again. And in reality, the distance that Vesta got it on their second attack on Hollywood is more than reasonable. They got it mostly to the end of second. Should have been so possible to deal with. Oh, who are you actually 1 HP? Look at that. Who are you is 1 HP? If Jinsung wins that 1v1 at the end, I don't know if they can kill the Queen quick enough before respawns come back in, but it's really playable. But again, all of this stems from not really a problem with either of their attacks. It was their defenses. Their defenses were travesties of missed game management. But onwards and upwards, and we're now going to watch Genesis versus CP. So, Genesis versus CP. Two teams you might have, I guess, mixed familiarity with. Genesis, you'll see a lot of familiar names here. Wait, can you see this on? You can see this on screen. Okay, yeah, my cam's not blocking anything. So Genesis, you'll be familiar with a lot of these names. Kalios, obviously, most people will know. Faith and Maka. Faith has actually probably looked like their best player despite not winning a map yet. Hidden and Taechong, kind of okay DPS. You know, nothing to write home about really. On the Crazy Panda side, we've got, I think, a lot more new faces, at least for me. Fearful has been mostly their starting tank. They've had Archie as their hit scan. Both Scarlet and Dodo have both played Genji for them. And then we've got Search and Lavender on the support line. And I think Crazy Panda also yet to win a map, so I'll keep it real with you. But I think they've probably looked... their 3-0s were closer than Genesis's 3-0s. I'll give you that much, right? So how much you want to read into that or give their power level, we'll wait and see. But I think Crazy Panda, in this game, while the stakes aren't high, I think in terms of closeness of these two rosters, I think it might be closer than you might think on paper. I think Archie looked pretty good on the hit scan for the most part. I think Dodo has had some really high highs, a lot of lows as well in it. Whereas Scarlet came in at the end of their last map, map 3, and put in a pretty reasonable performance. So a bit of a question here for Crazy Panda. Do they start with Scarlet? Do they start with Dodo? Which way are they going to go with it? But other than that, I think a pretty reasonable team. No standout stars, I guess would be fair to say. There's nobody who I look at on this roster and that we've seen play so far, and I think really stand out as a future star. You know, when we watch Vesta and there's a sort of element that actually Dart is kind of a carry player, the focal point for this team. Doesn't feel like Crazy Panda really have someone who's emerged as that so far for them in this tournament. But this should be their best chance to get a win. And even though it won't get them into the playoff bracket or out of groups, I think it's still an important game. It's a more important game for Crazy Panda than it is Genesis, just in terms of showing you can beat some of these older established talents. Oh, really? Is that true, Ruff? You got the history books out? Yeah, what's interesting about Wei is we saw him against MSG and they were quite dominant. We saw him lose to Pokerface and it seemed pretty straightforward for Pokerface, honestly. So I don't know, my impression of the power rankings is you probably still have this kind of top 3 situation, Falcons, Crazy Raccoon, Zeta, I think Pokerface are the closest team to this. Hajuk Dan in 5th, and then Way actually almost a tier below these other 5 teams. So that's how I'm picturing it right now based on what we've seen historically and what I see now. But yeah. I think the problem is once you start to play some of the big boys here, is they kind of just have star players on all of these roles. You take away the Genesis, yeah. Yeah, I'd agree. I think really when I look at these, to be fair, when I look at all of these rosters, and when I say all of these rosters, I mean like Vesta, Genesis, Crazy Panda, MSG, Way. They're all kind of nothing teams. As in, I don't expect any of these rosters to go particularly far. I mean, with half of them been eliminated already, but I don't know how many bright spots there really are across all of these rosters, right? Like, who are you? Bit hot and cold, really, on the Genji. Maybe past his prime. Ade has his moments. Maybe that's about it. Faith still looks a really solid support. I think out of all of these players, if you'd ask me all of these teams, do any of the players look like they're ready to play on one of the teams above? I think Faith falls into that category. Maybe you can push Dart probably towards the top end of that as well. But the problem is with being a flex DPS in Korea is there's 1 billion good flex DPS in Korea, so you really need to be creme de la creme to have a chance of breaking into one of these top teams. The only one I think, you know, if we talk about maybe the best way to sort of frame this, if we frame this a little bit in reality, is these top rosters, Crazy Raccoon, Falcons, and Zeta, are probably quite established. We're going to see minimal changes for next year. But if T1 come in and sign a new roster, who should they really be looking at? And I think out of these 5 teams, these bottom teams, I think probably only Faith is the one that comes up. And then really, I think T1, if they can't break up the big 3, the Crazy Raccoon, Falcon, Zeta, which I think will be really hard for them, then they're probably, my guess is it'll be some kind of hybrid of these 2 teams, potentially, of Hajuk Dan and Pokerface. Maybe if they could get someone or Merit or something, that would be a pretty big upgrade. That's for rumor at least, but it's all just gossip at the moment. I don't think anyone's signed anything. But even then, that's only 2 players, right? So even if we work on the basis that the rumor's true, they are going to get someone, they are going to get Merit, then where are they getting their 3 players from? It's probably going to be, it's just going to be a combination of Hajuk Dan and Pokerface. Do you think Dark could go to EMEA? I think what's true is if you exist in Korea, and let's say if you're on Zeta Division, you're on Falcons, you're on Crazy Raccoon, and we can probably add T1 to this equation as well. And if you're on T1, that is probably the optimal if you're a Korean player. You get to play in your own region, you get to play against all the top teams all the time, and you're on one of the top teams yourself. This is the ideal. And as much as maybe it's hard to qualify for LAN because of the minimal LAN spots, etc., there's still Esports World Cup, which you should be able to qualify for. And you get to play one, you don't have to go abroad. And you still get very high level of competition. You get an all-Korean team, etc., Lots of the intangible benefits as well as probably get a decent salary. If you are outside this top 4, I think going abroad is the best play. If you're interested in, I want to make money while I play. I want to make the most money I can, / play on the best team I can, / have the best chance to qualify for an event. I think if you look at it this year, right? If we reverse engineer some of this logic, look at it this year. Hajuk Dan, what did they get to do this year? Just play in Korea and didn't qualify, right? Just play in Korea, didn't qualify for anything. But what did Kellen, Attack, MCD, Bliss, what did they get to do? I mean, maybe I'm missing someone as well. But they all got to go and compete at the LANs. They got to travel, they got full salaries, everything like this, you know? So I think if you're not in these top 4 teams in Korea, you should be heavily considering, can I get myself on one of these other rosters abroad? Because I think what Kellen and Attack and MCD and Bliss did was the correct decision from a career perspective. Yeah, I think Donghack will return, almost certainly. Opener and Top Dragon, yeah, another good example, yeah. Yeah, exactly. And then you think of the jobs that are available in Korea. Are Crazy Raccoon gonna sign anyone? Maybe another flex DPS? Maybe not. Are Falcons gonna sign anyone? Probably to replace Smurf. But again, that Smurf position, really, it seems like it's either going to be someone or it's going to be Donghack, right? I don't think anyone else fits the fits the bill in terms of carrier players. Is Zeta Division? They said they're looking for a new tank, but I don't really understand. I don't really understand why, I guess, because Burner's going to play one more year. They have P-Sung, so I don't know why. But then, what other jobs are there? Like, if you're Mag, if you're Viper, if you're Zest, if you're MN3, if you don't get the T1, if you get the T1 job, it's probably fine. But if you don't get the T1 job, I think you really should heavily consider going abroad and trying to maybe link up with one of these partnership teams in EMEA in North America and just become an import player for someone else. Well, you never know, right, Eltar? Because I think on paper as well, the Chio Fielder Donghack reunion seems unlikely. But, you know, never rule anything out. Because I think on paper, Donghack suits... Donghack plus Hanbin feels more suitable than someone plus Hanbin, right? But they'd both be great signings. How does Pokerface hit in that whole equation? I think it's hard, right? Because it depends on the Team T1 build. If you want to use Goomba Theory, what you should do as T1 is you should try and break apart some of these other teams when you sign players. But I don't know if T1... I know T1 is a big deal in Korea, but I don't know if T1 actually has the pull to take any Crazy Raccoon, Falcons, or Zeta Division players. Because I think if T1 can't break up these big three, then I don't think they break into the big three. They need to disrupt. If they just try and sign the best players from outside of that, I mean, what's the best roster? I know some people, it's probably like someone, let's say someone in Merit probably seems about as good a start as you can have, right? If you did someone Merit, and then where would you go? Knife is probably the best one there. And then what's your backline? Like, yeah, you can have Viper as like a second DPS. I think that would be reasonable enough. And that maybe covers some of the holes in Merit's hero pool that Vigilante Bliss. Yeah, Vigi Bliss probably seems about as good as you can do, right? I mean, and this is not a bad roster by any means, of course. But does this beat... Because the question really, if you're T1, the question is, does this beat Zeta Division? Does it beat Crazy Raccoons? Does it beat Falcons? I don't think so. I mean, it's certainly not a bad team, but I really don't think it beats them. I feel like Checkmate... Checkmate would be a good shout. If you replaced either, like, probably Viper with Checkmate, that would be reasonable as well. If it goes close with Zeta, it's possible, but... I don't think Checkmate is washed. I think when we saw Checkmate at the Esports World Cup, I actually thought it was actually really... Despite Fnatic's struggles, I thought he was really good. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, Guildform, that those two teams have too much talent that nobody can realistically aim to beat them. But then what is the point if you're T1? Like, whether you think it's... Like, that's what T1 has to aim for, right? I find it hard to believe that T1 would just come in... Well, we'll just come in and be the 4th best team in the region. You have to sign from... Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Benny. I think if you're T1, you have to find a way to break up Crazy Raccoon, Falcons, and Zeta Division. I just don't know how feasible that is. Because if you can't break up those teams, I think it's... Maybe Zeta is the most reachable. But I think it's really hard. I think it's really hard. The Goomba strat, exactly, yeah. Because you got to remember, with the exception of Esports World Cup, we're talking about 2 spots, right? 2 spots. So you don't just need to beat Zeta Division in this hypothetical. You need to beat Zeta Division +1. And the plus, the Zeta division, I can cop that in this roster. You know, certain meta probably has it, or has a chance to compete with them. And I think they'll still be competitive. I'm not saying this team's just going to lose like 3-0 to these teams every single time. They have a chance to take series. But Crazy Raccoon and Falcons, really hard to reach. Genji join in as well. What Genji gonna sign? There's so yeah, I think so. If I'm T1, I need to find a way to break up this big three, but I don't think they can. So I think they'll probably just end up with a roster somewhat like this, at least like most of these pieces, maybe 1 or 2 different or something. And I think that'll be a good team, and they'll be competitive in the games, but I find it hard to believe they're gonna overtake, especially the top 2, and maybe even Zeta division as well. Surely it won't be 2. I mean, I think we'll have more for the Esports World Cup, but I think for OWCS it'll stay at 2. We lost 3 to both Falcons and Crazy Raccoon and Zeta to the hit scan upgrade. I don't think he's going anywhere. They said there would be even regional land slots in the short middle. What does even regional land slots mean?
제네시스 경기 준비되고 있습니다. 먼저 크레이지 판다의 선수들 무대로 모셔보겠습니다.
We're gonna walk out. We're gonna walk out. Free fee free. Are you sure? For real?
네, 여러 선수들로 구성된 크레이지 판다. 특히 이제 딜러들의 활약이
maybe I missed that interview
인상적입니다.
그쵸.
They're really going up to 9 spots. I feel like they would have made a bigger deal out of that, no?
보여주는 것들이 굉장히 많았었고,
네.
그리고
Maybe I'm just fucking oblivious.
타 지역에서 혹은
Yeah, I thought that would have been like, that's the thing everyone's been crying about, so I would have thought they would have made like a bigger deal for it. Free wouldn't work for a bracket, surely. You'd have to do a group stage, but they don't have time for a group stage. Presumably, if they only get 3 days again, if they have more than 3 days. Even land slots might just mean they take turns having one less slot.
그렇습니다. 그리고 이들의 맞서는 팀 제네시스입니다.
Yeah, if you can find the reference, because this game's about, we're going to be here for a while, right? We still got 2 more games, so we can figure out between. Free for all skins. Yeah, because the partnership teams is going to be an even split, I think, from what I understand. Free in North America, free in EMEA, free in free in I guess Korea. I don't know if like Korea and Asia are sort of grouped together in there.
진짜 단맛 같은 꿀맛 같은 승리를 오늘 경험할 수가 있게 되겠고요. 그래서 그 어느 때보다 비장한 경기가 되지 않을까 싶어요.
네, 많은 분들의 사랑을 받고 있는 만큼 이렇게 관객분들과 좀 소통하면서 무대로
Also, there is China. Yeah, I mean, they've not confirmed anything about China yet, right? My expectation for China next year is we would only see China at the Esports World Cup. They might have their own tournaments, self-contained, with the Chinese teams, but we would only see them at an international event through Esports World Cup rather than through OWCS.
또 이제 겐지로 임팩트 있는 장면들을 많이 보여줬었기 때문에 오늘도 좀 활약상을 기대를 해보도록 하겠습니다. 근데
Yeah, I mean when Skewed came back, didn't he, for that Aurora Cup, and he looks okay, but nothing more than okay. Obviously it was like a heavy Juno meta, so maybe just by not being caught out you look fine. It's hard to have like some of the same pop-off carry performances you might have on some other heroes. But he looked fine. He looked fine on that Hajuk team. So skewed Bliss or something would be quite reasonable. To throw it back to those sort of hypothetical Korean rosters for a second. I mean, I think Skewed. The thing is, Skewed's a really good player, great hero pool, flexible player, good teammate. Everyone likes Skewed. The problem with Skewed is just how close to that peak level is he now? How can he get to that peak level? Because peak Skewed, I feel like, is a no-brainer. It's just what Skewed are you getting, right? Are you getting Gladiator Skewed, or are you getting old Skewed, or like older Skewed? Ilios map 1, nobody tell Chris.
일단 뭐 인게임 안에서의 확인을 해봐야겠습니다.
Don't let him know.
모티브는 혹시 포커페이스인가? 라는 생각이 좀 들어요.
그렇습니다. 아니면은 이 어떤 약간 팀 이름 비슷한 팀 있잖아요.
아 그죠.
예, 그 팀과 같은 공격력을 좀 선보일 가능성도 있지 않을까라는 기대가
Alright, so this probably explains why Scarlet and Dodo
그쵸.
was in the roster, because we're going to get Tracer Echo on at least Well, at least Lighthouse.
비슷한 느낌을 좀 준비를 해왔을지
네.
아니면은 본인들만의 개성 혹은 이번에 그룹 스테이지 단계 때 공개됐던 탑 팀의 매력을
Obviously, Genesis don't have the same luxury, so they will just be either making it work with a hit scan, as we've obviously seen. We've seen Toronto try and make work before, and Ents as well at Stockholm.
해저드를 쓸 거라면은 뭐
Or they'll just have
가장 심플하게는
hidden flex. Not really seen hidden on too much else, so we'll see how he stacks up. But at least on paper, the fact that they've got the extra DPS player, probably slight advantage to Crazy Panda here. We're going to check out the bans as well. Interesting. So actually, okay. Crazy Panda. Actually, Genesis ban first. They're going to ban Echo. So we talked about Tracer Echo. So actually, a very smart ban from Genesis. We can't run double flex deep. We can't run Tracer Echo. So we're just going to ban fucking Echo. So now you can't run Tracer Echo either. And nobody will run Tracer Echo and everything will be okay for us. So actually, Cranium Kalios with a very intelligent pick, and Crazy Panda are going to respond with an Anaban, presumably also maybe wanting to force it away from a dive mirror. I don't know which direction they're going to go with that. You'd expect it just becomes Kiri Lucio, potentially, or Juno Brig. Those are the sort of de facto backlines in play in this tournament so far. But actually really like that pick really like that ban from Genesis. I think Genesis have done as best as they can to maybe solve Nacilio's problem a little bit for them. Alright, ready to lock in.
네, 크레이지 판다 제네시스의 첫 번째 세트 1위였습니다.
Okay, we're going to start on Ruins. So out of all the stages on Ilios, Ruins plays most like, I guess, the standard stages where we might see slightly different comps. What we'll really get to see how these teams adapt is once we go over to Lighthouse and Well. Because those, again, these are the typical Echo Tracer maps, these are the typical Ana Brig maps, which of course neither team can run. For now though, looks like we might just be getting a bit of classic here. A bit of classic Hazard, Mirror, Kiri, Lucio both sides, Genji, Sojin on both sides. Looks like Dodo will TP. Genesis not going to TP out of spawn here, so slightly faster for Crazy Panda, and they're going to use the Widow here instead as well, Max.
Yeah, the Widow could be quite good because I do think that it actually takes advantage of Kalios' pick. I think that it's actually going to be rather difficult for Kalios to close the gap to the Widowmaker. God. Well, it doesn't actually matter whether or not you can close the gap to the Widowmaker if Taejong is just going to take the most ridiculous side fight and then whiff really aggressively afterwards and just go down to Dodo inside. Hits the hard kills, misses on the easy ones, but a great start for Genesis. Thank you, Taejong, for just gifting a win.
Really well played by Taejong there. We talk about these situations, how can they connect on the Widow? Going to be a lot of responsibility on Taejong to do that here. Scarlet will obviously try and mark it, but we're hoping it goes a little bit better than last time. But Scarlet already low once again. Crazy Panda having a hard time getting themselves back onto point here. So much damage onto Fearful, he will just go down. Taejong claims another one, goes back to deal with this Genji as well. And Scarlet, his stay might be overdue as he's going to get chased out and finished off by Taejong. All the kills for Taejong so far. Oh.
Taejong, he's just a professional scalper. On the other side, Dodo, he is the scalper for Crazy Panda. Taejong collects another one. Unbelievable. Like a real flow state performance here. What I was trying to say in the first fight is I thought that the Widow would have legs because I thought it would be too difficult for Kalios to close the gap. I thought Hazard can't quite get there. The shift not quite giving you enough range. But it seems to not matter because, again, Taejong, he's just got this side completely marked down, consistently winning it, getting picks in the neutral. Dodo coming back on the Widowmaker right now, just going to play a distant angle. You can see Crazy Panda, they pushed up very far towards the mega side, but immediately the downfall catches the Genji. Scarlet just going to go down to Kalios' block. So again, Genesis, they should be cleaning this fight up. They're nearly C90, but they're not going to quite get that done. So Genesis, I mean, another clean fight win, only one ultimate invested.
You see there, Scarlet tries to make an aggressive move here to threaten the backline, but when he makes that aggressive move to threaten the backline, the job of marking the Taejong Faith duo to protect his Widow, there's nobody to do that. So Faith's able to go through and get the Widow kill right now, and Dodo having a really hard time getting into this game right now. Crazy Panda not utilising their Widow.
Can you keep filling? I'm so sorry.
I'm gonna keep filling. Kitsune Rush comes in from Mac, and Lavender will match it now. Fearful does have the downpour to throw over top. Search is gonna go for a low HP beat, gets it off though, and that's gonna see him over the top. Faith 3% short. That means the double support ult comes through. Wolves was thrown into that one as well, so Dodo's just gonna swap onto the Sojourn. And one way to, if you're struggling to get value out of the Widow, just get onto the Sojourn, take the mirror, take more of a direct fight here. Had to use both ults now though, so even though Crazy Panda, they have control of the map and the point. They have Kalios behind them and Faith coming back with a beat here. So a difficult fight. It's going to be Scarlet to kick it off. We'll get that beat out, and now Taejong trying to cut people down. The downpour comes out, but will just be waited out by Taejong, so doesn't get anything for that with Fearful. But leave it to Taejong with his blade, so we're just going to go into another neutral. Hidden about to have that overclock. Could be the deciding factor here. They deal with Scarlet's aggression. They deal with Search's aggression. They're all just going to funnel into Hidden's gun, and he will finish them all off there. They had to spend more ults for it here, but they get themselves control of point, and it might just be control of map. Dodo's going to swing in for one more optimistic one. Dodo, not a hit scan player by trade normally, but struggled on that one. A strong start. Yeah, we've mostly seen him play Genji.
Wait, so the Genji player is on hit scan and Scarlet is on Genji? Is that how that works? Crazy Panda, they're just completely switching things up?
No, so they have a third DPS player, Archie, who has been their Sojourn player mostly. So they did Archie, Sojourn, and then Dodo played most of the Genji. Then when they were struggling in their last match, Scarlet came in and played Genji as well. And this time they kicked off with Scarlet and Dodo both in the roster here, which is question marks, I guess, exactly how they fill it out. Because my initial thought was, it's Ilios, right? Tracer Echo in most places. But then obviously Echo's been banned, so I don't know if they're just going to trace a Genji here. We'll get our answer here on Lighthouse.
I mean, is Archie crook or something? Is that the issue here? Like, we just don't know. Archie's just missing in action.
Oh, they are just going to go Tracer Genji, so they're essentially just the next best thing to Tracer Echo, maybe just Tracer Genji if that hero's banned out here. I do really like this ban from Genesis, because Genesis, they have a hit scan player, they don't have two flex DPS players, but it's actually Search who's going to fall first. Counter dive is pretty good though, and now Dodo in trouble on coast. Faith is going to win that one, gets himself away on point as well, and he's chipped away from all of this. Taejong and Faith really taken over a little bit on point here, despite the early kills they lost. They're going to regroup onto high ground now, and they can probably just stabilize and reset. Kalio's going to look for this one. Suzu has been forced, can't hit a shot unfortunately, but still gets all the cooldowns out. Taejong going to regroup on high ground. Fearful is trying to hunt him down as Dodo comes back right now, but they're dealing with Kalios behind, and a really scrappy fight to kick this one off.
Very scrappy, but look, the Crazy Panda Gambit, it has paid off. Getting Dodo off the hit scan over to the Genji where they're a little bit more comfortable. Even if we didn't see them packing everyone up in the first fight, you can see they're doing more in the neutral. Hidden, Sojourn on Lighthouse. I mean, this is always a difficult one, to be perfectly honest. It's really difficult to get yourself a good angle. And Fearful going down, this is a really favorable trade for Genesis. So even though Crazy Panda, I mean, I was trying to sing their praises, the fact that they've lost their tank so early on in the piece, Kalios just playing his life, getting taken oh so low, but not going down. That's the difference maker. Oh, Hidden with a nice little fade away onto Search as well. For a second there, I thought someone was actually going to play their life and get away in this series, but no chance whatsoever. Kalios now pretty significantly ahead on the downpour charge, just bullying on this high ground. Complete control for him, and now the Genesis are in control. Hidden, he's got the luxury of the angles. He can actually hold a safe position, do some damage on Fearful's walk. Fearful's just going all in early on, trying to get onto Hidden, but he's not going to find any value at all. It's a complete feed.
Dodo's able to trade for kill eventually, but tank disadvantage. Downpour comes down, just kills Dodo with that one, catches for Kiri as well. We've seen Kalios use a lot of these downpours defensively. Wait until the other Hazard or the Genji or the Tracer, they commit onto the backline, or you force the Kiri TP. Turn around, 180, drop that downpour behind you, catch some of those targets, secure yourself some kills as well as pulling for your backline. Successful one for Kalios here, they remain in control, but now coming up to the big ult fight, all the support ults online.
Every support ultimate is online for them, but the blade comes out from Taejong so early. Double support ultimate invested from Genesis and Crazy Panda both. So a crazy exchange of ultimates right now, all coming down to Fearful, who has that downpour against all odds. It's actually going to be Hidden going down before they can get the overclock off as well. So now 4 versus 4, but the trades with the downpour from Fearful, surely it's going to be enough for Crazy Panda to take this one. They flip the cap during the chaos as well. They might want to consider staggering Kalios if possible, but that is a heavy hitting hero. hero. You can see Scarlet, no, that's Faith wall riding out, and Kalios actually goes off the map as well. But really not a bad fight at all for Crazy Panda. They get the retake. It wasn't cheap, but they've still got the pulse bomb for the next fight, and Genesis only have that overclock as well.
Only have that overclock, and we see some of the downsides of a Sojin here trying to come in. Retake as well, difficult for the Sojin again. They are all over this overclock. Hidden doesn't get a chance to pop it. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but the ult has been taken off the out of the fight, and now they're just doubling down in the spawn here. Dodo's looking for more. Faith is trying to peel for Taejong. Faith and Taejong have been a deadly duo so far, but Fearful is still finding kills, and they've traded it out so they can walk a little bit here. They can start going for free, but it might be difficult for him to get the flip unless Taejong can find more kills. He might have gone too far.
Good God, Taejong in a little bit of trouble here with no cooldowns, but it looks like he will be healed up. Hidden pops the overclock on the high ground, and immediately Fearful is there. Insane pulse bomb from Scarlet there, catches Hidden during the overclock. Dodo dashes in, gets the triple headshot, takes down Marker, dashes out of Kalios' downpour. Cannot do any better than that, can Dodo. And now just cleaning up the kill on Kalios. It's going to be a very scrappy contest for the side of Genesis. Faith wall riding in, he's oh so fast, he needs to get out and try and get the beat off, but no, Lavender Dink Machine takes him down, and this is not just a staggered touch anymore. This is basically end of the line. Downpour comes out across the map, and that's going to be all she wrote. 1-1 scoreline.
1-1 scoreline, and we see some of the problems. I think Genesis made a good decision with their banning the Echo, trying to make double flex DPS harder on these maps when normally it's much stronger than the hit scan. But the problem we still see, even with the Sojin, even with Echo out of the equation, you still see these scrappy mid fights where everyone is just diving both backlines and everything's going on. All of a sudden, it's so hard to keep Hidden up in these situations. Same with the retakes. They want to move Hidden into a good position, which is easy enough when you control the map, but when you have to retake up that bridge area, you just see how early Crazy Panda are able to go and how difficult they can make Hidden's life. And we're going to go on to Well now, and honestly, it's going to be even harder for the hit scan because Lighthouse, a bigger map. Well, very small, very compact, really hard for Hidden to get a meaningful angle here that doesn't put himself in very direct peril from these dives.
I do think that Ruins was the best map for the Sojin here on Well. Before on Lighthouse, again, these are just not maps known for the Sojin, so they're really playing into Crazy Panda's hand. This Tracer Genji, it's good on all 3 points, or all 2 points rather, where the Sojin is weak. Fearful straight away gets this pick onto Taejong. Hidden 14% to an overclock, not doing any damage. Shifting up to a high ground position where you're safe, but your angle is no good. You're not doing enough in the neutral. Crazy Panda, they're just swarming all over Genesis. They've got the player advantage. They've secured the cap now, and Genesis, I mean, they're running all over the place. Dodo dashes in, doesn't actually secure the kill, will get it in the end, but not before being traded out. But again, these trades are going in Crazy Panda's favor.
Going in Crazy Panda's favor, and not only is Hidden having to play a more passive angle, I feel like he's also actually taking more resources from his Kiri and Lucio as well. So not only are they having to play a more passive angle, they're pouring more resources into that survivability as well, which all just means Dodo and Scarlet, they have less contest. It allows Search and Lavender to play a more aggressive role. And now Scarlet, he goes all the way in, but doesn't get the recall off. Bit of a disaster here for Crazy Panda on the early engage. They still manage to get Hidden out of it because poor old Hidden just can't catch a break as they are on top of him. And another aggressive early fight success for Crazy Panda here. Very aggressive on these holds. It's paying off for them here. And poor old Hidden, he just can't get in. Downpour to try and turn it from Kalios. Optimistic at best.
Good grief, Kalios' age is showing. He's starting to lose his grip on reality. Dementia is setting in. He's flashbacked to a different time of his life where he thought that, you know, maybe you can turn a 1 versus 5 with a downpour. Not really sure what's going through his head there. And now Genesis, I mean, off the back of Kalios' downpour, they're setting themselves up for a 0 to 100 defeat. Super deep dive. Lavender TPs in, throws down the Kitsune Rush, hits the shots on Hidden. Dodo absolutely has his way with Taejong, dashing towards the spawn now for another staggered kill onto Kalios, who can't get out to save his life. This is unbelievable. 1 fight left and still 4 ults for Crazy Panda. 1 right now for Genesis.
So difficult for him, and Hidden, look at this. He's not going to get this overclock in this match. It's going to be another blade coming out. Doesn't find anything initially. Beat over top. He catches Maka. Faith has no blade to protect him. Pulse Bomb is good as well. DPS land their ults. They're going to try and force their way to point anyway. Kitsune Rush invested, but they're all so low. Poor Faith doesn't have the beat, and Crazy Panda, aggressive holds, diving this Sojin. 77% for Sojin finishes on for ult. Absolutely blows from out of the water on Well.
이번 SOOP Cup
Yeah, that was a dominant performance for Crazy Panda, and I think more than anything it comes down to the comp. The fact that like you just can't be glued to the Sojin on Ilios. This is known. Nobody plays Sojin on this map. You play something like Ashe where you can post up on these high grounds and do this good mid-range to long-range damage, or you lean more into the dive. You play the Tracer Echo, the Tracer Genji, something that can access these high grounds more freely. Oh my god, what is it with all the old men showing up in the chat? Get in the crystal, Zach. Get in the fucking crystal. Anyway, I'm gonna go straight to slot because another old man is showing up in my chat. I got a lot of old men today.
And yeah, I think this is a fundamental problem with hit scan on Ilios. Even though I appreciate Genesis, like I said at the start, right? I think the ban makes sense in terms of try and stop the double flex DPS so you can play hit scan. But we've also seen Toronto have this problem. Obviously, Toronto didn't have the luxury of bans for most of their tournaments this year either. But when Merit plays hit scan, when Kai plays hit scan, Ents have the same problem. When they play hit scan on Ilios, when I watch it, it just feels like the hit scan's life is really hard. And because the hit scan's life is really hard, the hit scan's going to require extra pocket. Because the hit scan requires extra pocket, you end up really stuck playing quite a passive role for the most part. It's hard to be aggressive when you're pouring your resources into just surviving these dives. So when you get these good dive teams, these high quality flex DPS players, you can just get put on the back foot here. Like, did you ever see Search or Lavender really having to worry about anyone or pocketing anyone? I mean, maybe their tank and stuff, of course, right? But not really, because their Tracer and Genji are just going in. They're able to take their own flanks, hold their own angles. So you see, some of the success they had early on here, Genesis, was through Faith and Taejong, winning that Lucio Genji battle. But when Hidden is taking so much pressure and is just dying on cooldown, all of a sudden, Faith, he feels like he needs to pull his position back in a little bit more. He needs more help to keep Hidden alive. It should be said, this is a problem that's maybe quite unique to Ilios. And then once we go on to some of the other maps, the ability to keep Sojin alive probably becomes a lot more reasonable in some of these situations. It's just the architecture, the topography of Ilios makes it particularly difficult, especially on the retakes for hit scan to get into a meaningful position. And it's a big part of the reason why Crazy Panda had so much success holding forward. Because when you hold those forward positions, you don't give the space for the hit scan to get into those meaningful positions. Like, you look at where Hidden died in all these situations. Hidden isn't dying in situations where he's losing a duel or he's got a power position that he's being cleared from. He's just dying on the rotate, essentially, because he's never been allowed to go up that far. And then Crazy Panda, they just snowball their ults with success, and then before you know it, the cough round will be over. Maybe it's just an Ilios problem? Maybe. Don't tell Chris. Don't tell Chris. I imagine we probably had some big winners. Any big winners believe in Crazy Panda in that first map? I thought this one would be a dogfight. First one, first map, I think we can put down Ilios, comp gap on Ilios. Probably one of the largest factors. As we move throughout the series, I don't think there's too many maps where hit scan's going to feel as difficult at all. So, very much an Ilios unique situation. I'm just going to go grab a water. Then we can see what we get in terms of maps and bans coming out from Genesis. So be right back.
크레이지 판다 제네시스의 두 번째 세트입니다. 먼저 일리오스에서는 크레이지 판다 상대방의 어떤 빈틈을 꿰뚫는 날카로운 한방들의 연속이었습니다.
이거는 근데 상황을 좀 봐야 될 것 같아요. 맵에 따라서 팀들이 준비해온 전술이 좀 다를 가능성이 높고,
네.
만약에 제네시스가 이번에 할리우드를 잡아낸다면 이거 풀세트 각이 조금 보입니다.
그렇군요.
네.
자, 일단 말씀해주신 봐야 될 것 같은 상황, 할리우드가 먼저 제시가 됐습니다. 뱀픽 구도에 따라서는 한번 해저드를 빼고 싸워보자라는 이야기도 해볼 법하긴 한데요.
Where we going?
그렇죠? 지금 일단 앞에서 해저드 메타끼리 똑같이 붙었을 때 별수 좀
Looks like we haven't seen,
그런 가능성이 아예 없지는 않겠고 아마 제네시스 입장에서 그런
I already have a Diet Coke. There's actually not much left of it. I'll stick to the water for now, though.
거리가 짧고 구불구불한 맵에서는
Saving my insides. Well, attempting to at least, eh?
네.
Attempting to.
이쪽으로 좀 생각을 했을 가능성이 높아가지고
Alright, so Hollywood, pick from Genesis.
키리코 같은 거 하나 자른 다음에
Do I really expect a shifting composition here from this, or do we just go into a slightly different hit scan, or slightly different hazard-based mirror, where Sojin will just be a little bit more viable and we'll just get more of a Sojin head-to-head? We'll wait and see what the bans are, because that'll influence, obviously, the rosters, but would expect Archie to come back in here. Is it Archie or Ache? Oh, Ruler's going to come in as well. So last time we saw Ruler in this, it actually lead to a comp swap. This was just Kalios subbing himself out for a different hazard player. Good on you, Kalios. Yeah, honestly, guys, map 1 was my bad. I was fucking shit. Don't worry. I'm benching myself as we speak. Cheers, Kalios. And then the question here is which flex DPS, Archie to come back in, which presumes what we're seeing now. Scarlet's going to go out. So Archie is back in, Scarlet back to the bench, and Dodo presumably will just resume full Genji juices for himself. And then this kind of just lines up like we are just going to get Hazard, Genji, Sojin as the core of the compositions. We saw a bit more Juno Brig today than we had done historically. It was Kiri Lucio on day... I say historically. Day 3 was Kiri Lucio, we're now in day 4 and the first game had Juno Brig. So maybe Juno Brig more... Well, I say more viable. Still viable in this type of mirror. When we were watching some of the Kiri Lucio, it felt like maybe there's a potential that the Brig's just a little bit harder to live into these Hazard Genji things. Maybe not so much maybe the Hazard, like the slash. I guess you can block the slash, right? But still maybe a more difficult matchup than versus the Mauga. On the flip side of that, Kiri Lucio is just always good. Whenever there's a new meta or a new patch which throws the meta into chaos a little bit, Kiri Lucio is just... It's a really safe option. Good survivability, good utility, fine heals, just a really sort of bread and butter. Everyone's played Kiri Lucio, everyone has normally a decent Kiri Lucio player in there, between their support players as well. So it's just like the safest option, and it still kind of matches some of the rest of the composition in terms of how it wants to play fast engages, going in, blah, blah, blah. What do I think about the meta? I think we're nowhere near finalised yet. I think what we're seeing here in this group stage is we're getting a very early peek into what teams are trying. And maybe once we get to the end of the tournament, which will be starting again Thursday through to Sunday, and we get all the big boys coming, we'll get a better idea. Because in reality, every region... The big boys always set the meta. It's very rarely set by one of the smaller teams. It's always the big teams figure out what works best for them, and then there's a series of copying going on. So now we're going to see Genesis. On to Hollywood, banning Juno. So, presumably then it's going to be Kiri Lucio. All round. Crazy Panda gonna ban Echo. Okay. I'm not quite sure what they're as worried about there. The Echo ban probably feels like it's going to be slightly lower value, because presumably with Juno being banned, it also maybe minimises the opportunity for Mauga to be played as well, so you wouldn't see the Mauga Echo version of the comp anyway. I'm not sure. We're going to see Crazy Raccoon vs Falcons. Potentially. This is for bracket for playoffs. The teams are already secured, so this is going to start Thursday. So, potential we see Crazy Raccoon and Falcons in this upper bracket final if they can make their way through their respective opponents. But double bracket elimination. Surely we get a Falcons Crazy Raccoon at some point, right? Seems unlikely they won't run into each other. We get to see Zeta and Pokerface and Hajek Dan in the mix as well. Can you tell me why we see so much Genji over Tracer? I think the big reason we see so much Genji is because we see so much Sojin. So Sojin has been buffed recently, which means loads more people are playing her. She's way better in the duels. She's got a lot of her firepower back. And because we see so much Sojin, what happens is people then adapt the comp to counter Sojin as best they can. And Genji just does that better than most other heroes. Tracer can do some of the same job, but the problem is the Tracer duel versus the Tracer duel into Sojin versus the Genji duel into Sojin. The Genji's is just better and more consistent, which is why more teams are leaning into Genji than they are Tracer, I think, at this stage. You can ban the same hero again? Was that a repeat ban? I don't think it was. Or am I just... I mean, we've proven many times that I'm definitely memory. Oh yeah, no, it was the opposite. It was the opposite team. Sorry, yeah. So the same team can't ban the same hero again, but the other team can ban that hero. If that makes sense. So Echo was banned first by the other team, and this time. I think it was way round it was. Yeah, so bans, the same team can't repeat bans, but the other team can repeat the bans. So we had Genesis ban Echo in the first map, and Crazy Panda are going to ban Echo here. There's maybe an argument that if both teams are just banning Echo, maybe no one's going to play Echo anyway. If everyone's so keen to get Echo off the field.
확실히 이제 종강이 얼마 안 남았다 보니까 과제가 바쁘신 분도 함께하고 계시네요. 룰러 선수를 응원해주고 계십니다.
이제 교수님들이 자비가 없으시죠. 시험을
Taking a little bit, a couple of player changes on both sides here, so it seems we're taking a little bit to get everyone ready. Expectations with Ruler coming in is that he's also just going to play Hazard as well. He's just going to be a like-for-like swap with Kalios. Well, Kalios played fine. Particularly good, particularly bad. Didn't see anything that felt too egregious. Had that good downpour on Lighthouse. But we've seen him do this before, where both Ruler and Kalios kind of share the playtime, which is not an uncommon thing to happen in Korea, where you get them swapping tanks just to play the same heroes. So keeping up the tradition is Kalios and Ruler here.
그래도 자랑스러워하고 계실 거예요. 이렇게 해설로서 지금 거의
Maka fan in the chat, in the crowd.
그리고
Maybe in the chat as well.
안아줘요 외치고 계십니다. 저 캐릭터는
So we've not seen anything from Hidden so far because he was well and truly shut down. Now we'll get a bit of a better look at how Hidden matches up to Archie. I think Archie's actually been one of the better looking players on Crazy Panda so far. So we've seen Sojins have large impact, especially since the patch. So a chance for both of them here. I do quite like Crazy Panda. They seem, of all the teams we've seen that have come in, like Way and MSG and Crazy Panda, I feel like Crazy Panda, at least from, you know, the once over in the eye test, I feel like they're probably the best of the lot. Maybe we'll see. We'll get to see what happens in these next maps. Maybe I'll be proved wrong. But teams like Way and Genesis, I feel, have a lot more recycled talent. You know that bit in Futurama where Fry learns that everything in the future is recycled, and Fry's eating a sandwich, and he's like, and Leela's like, even that sandwich you're eating is made from old recycled sandwiches. That's how I feel about this Genesis roster and this Way roster, where they've just recycled the parts so many times. It's just, it just doesn't feel like it's worthwhile anymore. But that's just my opinion. All right. So, looks like, yeah, expectations are being met a little bit here. We're going to get Kiri Lucio off the back of that Juno ban, and we're going to get a full Hazard mirror. Ruler just taking over Hazard duties from Kalios here. And we're going to get more Genji, more Sojin, Archer, first appearance in this series. Very much expect this mirror just to be ran throughout all of this map. Will be the defense first for Genesis, so expect to see both Genji, Lucios trying to vie for position a lot more. Try and get the enemy Sojin out of the meaningful positions, get their Sojin into a more meaningful position here. So, right back at it, full mirror max.
Full mirror, once again. It appears that we're going to go for the Korean approach of not using the bans to actually take away anything that the enemy team is doing by way of uniqueness. It appears that Archie has actually been subbed in as well. So Crazy Panda, they just didn't want to play Sojin on the map where 2 out of 3 are bad for Sojin. So really like that from Crazy Panda actually. Playing to the draft. And now Genesis, I mean, they're going to have to solve this because Crazy Panda, they did look quite solid with Dodo on the Genji. Archie, hit scan specialist, now in on the hit scan. It's really going to be a big question of whether or not Ruler can shut them down. Dodo in the back line, I mean, it's actually not going to be enough. It's trades back and forth. But Crazy Panda, I know they're continuing to trade, but no. It actually is going to be Genesis cleaning up this fight. And Crazy Panda, they're not even going to get a tick. But God, I mean, that was scrappy.
Really scrappy. There was a moment there where Dodo just misses the first few shots. If he connects those first few shots, I actually think they're probably winning that fight off the bat. Worth noting, in all that chaos as well, Faith has come up trumps with 80% beat already here. So as this next fight starts, a real chance for this early beat to put Genesis over the top. For now, though, they're just trying to pocket Hidden. He's actually going to rotate away, which leaves Taejong out here. He's going to have to dash out, so they've lost a lot of space here. Crazy Panda have taken control of point with Dodo, but now they're coming back with that beat push. Slide onto the high ground, it's pushed back. Good booth actually onto Hidden, but it doesn't save Archer's life regardless, and they will clean up thanks to that fast beat from Faith.
Great from Faith to build that up so quickly. Great from the observers as well to see Ruler shifting onto a Sojin with no shift and immediately tab away. So then we only get to have the, the vague mental image of Ruler killing everybody in our heads because we don't actually get to see the action. Really good stuff there from the observers. Going into the next fight, Crazy Panda, they're going to have a wealth of ultimates. They've got the double support ulti online so they can sustain through Ruler's downpour, through any aggression. Out comes the Kitsune rush from both sides. Flip comes through. Archie shifts in. Beat from Search as well. Hidden taken quite low, but will not go down. And the counter downpour, it is insane. That is going to catch Faith. He's in so much trouble. Dodo pulls the blade inside. That will be one for Dodo. Everyone from the side of Genesis, these are the defenders, by the way, are in the attacker's spawn. So with Crazy Panda flipping over, Genesis, they're going to have some bodies coming from behind them.
Where's Hidden going? He's getting harassed by Faith. He has to try and walk forward. Stuck between Faith and Taejong, who are going to group up now. And this is so difficult for Hidden. Taejong's going to chase him down with a blade as well. Forces all the Kiri cooldowns out too. Ruler will finish that one off. And they get themselves out of a difficult situation there.
Immensely clutch from Genesis. The fact that they played life in Crazy Panda's spawn for so long, and then they came back in with the pincer, didn't get backshotted to death by Faith coming back. Now though, Faith has gone down quite late. Lucio is back fast, but Crazy Panda, they've got a window of opportunity if they take things quick right now. Archie has the overclock. Fearful pressing up in main. Hidden pops his own overclock though, and it is Ruler to take down Search. Archie as well goes down to Ruler. We really need a Ruler POV right now because he's just doing it all. Shutting down the hit scan, taking down the Lucio, really running the server. I haven't had a lot of POV action from Ruler, but I might say that Ruler is the best hazard in the game right now.
Even better than Bernard.
Even better than Bernie. I mean, did you see how many kills Taejong got in that fight? That was all because of Ruler.
Good on you, Ruler. He's now going to have another downpour to come in with combined with these support ults here, so a very good looking situation for Genesis here. All they need to do is convert kills out of these ults. Kitsune rush first, and Archie's going to get slain. They're going to keep chasing these kills down, looking for more Kitsune rush in exchange, but there's that downpour and beat over top. They're trying to get another tick out of this one, but they won't be allowed. They're going to try and live, but there's just no living. They need to try and play life to get the touch here. Dodo is close to Blade, but will get zero chance at it here. And Search is coming in fast, but not fast enough. And that's a full hold.
It's a full hold for Genesis. I was saying the Crazy Panda, they had good looks with Archie, the hit scan specialist, back in the lineup, but I was clearly talking out of my ass because Genesis, when they take this clean mirror, when they're not on a bad Sojin map, when they sub out Kalios, the useless Unk that uses his ult 1v5, and they put in Ruler, the young buck, ready to take over, he will take over because he's just dashing on squishies fight after fight, taking scalps, really putting in the work. So honestly, if we can just keep Kalios on the bench for the rest of time and finally get the guy over to the military, and maybe keep the current lineup for the remainder of the series, very good looks for Genesis and a reasonable chance that Crazy Panda, being a Korean team, won't ban this comp.
You're critical of Kalios, but one thing that comes with age is wisdom. And Kalios is actually the captain of this team, so in his great wisdom, he decided, I should bench myself and let Ruler carry the team. So, you know, it's not all bad. Not all bad. Is your stream buffering like crazy as well?
No, I haven't had any buffers.
I'm just having a bit of a buffering fit. I'm just refreshing now because it was...
Okay.
Shit in the bed
well, the site just works, so we'll probably be fine.
Yeah,
right?
I'm not worried.
Yeah, I'm not worried at
All
all.
right.
Do not
7,
do not give them a
6,
countdown from 10.
5.
Do not do it.
4,
You're dangerous.
3.
Don't finish.
2.
Don't finish, guys. I'm
I'm sure it
deafening.
was fine.
All right, no, I had to save them. You know, they didn't. I hoped you didn't hit all the way
No,
down.
I stopped at 2.
Close.
Stopped at 2.
Okay, very good, very good. Treat them mean, keep them keen. You know, anything but what they deserve. Anyhow. Aggressive push here from Fearful, little cheesy engagement, wall to follow up as well, but cheese is the name of the game, because you might get yourself one, then you're in a dog shit position, you will go down. Ruler takes down 2, could be damage done though, because Crazy Panda have secured a couple of trades here. This may have shut down the first push from Genesis. Crazy Panda, they are just clinging onto the point, looking for position. Ruler up on that high ground though, he's been a deadly force time and time again. Dodo 115 HP and just backing up. Ruler might chase it, oh my god, he's the best in the East. Massive slash as well on the high ground as well. Genuinely doing it all right now. Just shutting everybody out of the game. Chases down Archie once more. Who is this kid?
He's back. I mean, he's been on these sort of rosters as the second tank player who never really gets that much playtime for a while, I feel like. But maybe Hazard is his hero. Because that was dominant there.
It's the summer of Ruler. Hazard comes in and Ruler is just ready to take over. The only thing he really has to defeat is Kalios for a second of playtime.
I'm buffering again. What's happening? Maybe it's me.
Maybe it's me. It's not you, Xavier. Maybe it's me. That's like a sad phrase, you know?
I also am in the Kalios age bracket, maybe give or take as well. So in my wisdom, I've also realised the problem might just be me.
Maybe it's you. Maybe it is you, Xavier. So I'm gonna see on the other side.
Alright, that was a quick one then, eh? Bloody quick. Let me go grab some more water. Maybe even another cheeky Diet Coke, because that was a hell of a comeback. Dominant from Genesis there. Ruler, maybe Ruler was the key. So, let me throw you to an ad break. And then we'll see if Ruler can keep it up as we go into map 3.
오우야, 나 살 수 있어. 나 살아볼게.
나비긴 해. 한쪽 갈래? 쪽 들고? 한쪽 내가 한번 맛볼까? 이거 병 언제 사라져? 까비. 정말.
해저드가 제대로 좀 휘젓게 만들었던 룰러의 대활약이 있었던 할리우드였습니다. 이제 크레이지 판다가 본인들의 전장을 좀 선택하게 될 텐데 어떤 선택이 나올지 궁금해지네요.
상대한테 다키 좋은 전장을 고르겠죠.
예.
지대가 많이 없고 C 형태로 뛰어들어가기 좋은. 그래서 루나사피를 고른 것 같고요.
딱 최적화되어 있죠.
네.
이렇게 되면은 뱀픽이 또 어떻게 될지. 루나사피가 나왔다는 거는 뭔가 마오가를 원한다라는 것으로 해석될 여지도 있잖아요.
그쵸? 아예 그냥 해저드 잘라가지고 심플하게 마오가 싸움으로 가자라고 던져도 되고, 그게 아니면은 오히려 딜라인 쪽에 하나를 잘라서 조합을 같이 잡는다든가. 지금 어쨌든 상대도 해저드에 루키를 쓰고 있거든요.
예.
그래서 아예 그냥 루키 중에 하나 자른 다음에 너네
Crazy Panda's map
그냥
pick.
해저드 주부 써보실? 이런 느낌.
back on Runa Sappy.
그렇습니다.
Question is, of course, Crazy Panda
주노 브리기테에서 해저드가
just
들어오지
got
않는 것도
just
아니었다
got
보니까
blown out of the
만약에
water
해저드가 싫다면 그냥 해저드 배나면
on
되겠죠.
that Amalgam Mirror.
선택지는 많아요.
So do Crazy Panda, you'd expect some, do they maybe just, not the Amalgam Mirror, sorry, the Hazard Mirror. Do they just ban Hazard? Oh, it seems like another change as well here on the Crazy Panda side. Mohei coming in. So Mohei, I feel like my memory is them playing Zarya. Are they gonna... So is the ban here then, you ban Hazard, you force potentially the Junker Queen mirror as we saw in our first series of the day, and then you get Mohei to play Zarya, and you use the Toronto Defiant solution to the Junker Queen when you play Zarya into the Junker Queen. Maybe that's my prediction. Locking it in. If you want to get your predictions on the match. The bans are open. And oh, look at that. Hazard ban immediately. Genesis are going to ban Tracer. Don't know why they banned Tracer, honestly. Don't think we would have expected to see Tracer come out here. So this means the backline supports are untouched. So we could see Juno bring in all of this. So I'm expecting maybe they're trying to bully... Crazy Panda are trying to bully Genesis onto a Junker Queen matchup and then play Zarya. Ruler has stayed in though. And it seems like the king of Hazard has had his hero taken away from him. So question now, how deep is Ruler's pool? What other hero does he have in his back pocket to try and keep this series going Genesis's way? So I like the ban, I like it. I think Crazy Panda have made good decisions. Sometimes Korean teams a little bit guilty of just handshake agreement, useless bans to keep playing the comp they both want to play. But this time, Crazy Panda, they're attacking. Today's the first day I realised Ruler and Farmer were different players. The key is in the names. The names and their physical appearances are the keys. If you're ever trying to tell if two people are different people, it's a good indication normally. Good bans from Crazy Panda. We'll see if it pays off, of course. Systems of ban is good. Yeah, I mean it adds a big another layer here, right? Because now both teams forced to adapt and adjust. And we'll see if they can. I think on paper, Crazy Panda put themselves in a good situation, and it's really going to test now Ruler's hero pool. Ruler is a player we've not really seen excel on any of his previous rosters, normally on some of the weaker teams, but did excel in Hazard on that Hollywood. Never forget that Hazard Hollywood from Ruler. But now a different problem for him. A problem of flexibility, and that's what the ban system promotes. The ban system promotes flexibility, comp diversity, rewards players for bigger hero pools. And no substitution here. There obviously was an option here for Genesis to maybe put Kalios back in the lineup, anticipate the Zarya mirror, or the Zarya coming out from Crazy Panda, and have Kalios just go toe-to-toe on it. Obviously, Zarya, a hero Kalios has played a lot in the past, but they choose not to do that. They're going to keep Ruler in. So all eyes on Ruler here in terms of his hero selection. 20 seconds on the clock, if you still want your predictions in.
I heard someone was fighting in the crowd.
루나 사피입니다.
Yeah, the crowd's been lively today. Big cheers. They're back.
Looks like we've got ourselves a hazard ban, so we're going to see. Oh my god, could it be a mixed matchup? I think Crazy Panda's going to get fucking farmed here. Absolutely farmed.
I think I actually really like the bans because Mohei, it looks like he's going to start Mauga here, but we have seen him play Zarya in the past as well. So I thought they were essentially ban the Hazard, bait the Junker Queen out of Genesis, and then do the Toronto Defiant solution to Junker Queen that we saw at Stockholm, right? Play Zarya into it. But it's actually going to be a Mauga start here from Crazy Panda. Everything else probably as we would expect in terms of Genji Sojourn, Juno Brig on the backlines. We're going to get a Mauga versus Junker Queen here. So see if the Junker Queen has the legs that NRG were able to get out of it at the Stockholm Major.
Yeah, I do think that now with the Sojourn buffs, a couple of feathers in the cap of the Queen comp right now is going to be rails galore into the Mauga, and Ruler is going to be farming up as well. Queen into Mauga, not a particularly difficult matchup in my opinion. Mohei, incredible wide swing, shout force very early. Ruler on the offensive, pushing up, getting some damage in. Doesn't want to commit to the kill though, instead he's just going to steal the card away on the far side, flip the map, and now Genesis, they start to get meters on the board. Crazy Panda, they have to push in.
Another stop in from Mohei, but he is going to get absolutely farmed for this here, and you see the problem for Mauga. Didn't get close to that Sojourn whatsoever, and Hidden just able to take over an easy one here. I really was expecting Bizarre out of Mohei. We've seen it before in this tournament. Eyes on if he swaps now. There we go. All right, this is what I thought they would have started on. Maybe not confident enough they would have called the bluff. And the question is now for Ruler. Popped off on Hazard. How deep is his hero pool now he's maybe in a less favourable matchup for himself?
Yeah, no, I mean, this could be a little bit difficult for them, but the ult difference that has been going on, forget an ult difference, Dodo's just going to get a pre-5 pick onto Hidden. That is an excellent start. Bubbles on the Genji mean that Dodo can get so aggressive. This could be really difficult for Genesis. We see now, the fight continues. Taejon chasing the backline of Crazy Panda. For Crazy Panda, they flip the card towards the middle. Dodo's actually secured a very late stagger onto Marker, and this is suddenly starting to look very good for Crazy Panda. These late staggers, this cart meters that they're already getting online. There's going to be a bubbled, potentially orbital raid blade coming online for Crazy Panda the next fight as well. And Marker, because of that late death, a little bit behind on the raid charge.
A little bit behind as well, and it could be devastating for him as well, because the blade combos so nicely here. Taejong still 15% away, so with Crazy Panda go quickly, they have the advantage here. Lavender, 1% on that raid, just needs to keep his head for now. There's the speed ring round the corner, there's the raid, cops another body shot, but Archie responds, takes out Hidden, and they do disengage the Ray for the most part, Genesis, but that pick means the cart will still keep rolling, and they should be able to get most of Cap out of this, and a few more meters to boot, but Ray advantage now for Genesis. In fact, they've got everything.
And Genesis, I mean, they've got all sorts of ultimates by way of an advantage, but does it really matter when they've conceded 2 fights in a row? Giving up the checkpoint now, that's a massive loss. Dodo's going deep with the blade, manages to secure the kill. Ruler does not pop the ultimate, doesn't have the rampage, it's only 99%, so now no Ray. Ruler taken incredibly low. There's still a chance for Genesis to clutch this one, but they need to invest something, and it seems like they've just got no interest in doing so. Ruler lands the knife on Dodo, the bubble goes wide. Ray comes out from Marker now, he's actually respawned and come back into the fight, will take down Dodo. So even though Dodo had a really solid start with the blade, not enough. Grab comes out now, rally grab, Lavender finds the kill on Faith, but surely Genesis will be good for this one, unless of course Search gets a 5-man AoE bash on Genesis and just keeps the fight going. Search under so much pressure here in main, though Ruler still hasn't needed to use that ultimate. Really scrappy fight, but Crazy Panda, all of their ults came out too late, and Genesis, they get to borderline eco it.
Oh, it's a disaster for Crazy Panda, really. The Grav looked good. It set it up, it caught 2 of the squishies, but there was no one to follow up because they were stuck inside the room there, Crazy Panda. Would have been nice to have a Genji, but Dodo picks early. And now, Genesis, front foot again, pushing for Cap. They've got a lot of the ults as well. Archie has the overclock, but he's going to need to work wonders to try and turn this ult advantage in, or ult disadvantage in their favour. And it looks like they're just going to play slow here, Crazy Panda. Concede for cart for free. The problem with Zarya is you need to farm up a bit of energy, really, before you can take the fight proper. And this is going to allow the overclock to come in first from Hidden. Forces them all back, and more space conceded here from Crazy Panda. They tried to disengage. Archie has now responded. Wins for Jewel, actually. It's now a pick, but they need to be careful. They're pushing into Blade. They're pushing into Rampage.
Pushing into the Rampage could be difficult. Ruler just comes up in main though, manages to catch Archie with that ultimate. Lavender inside the Ray, takes down Faith. That is a huge pick as well. Taejong has pulled the blade in the mix but not found any kills from the look of it. Card is flipping back towards Crazy Panda's side of the map now. It does look like Genesis, they haven't really gotten what they wanted from this fight. Hidden, stuck in main all by their lonesome. They need to get out of dodge and fast because Dodo is hot on their tail. Looks like Faith has come back as well, but Dodo is still happy to block that angle. Genesis, they're not done though because Ruler is behind, so is Marker. Oh god, it looks like Taejong is just dueling Archie and not getting the better of them whatsoever. Taejong, Ruler, both gonna go down now, and this is a brutal fight for Genesis. Taejong did not go down, actually still fighting and gets a trade of match.
There were players scattered all around the map there for Genesis. Crazy Panda, they lose one, but they deal with more of a threat to them. They don't, and they can get themselves back on the front foot here. Maintain lead as well, thanks to that overclock win from Archie. And now Ruler is going to go over onto the Marshall, so Ruler's hero pool really being tested right now. He's going to have a Ray to back him up from Maka here, so a clean advantage here. Dodo's Blade for Rally. There's a chance here, but the Ray is really powerful if Maka can get it off. Last time Dodo was able to connect with Maka, all eyes on this Genji. It looks like Dodo wants to maybe go through house here.
Maka pops that orbital ray up in main. Should be healthy for quite some time. Dodo, through house, pulls the blade, but just doesn't even use the dash. Has no deflect, can't do anything aggressive whatsoever. A fully cosmetic blade. Now Ruler holding it down on the cart. His form is over, but he is just blocking the objective as the cart keeps on rolling away. He's not managed to block the objective. Then it's actually rolled all the way out into the open, and Ruler goes down to Arch in all of this. So this is a disaster for Genesis now. They've made the swaps. It's found no value whatsoever. Now Ruler over to the Winston. Maybe this is just to get out of spawn quicker. No, he's actually sticking the Winston. Talk about a collapse for Genesis compositionally. Crazy Panda continuing to get meters on the board. This is brutal.
Brutal for him, and we're about to have a grab from Mohei to follow this one up here, and this could be devastating. Jump onto the front line here just from Ruler, trying to force Mohei back. The Mohei half energy grab available very, very soon. Looking for it, trying to bully the deflect out of the Genji so we can get that grab off safely. There's the deflect, free to grab now, sends the grab, catches it, rally in defense, but it's not going to save Taejong, it's not going to save Faith's life either, and now we can take over, marking it. Ruler's found one trade in the back here, but I don't think it's going to be enough defensive bubbles to make sure no more trades, and Ruler will be going down right now. Crazy Panda, full throttle, Ray in the back pocket too.
Arch keeps on rolling. It's pedal to the metal. And a Brig Winston swap here. Backs to the wall. And a Brig Winston swap means that they're not going to have the Orbital Ray. When Orbital Ray comes down from Lavender, no support ultimate to match. Already looking so brutal. Anti comes out onto Search, but Search will survive. Ray comes out in main and Ruler is on the run. Hidden has popped the overclock, but I don't think it's going to be enough. You can see the push continues for Genesis. Grab comes out. What grab am I talking about? That's a Zarya right click, and this guy has 38% of his ult. I need to wake up. But Crazy Panda again, just full steam ahead, stomping through Genesis. They've got that blade, but they need to touch cart.
They're going to have to rush this one. They just need to go for it, pushing into an overclock as well. Overclock used by Archie now, trying to burn through that bubble. Need to get through it. Ruler's going to die before Primal. The payload is still rolling forward. Robot will cap. And Crazy Panda, they get the matchup they want out of those bans. They have the roster, the different heroes to sub into playing these heroes. And we said Ruler's hero pool was going to be tested. He played a few different heroes there, but found no success on any of them.
Yeah, no, absolutely hopeless there in the latter half of that map. Looked like Ruler, you know, for the brief moment that he was playing Queen into Malga, he held all the cards. But the second the swaps came through, back foot, and just no recovery. Dicey fight after dicey fight, and the swaps never got Ruler back into a position where he could actually exert any value. Winston swap at the end, forces the supports over on a Brig, never found the rally, never found the nano, never got that primal rage. Brutal now.
Really brutal.
I think this calls for some slog.
It certainly does. I'll see you on the other side.
Ciao.
And now, the good news is for Crazy Panda, they got exactly what they want. Exactly what they wanted out of that. But, obviously, the nature of these bans is you can only ban the hero once, so the hazard ban has been spent. And to be fair to Crazy Panda, you get one chance at spending that ban. They win the map where they spend that ban. But now, they've got 2 more maps where they can no longer ban Hazard. Can I power rank these rosters? Oh, God. What am I looking at? Oh! Alright, where am I going? Left to right here. Where are these rosters from? Is this just have you just crafted rosters? There's no way Kellen's gonna be on Team Falcons. You just made them up. Does Kellen drag him down that much? Maybe. One. Shy Pelican Alfie. Maybe this is 2 actually. Oh wait, hold on. This is tricky actually. Kushui on Zeta. A hot take. Is T1 to... Ooh. Alright, so maybe let's start at the bottom. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 teams, right? I want to put this team at the bottom then, maybe. 8, 7, 6, 5. Alright, that was the easy bit, I think. That was the easy bit. You and Wilder were talking to the CEO of WDG, so you got the inside track. Excited for this to be posted on Reddit now. Leave checkmate for this. I actually really like this T1 roster, to be fair. Does it beat any of these? I mean, I feel like this Falcons one is a red herring. Is Kellen... Because you got to remember, this roster is actually nearly what the Atlanta Reign Season 6 roster was, minus Hambin. And Proper, of course. But like Stalker, Chio, Fielder, and Kellen was nearly the Atlanta roster, alongside Lip and stuff. I really have the Zeta roster I want to buff up a lot. I don't know. I feel like it's still just something like 4, 3, 2, 1, something like that. Like the changes Crazy Raccoon made? Yeah. Kellen is the real curveball here. Because, yeah, I mean, they will just end up playing Hambin in a lot of situations. Then Kellen only needs to be like the Winston guy, which is probably really fine for Kellen in reality. But maybe it's enough just to drop him off in some of those metas. Especially, let's presume there's hero bans as well. Maybe that leans it in Crazy Raccoon's favor. Something like that. Something like that. I think we're unlikely to see a too many of these Chinese players being added in. But all right, yeah, that's the final one. I'm sticking with that. Sticking with that. I feel like the Kellen is a red herring there.
이제 이러면은 아까 앞에서 주노벨은 나왔으니까 뭐 브리를 자른다는가 하는 형태도 충분히 가능할 것 같고요. 아니면은 오히려 여기서 브리
Yeah, leave Monk left over. Yeah, I mean, I think the chances of Chinese imports very unlikely, but a fun exercise.
일단 일리오스에서 좀 소득이 있다 보니까 할리우드에서의
Who's the most flexible tank? It's probably somewhere between Junbin and someone, right? Honestly, to be fair, Donghack's flexibility, I feel like is actually... He's always had a sick Winston and a sick Ball when he joined Overwatch League. I feel like his Doom is now pretty much the best in the world. If not clearly the best in the world, if I'm being honest. At least out of the people who have played it. And then obviously Donghack's had to play on Fnatic. Actually, they're playing a lot of ground tanks as well, like the Junker Queen and Malga and stuff. And not a strength for him. He's like passable. But if you were to put Donghack on one of these rosters, like a Zeta Division or on a Falcons, it doesn't matter if these ground tanks aren't as good, because then Hambin, Bernard, Max, or whoever they put with him can, you know, can carry the weight on those heroes. Like Donghack is just for, if you just have Donghack as the Winston Bull Doom guy, I don't think there's anyone better in the world at that right now than Donghack. Better than Smurf, better than Jumpin on those heroes. Maybe not Bull, right? The Bull, the question mark there, you know, but they're both top Bulls. The best Bulls in all the land. Okay, so new Junk City. Bans coming in will be a, so it's obviously map picked by Genesis as well as first hero ban. They're going to ban Brig here, which presumably forces us into a Kiri Lucio mirror. And then Crazy Panda are going to ban Tracer. So Crazy Panda, really great bans on Runa Sappy to get the matchup they want. Really can't understate what a good job they did on Runa Sappy. But now they're just going to do a Tracer ban, which feels a bit irrelevant to the type of comps we've been seeing here. I mean, I guess there is the situation, if both teams want to play Genji Sojin, then why would you ban Genji or Sojin? You want to play it as well. So, really for Crazy Panda, you'd maybe expect they can't ban a support, obviously, because Genesis did. But can they ban a tank or something? Something a bit more meaningful, a bit more impactful in this situation. Maybe takes. Obviously, they can't ban Hazard anymore because they already banned it. Yeah, one-time ban. So they can't ban Hazard again, which would obviously be the obvious ban if they could just keep banning that hero. But you still wonder if they would maybe ban like a Junker Queen or something like that. I'm not sure. A part of me thinks that Fielder and Shear would sooner want to sign Hattie for Winston Poole. I don't know. Obviously, there's definitely history there, as Gator very much spoke about on Uncoachable back on the very first Gator episode. I think it was episode 4, if I remember right. But, you know, time has passed, and if someone's really good at Overwatch, you'd be surprised how often personal issues can be overwritten by someone being really good at Overwatch when you're building rosters. So, I think for me, someone and Donghack are the obvious choices for Falcons. I think it'll probably be one of them. And if any of this talk of T1 someone is true, then maybe it actually opens the door for Donghack to be even more viable. Gushway to Falcons? I mean, it'd be a good signing. He cheers with Chio and speaks Korean. I don't know how much Korean he speaks, but he's been on mixed teams for, like, Spark was mixed for quite a long period of time. Someone else, yeah, I mean, that wouldn't surprise me, Wilder. I have no idea how much truth there is in it, but it's seems pretty likely, doesn't it? Proper has big offers for Streets of Saiyan. Yeah, I think Falcons, Crazy Raccoon, and Zeta, so hard to get those players off a roster unless the team wants the players off a roster, you know? No one's walking away from those teams, I don't think. I mean, maybe some of the Zeta players if Falcons came in or something, but I don't think there's any of the Zeta players that Falcons or Crazy Raccoon would particularly want. Word of the street is that Kevster will be signed. Yeah, I think honestly, put a lot of weight in that rumor, I reckon. I reckon there's a real chance he ends up with a team next year. Old Kev. Alright, so Kiri Lucio seems to very much be the pick. Brig is banned. Honestly, I think Kiri Juno's more reasonable. We've not really seen it, but it feels like that would be a viable support line. But it's you know, Kiri Lucio also pretty fine in the situation. Crazy Panda going to drop Fearful onto that Hazard straight away. Eyes on Ruler if he actually locked in this Malga pick. No, back on his Hazard. The King of Hazard has returned. Genji Sojin on both sides as well. Full mirror as we go into New Junk City here. Ruler really took over on Hollywood, and now he's got another opportunity to put Genesis on his back. Oh.
I missed too much of that to really roll on from that sentence. But, you know, somebody will be putting Genesis on their back, is my understanding. Probably Ruler. That checks out as Ruler comes in first pick onto Lavender, so a fantastic start for them. No trades even as Archie shifts off the point, but Ruler, goddamn, I mean, really giving Bernard a run for his money, in my opinion.
Hot on the heels of Bernard right there. A strong start. Obviously, Crazy Panda, they burnt that Hazard ban, so they can't stop Ruler picking this hero. They're going to have to retake. They're going to have to play through it in the mirror. Wall comes out from Ruler. Slash just onto the front line. Search has taken a bunch of damage as well. Taejong's trying to follow up on that. And this Lucio's in a right old pickle. Ruler's in there as well, causing more havoc. Deflect comes through. They're going to try and repush here. They actually punish Ruler for this aggression. They get Search out of there. And now the repush, tank advantage, all looking good for Crazy Panda. And they survive the Ruler engage this time.
Look, it's very rare that you see someone surviving a Ruler engagement, but here we are now. Genesis, when they come back into this next fight, they are going to have to, well, they are going to have Ruler's downpour in the back pocket that could be useful for them, especially when Search doesn't quite have that beat drop available yet. Faith has their own beat drop, so if they can go quick, they might be able to capitalize on this advantage, but it is rapidly dwindling with all the poke taking place here on the walk. Looks like we're going to see a much larger ultimate clash unless somebody gets pre-fighted.
Oh, wow.
Pre-fighted will be as Faith actually takes down Search very early on, throws down the beat drop as well, and Ruler catches Dodo. So that's a 2-player advantage now for Genesis. Very likely the Crazy Panda don't invest any deeper into this one.
Kitsune Rush to try and respond to the beat. They're always difficult to use a Kitsune Rush reactively to survive. And Genesis, they're not done yet. They go for more, but Taejong, he's gone too far. Fearful will trade it. Surge is back with the beat as they come back in. I don't know if they really needed that beat. Felt like everything was fine. But they're pushing for kills as Maka responds with the Kitsune Rush. But Fearful, he's all over the backline, but he can't catch either of them. And they've been traded on the way in here. Looks so good, but honestly, felt like that beat was so early for Search there. Taejong had already made the mistake, and there was no more kills to get. Could have held that one for a little bit later in their engage.
Good God, I mean, look, it would have been nicer if they could have milked a little bit more value there. Now we roll over onto the next point. 2 ults online for Genesis, soon to be 3 because Ruler, I mean, he just builds them as fast as unbelievably quick, to be honest. I mean, that downpour, it didn't come very, wasn't too long ago, and already we've got another one coming into the next point. Double DPS ultimate for Genesis as well. I think Taejong, you know, if he can go deep with that one, there's going to be no support ultimates online, just has to contend with Fearful's downpour. Overclock early on, but double DPS ultimate in response from Genesis. Shift from Archie is no good, and Taejong, he catches Archie off the back of the shift, so that's no value whatsoever from that overclock. Hidden with a late kill onto Search as well, and Crazy Panda, nothing is going right for them here.
Nothing going right at all. Value out of the DPS ults, and that'll be clean up here on point C. And a pretty good start all over for Genesis. It's what we saw in Hollywood. The hazard gap in this mirror seems very significant, and Genesis now, they have that downpour to go into the next one. But Crazy Panda, in theory, they have a more powerful combo. The downpour and the blade. But the downpour can be a quite hit or miss ult. Really could just come down to who gets rooted and who doesn't in this next one.
Look, it's a game of 2 roots right now. I think that the counter dive style with the downpour is better, waiting until some shifts have been bled. Dodo actually pulled the blade early on in the piece, and continuing with the trend of nothing going right for Crazy Panda, Dodo with the blade, only person to fall is himself. Not going to make any extinction jokes this time around. I mean, it's just far too low-hanging fruit. The push continues for Genesis though, and Archie on the back step manages to shift away to safety. There's going to be one more fight for Crazy Panda now. But Genesis, God, they got that last fight so cheap.
So cheap, and now they're going to have double support off in this next one, Genesis as well. So Crazy Panda, they need a little bit of a miracle. They need someone to come up trumps from this. Kitsune Rush to start it. Downpour comes out in response. Downpour catches nothing. Suzu and movement abilities keep them all safe. Now Ruler with a counter Downpour. Don't know if that caught anyone either, but they have separated it. They have the beat to layer in over the top. Faith is charging these beats faster consistently, and it's paying dividends for him.
Goodness. I'm not entirely sure who got caught up in any of those downpours, but all we know is the Crazy Panda once again has lost a big ultimate exchange. They're going to roll into this next fight with nothing in the bank. Maybe a slow fight into a beat drop overclock. But again, Genesis, they've got the blade, and Taejong, these blades have been mint. So really, disaster for Crazy Panda at this point. They're down 0-2. They're down on their ultimates right now, and Genesis have been more than comfortable to go quick with the ults. So really got to be careful. Fast wall has actually come out from Ruler, but Taejong is the one to fall. Trade onto Fearful though, that is value, because no tank, that means Genesis can steam on forward. Crazy Panda, they don't yet have those ultimates online. Looks like Genesis are actually going to go point side, and that plays into Crazy Panda because they will be able to build up those ults.
Trying to push it now. Archie's going to drop the overclock, looking for the kills. Lucio Genji flank, putting him under more pressure. Archie's going to go aggressive, needs to find kills with this overclock. Only forcing cooldowns right now, and now the beat is going to have to bail him out of this aggression. They still need kills. Taejong's low, Ruler's low. They will all fall. They get the beat in time there, just in the nick, to save Archie from all that aggression. And they do concede first flip here, but Crazy Panda with a swift retake.
Yeah, that was good from Crazy Panda. Genesis didn't really recognize the old situation they were in. They didn't realize that if they kited over to the point, instead of pushing in and trying to end the fight fast, they were going to get stomped on by Crazy Panda's slow building ultimates. And that's exactly what happened. Search with the beat, Archie with that overclock. All that being said, Genesis, I mean, they come back into this next one with so many that this one is almost written to be theirs unless something can happen aggressively from Crazy Panda. They're trying to go fast in the spawn, but they don't find the value. Search is the one to go down. And now Genesis, they haven't even used an ultimate yet. Overclock comes out from hidden. Finally, they use something. Crazy Panda again on the backstep. Fearful running for his life. Overclock from hidden, not finding any kills, but Taejong with that cleanup kill on Lavender. Now 5v3, make it 5v2. Genesis, they only had to use Overclock for the retake.
Crazy Panda trying to keep it lean to force out ults, but only get the overclock out, so it'll be a pretty even ult situation for the most part. But they need to be careful because Dodo is in so much trouble, gets caught early here. They have time to reset still, as Ruger's going to push forward for more kills, so they still have time. But again, we're going to get in a situation where Faith, he's just ahead on the beat again here. So by the time this next fight happens, when Dodo pulls the blade, when the downpour comes out, Faith is going to have the answer in the form of this beat. Oh, this blade is early.
Going to need it. Taejong with a very early blade actually just dashes back, but my god, the damage might be done. 3 ultimates invested from Crazy Panda. Everything in the kitchen sink being thrown into this fight, but Genesis really not finding the value that they needed to at all. They invested everything that they had. Was that a 4 ultimate fight from Genesis there? My god, Crazy Panda, they've managed to preserve the overclock, soon to have a beat. They are massive winners from that exchange.
Absolute disaster. It looks so good for Genesis on paper. They could take the big ult trade. You think the beat would bail them out of any trouble, but no doing. And now they're walking forward with this overclock. Wall comes out, looking for more. Just a dash into the wall there. Dodo thinking he saw something that wasn't really there. They still have a lot of space, though. They've kept Genesis on the back foot. They have this overclock. If Genesis overstep, though, and Genesis, they're so far away from an answer. It's such a difficult fight. The overclock a little bit early, and Dodo's actually going to get caught here. Maybe Crazy Panda making a bit of a meal of it, but the cap did go through during all of this, so it's not really the prettiest fight or how they would have wanted it to go, but they still get the point out of it.
Look, getting the point, even if it was expensive, they needed something, right? They needed a foothold. I mean, Crazy Panda, you know, they're not like Vesta Esports Club. They don't just piss it away at every given opportunity. So they're still in it with a chance. Search has that beat drop as well, and Genesis still have nothing because that last fight was so incredibly costly to them. They have the point or the choke control, but straight away Crazy Panda are getting aggressive. Crazy engagement from them, but no real value in the early stages of it. The boop might have isolated Taejong, and it will. So that's Taejong getting caught out. Nice beat push there from Crazy Panda in the end. Genesis, they have to play retake 4 versus 5. Cap's going to go over to Crazy Panda here.
Just going to wait for their Lucio to come, or sorry, for their Genji to come back in all of this here. So Crazy Panda, they get to set up. They'll be charging up their Kitsune Rush as well, but Maka has a slight advantage if they can find it, hidden with the overclock as well. Will be a pretty even fight. You can see this Genji Lucio group from Crazy Panda trying to be aggressive as the overclock comes through. Kitsune Rush 2, Lavender 99%, doesn't quite have it yet, dies before Ruler finds the crucial kill, and the slightest of differences makes all the difference for Genesis here as they come back in. So close to that Kitsune Rush, and that fight could have looked very different. But good tempo from Genesis, end up getting a big gap out of a small advantage.
Yeah, don't give them a tiny little advantage, and you know what, those difference makers, they will make a difference. Now Genesis in control, so many ults to hold on. Crazy Panda, they've got a chance too, but again, they have to fight through this tight choke into the downpour. Hidden can play the long angle with the overclock. It's going to be an uphill battle. We see Crazy Panda, they're actually going for something a little bit creative. They go underneath with the tank. Early point force, and Taejong is actually forced backwards. Now, there's a Kitsune Rush on the point, and this point force is finding value. Fearful though, massive downpour, roots so many players around the corner, hits that wall to try and split people off even more, but no kills. Crazy Panda, they've secured the flip, but no kills for it. Beat and overclock to swing back out from Genesis. Maybe that beat was a little bit overzealous, to be honest. Ruler is cleaning house, getting kill after kill, but remember, Crazy Panda, they did flip the cap and all of that, so there will be another fight for Crazy Panda, and they're going to have ults online for it.
Can have ults online for it there. Really think the Kitsune Rush was probably the big mistake for Crazy Panda in that one, because they sort of had the flip anyway. Hazard is so good at bullying Genji off these point touches. Fearful just had the flip already. So then, if they had that Kitsune Rush a little bit later, combine it with Fearful's, maybe all those rooted players become kills. But they still have ults to work with here. DPS ults coming back. Ruler with the downpour. If he can lock up one of these DPS ults, there's a great chance to swing it in his team's favor. But now the blade from the flank, the DPS ults from the flank, they've absolutely crushed him. Fearful will die, and Dodo can't find any more, so it's a 1-for-1 trade only here. And now Taejong coming back with the blade. Ruler still with the downpour. They have a great chance to win this fight right now. Coming back in from the high ground. Downpour comes out. Doesn't seem to catch anyone, but they are all over Archie right now. Blade over the top to chase him down. No escape for him. And now attention onto the Lucio. Boop is spent. Faith is on the hunt. Secures that kill, and it's all going Genesis's way.
Good grief, Taejong trying as hard as he possibly could to piss that one away with the blade. But Genesis, I mean, they even up the series. It's 2-2 now. So close for the crazy squad. But unfortunately, I mean, we are going to be going on map 5. So this is a long day of slopping, man. So I'm going to become results based in a minute. I really lost my stamina in the break, you know? Like,
Yeah,
used
you
to-
just gotta build it
gotta
back
get
up.
back on that.
Yeah, remember when we used to do 3 regions in one day? Fuck.
Yeah, I do remember that, but I don't remember enjoying the whole final region, you know?
It was always North America that suffered from our stamina. It was like, here we go. They're still playing.
Yeah, well, you know, as a nightmare, former nightmare sponsored streamer, you know, like it's I loved North America with all of my heart. You know, that was my favorite region to watch. But I really did want to go to bed during some of those games too.
As someone who's currently out of contract, I'm currently out of love with America. But for the right price, I could be convinced to fall back in love with America.
I want you to fall back in love with America, Xavier. I'm going to go back to some brainwashing from the Jehovah's Witnesses about how they have a cafe where they sell everything for $5 in one of the most expensive suburbs in the country.
Well, that's a good deal. I might check it out. Alright. What are we saying? Missed the first game. How was it? It was okay. It was okay. Pretty one-sided in reality. Vesta Crew. Heartbreaking as always. Maybe it wasn't actually as one-sided. It was a close game, but because it was Vesta, you always felt it was Vesterable, of course. So it's a game that would deceive you into thinking it was close, but actually always going to be a Vesta loss, unfortunately. This one, however, is going all the way. Map number 5. Crazy Panda with the choice of maps and bans, but the big problem for Crazy Panda is when Hazard has been in play in this Hazard mirror, it has really been going Genesis's way. And they can't ban it for this final map, so can they take it to a very different type of map? What map haven't we had yet? Escort? Escort, right? Could they just do a real curveball and just say, I don't know what maps are in the pool, like a Dorado or a Gibraltar or something? Force it away from Hazard, potentially. I don't know how viable Hazard would be on some of those bigger maps. Dorado's in the pool. Rialto, Shambali, Root. I feel like Root would be pretty reasonable for Hazard. I feel like there's a real... I've not seen it in practice, but I feel like Dorado and Gibraltar, the classic dive maps, would be too big, where the Winston versus Hazard matchup might lean back into the Winston's favour. Even though in some of these smaller maps for sure, I think Hazard has the advantage just because he has the brawl advantage. If he meets out Winston face to face, he can bully him out. So maybe Dorado. I guess the question is, of course, we've not seen Crazy Panda play dive. I mean, they are Korean, so we expect they can play dive, of course. But how exactly do they rank up or match up on that type of competition? Are they willing to take that gambit? Maybe seems worthwhile because this Hazard mirror hasn't been working for him. And Dorado seems like the map where it's maybe easiest to force him off it. Taejong or Who Are You, who's winning the Genji duel? Got to keep the ageism going. Probably Taejong. I mean, it's fair to say, I think Taejong, Dodo, they've both had their moments in this series, but I don't think we're not touching the upper echelons of the almighty stacked Korean Flex DPS pool. Does Hazard end up playing more like a dive or a brawl tank, in your opinion? It depends on the compositions. I think what we're seeing is, I think in general, dive is the answer. I think the Hazard wants to take out the hit scans, take out the backline where they can, land on these key targets, hit the slash, hit the wall, etc, etc. But what happens is, because we're just seeing Hazard mirrors, whenever you see two compositions fully mirrored, the matchup always becomes a little bit more brawly. Like, think back to Season 5 when it was a Winston meta. It was Winston, Kiri, Lucio when Kiri first came out, and Reaper, Sojin. So even though Winston, Kiri, Lucio feels kind of divey, eventually, people start playing more Reaper instead of Tracer, and it just becomes a brawl mirror. So I think that's why Hazard feels so brawly, because we're seeing it in the mirror so often. But I think in general, the reason everyone's playing Hazard is because if you're on the other comps, the Hazards can just hit your backline so much more meaningfully and consistently than maybe the Mauga can in some of these.
지금 대세가 되고 있는 마우가
No real roster leaks yet. Nothing's confirmed. I think, at least from what I understand, the partner teams aren't finalized yet. Like, I don't know if contracts have actually been signed. So I think we're going to see 0 roster moves, maybe with the exception of Korea a little bit, until those partnership teams are secured. T1 in Korea seems to be the only one actually making any progress. But yeah, I think all the partnership stuff will happen first, then there'll be a big roster mania type contract negotiation period after that, and then we'll start to get real locked in news. Yeah, early Jan. Yeah, I imagine there's a real chance, at least for the top players, there's maybe some dominoes fall before Christmas. But the thing is, we're 9 days out before Christmas. I would really expect Blizzard to have locked, at least told the orgs, the partnerships are secured prior to Christmas. Because obviously the expectation is for most of these orgs and most of the most of esports as a whole, there's a kind of Christmas break, right?
너무 감사드립니다. 그리고 아까 제가 그 유후님 친구 놀렸다가 사과를 한번 갔었거든요. 그때 공약하셨어요. 카메라 잡히면 우리
These were super fans.
바로 또 이제 공약.
Who are they supporting?
저 중요하거든요.
네. 역시 다들 끼가
They're having a good time. I mean, it's a good game.
자, 그리고 벤이 나왔는데.
Alright, Shambani is the choice, so not really leaning towards dive. Sojourn is the ban here, so okay. Crazy Panda putting their brains to use again. Crazy Panda have now banned the Sojourn, so it opens up the Malga a little bit. But also, what this does is they ban what is really the only viable hit scan for the most part in all the comps we've seen so far, out of Genesis. And remember, Genesis have 2 DPS players, a flex DPS and a hit scan. Crazy Panda, they have 3 DPS players, a hit scan player still, but 2 flex DPS. So we see Archie's gonna, this explains the Archie substitution, where they go over, they put in both their flex DPS players, maybe they'll keep playing Hazard, but they can play Tracer Genji or something like that. And Genesis, they're going to have to play the Sojourn, or they can't play the Sojourn, so they either have to play a hit scan, like a Ashe or a Cass or something. That might be a really good target for that Tracer Genji Hazard. Or they have hidden, try and flex over to a Tracer or something else of their own, but I don't really know how far Hidden's pull goes in that direction. We've not seen him pull it out at any point today. We didn't see him pull it out on Ilios. And if there's a place to pull it out, it's Ilios. So there's a red flag that Hidden maybe doesn't have the flex DPS heroes in his pool to go toe-to-toe with, well, the real flex DPS players. Yeah, Malga might be an option as well, so it could just be Reaper Echo. Maybe that's a curveball there we've seen. Out of all the sort of heroes outside hit scan, it's Reaper is one that we have seen them excel on, right? Like Lip, Merit, Kai all have pretty good Reapers, Spark as well. There's a bit more overlap there for hit scan players going over onto Reaper, so maybe they could just double down on the Malga mirror. The problem is, all of the success that Genesis have had in this series has been through the Hazard. So do they just go? Do you just go Hazard Reaper? Fuck it, you just go Hazard Reaper. Hazard Reaper Genji. Why not? It could be a comp. It's all open right now. Could be a comp. You love these plaques, other ones where they can draw on them. Yeah, it would have been nice actually, wouldn't it? See how the European artwork compares to the Korean artwork. Pokerface game is after this one. After this one. So after this map. So we're probably maybe like half an hour if I had to try and guess a time on it. You think Malga is better than Hazard in that head-to-head? Yeah, I mean Shambali as well. A pretty ground-focused map, right? Pretty ground-focused map. Though saying that, maybe it's just a Hazard world. And they just go into... Yeah, so I guess for players, they're not going to mess around with the tanks. They're going to put in their double flex DPS players, trying to exploit the fact that they literally have more DPS players. They've got greater flexibility, not in the lineup, but in the whole roster. And now,
앞에서 일리우스에서
pressure on Hidden. What does he play? Starting an attack right so he can still swap it.
후벼파는 형태의 조합을 준비했는데
Do they go to something very different?
킥이죠.
Maybe just like a full Mauga? Do they just put Hidden on Reaper or something?
페이스도 부조화는 달아주고
Not the greatest matchups always into Tracer or Genji, but yeah, so yeah, really eyes on what Hidden's going to try and swap to after this, or if he's going to try and run the Widow, I think his life is going to be hell. Oh, he's just going to go Tracer.
와, 근데 이런 구도가 되리라는 예상 못했거든요.
Oh, little Tracer swap here from Hidden. I'm not really too sure about this one, to be honest. But I guess, you know, Tracer Genji versus Tracer Genji, it's a possibility. There are no other hit scan picks in the game. Sojin is the only hit scan in the game. This is known, right, Xavier? Like, maybe no hit scan can survive. Yeah, maybe no hit scan can survive versus this incredibly broken tank that has been thrown into the game. And Fearful now, you know, they're putting in the work. Big slash on the point, but off-screen Ruler has run down Lavender, and that is going to be Genesis cleaning up the fight.
Genesis cleaning up the fight here, and all the attention I think is really on Hidden, because this is Crazy Panda's gambit, right? If we have more flex DPS players, we can sub in from the bench. You don't have any, so let's try and test Hidden's flexibility. Hidden, just going to be playing the Tracer now, going toe-to-toe. So while we've seen the Hazard Mirror go very much in favour of Genesis over the maps where we've had it, pressure now on Hidden to kind of step up to the plate. Will be another neutral on the corner here as both Hazards just jockeying for space here. Fearful is inside, takes a bit of damage but gets himself that health back. Walls will be exchanged. Fearful is trapped in here, has the full block. Suzu to save him now. Suzu advantage, deflect use. Crazy Panda, a lot of cooldowns burned to get their Hazard out of this situation. Now a chance maybe for Genesis to go, but they're just being patient actually, just trying to take this frontline trade. Post bomb from Scarlet and all of this though. You can tell this guy plays Tracer. Straight onto Maka, takes him out, and with their main source of healing gone, Genesis is just going to crumble before any of their ults come online.
Good grief, Genesis. I mean, they were so close to having it, but because they can't get the ults up in time, that's just not going to be enough. I guess we're not quite finished here, though, as we've still got Taejong staggering out on the coast. I'm not sure what the purpose of playing their life was in that instance, because you're probably not going to get out of that one. Just prolonging the suffering a little bit more, making sure the Crazy Panda get a few less fights. This is map 5, by the way. Whoever comes away from this one, they will be winning the series. Are there consequences for this in terms of qualification into the bracket? I'm no expert.
They're both out.
So. They're both out, so it's just an actual zero stakes
game.
It's
actually a pride match. It's a pride match, yeah.
Pure pride. Alright, Kitsune Rush comes out either side. Fearful comes in with the downpour. Not entirely sure whether anyone's been rooted up. Let's assume that Faith and Taejong were rooted up because they both go down. Marker down as well. There's going to be another fight win for Crazy Panda. Looks like, you know, the pride, the ego of Crazy Panda, they might be the ones getting bolstered right now because Genesis, I mean, they're playing it pretty close.
Good connect now with the downpour, helps them win that trade. Obviously, Kitsune Rush gives you such firepower now. If anyone is locked up even for a second, you're going to convert that kill. And now we'll get into the next fight. Beats available, Blades nearly available as well. Scarlet coming up to another pulse bomb, but Ruler, he does have this downpour advantage here, so a good connection for Ruler could pay dividends here. But Taejong, he's just going to drop the blade early, gets onto Search, no chance for that beat now. Faith on the other hand, he's okay for now. Will be able to pocket himself through it. Maybe he doesn't even need the beat, he's still under duress, but they've taken care of him. They pocketed him through, they punished Dodo for this aggression as well. And you saw the gambit there from Crazy Panda after they lose their Lucio. Can we get the other Lucio? But Faith, the pocket, the peel, it's all good.
Yeah, no, the pocket is far too good. And poor little Search, man. When you needed most, he vanished. Oh, God, now a tech pause on map 5. Come on. We got so far into the day without any pauses, and now we pause? Unbelievable. I saw Alex, I already saw, and I already gave it a cheeky little grin. Mangione is OJ Simpson for Italians. He did not do it. I mean, Mangione literally has like 200 different alibis for the day, and none of them place him at the site of the shooting. So I'm not entirely sure how people think that he's going to get fucking put away for life. He's going to be one of those, what's it called, jury nullification cases? He'll be just fine.
We'll obviously be co-streaming the trial as well if anyone is interested.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. As a proud, you know, partial Italian myself, it's in my blood that I need to be co-streaming that.
You're already scraping the barrel of that genealogy test for that one.
Yeah, you know, the 23andMe results are in. Fucking mamma mia, you know.
마지막에 또 침착하기도 했었죠. 사실 오늘 이 두 팀의 대결은 저런 식으로 특정 선수가 한 타이밍 때 클러치를 해서
Let's get this over and done with. Let's get back into the game.
There we go. All right. Blade up for Dodo. Still beat available for Search, obviously, because he died so quickly. But good discipline from Faith to realize he didn't need to get that beat back after they got that early Lucio kill. So they get to snowball these ults into the next fight. Ruler's still a chance with this downpour right now. They're just rolling the cart up here. So Crazy Panda, they'd be wise to take a fight sooner than later. They're going to try and push through the Genji. They're going to be on top of this Genji as well. So Faith will match it out. Downpour now for Ruler as this blade comes out. Dash away from Dodo to avoid that one. But they've caught up the tank. Pulse Bomb goes out as well. And they will just follow up on that damage. Downpour does make the difference for Ruler. Only got the tank, but you can still burn through the tank when you've got the other ults going. And now, a very good situation for Genesis. They convert their ult advantage, and they'll be pushing for cap here on second.
Very, very good for Genesis. I mean, it looked like they were, potentially going to get full health there. But now they've really opened up the map, coming into a position where not only are they pushing the car, but they're actually pushing the ult advantage as well. They've got that blade soon to be online. Kitsune rush for the objective as well, and there's going to be no support ultimate to match that one. Fearful might be able to get something done with the downpour if they can build it up, but aggressive push here up in main. Rush comes out. Marker, he's pocketing Faith through everything, but it's not enough. Scarlet will actually take him down. So even though Marker had that Kitsune rush, somehow it's Genesis that are going down in this exchange. Rude comes out now, the downpour from Fearful, and that's going to be Crazy Panda stabilizing here. That's a massive fight win for them. Marker really had no right letting, well, I don't know why I'm singling out Marker here, but Genesis had no right letting that fight slip away when they had the Kitsune rush advantage.
They just get the point flipped on them there, and Scarlet comes up trumps with the kills, and now they are moving to spawn to try and get more fights out of this. Scarlet getting very close to that next pulse bomb. Kitsune rush out for spawn here looking for more kills, but where are the kills? The disengage is good from Genesis. They're just safely tucked away in spawn, and a wasted support ult here from Lavender.
Good grief, really low value ult there from Lavender, giving Genesis a foot back into this one. There was a snowball that could potentially have come through. Oh my god, the pulse bomb is massive from Scarlet, catches Taejong point blank. Dodo catches Faith as well. So Genesis, I mean, they're just going to have to clean wipe on this one, get back into spawn and play for next. Oh, really good play there from Scarlet.
It's true that while Hidden has flexed over to the Tracer, he's not dying like we think hit scans are at risk of, right? But Scarlet, on the Tracer, more comfortable on that hero, is having a huge impact. Crucial kills, crucial pulse bomb value that Hidden just hasn't been able to match. So now they are stuck at spawn. They have the Blade and the downpour to get themselves out of it, but Searchy has the beat to match. Blade not being used, actually. Search is just going to go first tempo with this. They want to force for kills, but now does it open the door for Taejong? He's awfully low. They're getting pushed back to spawn one more time. Downpour comes out, catches Search with it there. Now can turn his attention to Fearful, and they get themselves out of spawn with that. Crazy Panda trying to keep the tempo up, trying to go aggressive with that beat, but it's so hard when Genesis can just kite back into spawn every time.
The kite was solid from Genesis, and I mean that downpour from Ruler. As soon as I'm done talking about Ruler, I mean I will be dead, because this guy, I mean I got to do tricks on it, man. Unbelievable downpour in a late pick onto Lavender. Potential game winner there. Marker throws down the Kitsune rush on the objective. Down goes Fielder. Marker, he's hitting dinks now, takes down Scarlet as well. What the fuck? Blade from Dodo in the 2 versus 5, and then a complete lack of discipline from Faith as well, to be perfectly honest. He pops the beat for the 2v5 Blade, makes that an equal trade. Had no right whatsoever. That was an unlosable situation. The rush was still going strong on the objective. Crazy Panda had overtime spawns. There was just no way that Blade was going to 2v5 them. But Faith, he pops the beat, so, a silver lining for Crazy Panda. Now they've got, Blade actually comes out from Taejong very, very fast, secures the kill onto Search. Downpour comes in from Fearful though, and that will be snaring up Ruler. Not enough for a kill, but Marker has gone down. Supports now both dead for Genesis. Crazy Panda, though, they're still trading it out. Dodo, Lavender, both fall as well. It's just back and forth, but Genesis, they might be edging this one out.
Yeah, we'll be able to get a few more meters, but they have to deal with Fearful on point. Pulse Bomb is going to get blocked up as well, so no value from that one from Hidden. And all the trades allow the respawn advantage to come through in favour of Crazy Panda. They can get another fight on this choke point. They've got a Pulse Bomb, not a lot else to go with, so it'll basically just be a neutral here as look to try and start it. Misses for Slash though. Fearful doesn't though. Takes Maka straight out of that one. Backlines are getting traded here, and it's just going to turn into a dogfight. Scarlet with that Pulse Bomb, looking for the Genji again. Forces the deflect. Has been forced out here, and the map has been kind of flipped again. They're actually stealing meters during all of this Genesis, so they have to be careful, but they will win this Lucio Genji. No, they won't. They be hidden back from spawn. It's still a scrap right now, as if Ruler can live, they can keep going here, Genesis.
다시 소나기 이후에
Genesis now on the objective. Ruler, he throws down that downpour. It will catch Fearful, but that's not particularly high value, to be perfectly honest. Scarlet goes wide with the pulse bomb, catches nothing, but gets a fadeaway kill on Maka. Hidden trades out onto Search, but I'd say that taking down the Kiriko is higher value. Faith takes down Lavender as well, so there's no supports online for the side of Crazy Panda now. Genesis, though, they continue to trade, and with Ruler going down, that's the king of the server. Taejong, Dodo, both slashing through. It's a Genji 1v1 on the objective. The respawn advantage is massive for Crazy Panda, though. Search comes flying in from the back, gives Taejong some well-deserved back shots, and that will be the point being held just before the end of third.
Good clutch in the end from Crazy Panda, but during those big scrappy fights, they were just glued to point Genesis, so they kept just gaining meters. If you remember, that fight started on the corner because of another scrappy fight before that one. Crazy Panda got a full recontest before the final corner, but Genesis kept themselves on point, kept creeping those meters up. Don't get the full cap, but get it most of the way there. And honestly, probably pretty happy with that overall if you are Genesis. And I don't know, the Tracer Gambit's working, I think. You know, Scarlet is doing more than Hidden, but they are still struggling with this Hazard matchup overall.
Maybe it's just not their meta, you know? They don't, I mean, they've got Ruler putting in the work, but good grief. Do you think we're going to see any adaptation here, or are we just going to be dying on the hill? I think it's just going to be like an honest mirror right through to the end.
I think
like
Ruler
has got the
situation.
Yeah, it's not really a situation where there's any need to depart from the hill because it's been so blow for blow, but my god.
Yeah, well,
too close for comfort at this point.
Yeah, the nice thing now for Genesis as well, because you've got not quite a full cap, but most of a cap, you've now given yourself a lot of situations where you can hopefully play the clock, essentially. Exploit the fact that you have a pretty good distance to work with, and put Crazy Panda in some difficult ult situations. But to be honest, compared to maybe the Malga meta, where the ability to convert ult advantage was really high, a little bit trickier in this meta. We see the downpours, the blades, inconsistent value, even support ults getting disengaged a lot more compared to that previous meta here. So all to play for, volatile fight right now, and Dodo's going to try and take this early position in house.
Yeah, Dodo actually going aggressive now with Fearful, pushing the flank super hard. Faith under a lot of pressure, but looks like he will be able to survive through it all. Ruler on the counter dive, throws up that block. Some back shots from Hidden as well. Now will be Fearful going down. Didn't find the value on the flank, but Taejong was traded, so it's a 1-for-1 right now. Hidden gets a kill onto Search as well. So Crazy Panda, God, they're starting to drop like flies, and that is going to be Genesis holding very easily here. In the end, one trade, not enough. Ruler, oh god, Ruler was incredibly low as well, but that block is so powerful. Able to deal damage while blocking? Who designed this hero?
Auto-aim damage onto any number of enemies in front of you seems reasonable enough, right?
You know, it's honestly just on the up and up with the hero design here. Just give him every single piece of kit and damage along with the round block.
Search is a little bit separated here. We'll regroup with his team as they try and come through in this choke. Again, Dodo's trying to get aggressive here, but you can see Taejong keen to mark that position, and they've taken so much damage coming through the choke here. Ruler just gets to play gatekeeper at this door, and the backline just can't move. So even though Dodo's making these deep moves, Fearful's making these deep moves, they can't get their supports through in a meaningful way to pocket, and therefore Ruler just cuts off the heals, and the rest of Genesis are able to kill the Genji, kill the Hazard.
Yeah, I'm told that the block has the exact same damage per second as Winston Zap, so that does sound fair. Hidden, not particularly hidden in the eyes of Dodo, just going to be taken down, standing still around the corner. Taejong, though, wants the kill onto Search, and God, Fearful is still there, taking names. Takes down Taejong as well, so now one player lead for the side of Crazy Panda. This could be the advantage that they needed, and all that was really required was Hidden to stand still with his hands off the keyboard and get caught unawares. Ruler walled off, I presume inside by Fearful, and then his own wall trying to boost himself to safety. Scarlet on 1 HP gets away with that recall, but finally Crazy Panda have broken the hold.
Not just broken the hold, but broken the ult economy a little bit, because Maka had to use the Kitsune Rush. Unfortunately for Crazy Panda, Search has one of the slowest beats we've ever seen, as he's still only on 63%. So it is actually just one support ult versus one support ult. Kitsune Rush will be coming around the corner. Beat in response from Faith. The downpour is thrown out from everyone. Lots of rooted up targets here. The blade over the top from Dodo. Can't catch anything. Does get the Genji 1v1 though. And now the Pulse Bomb lands too, but the trades, they've all lost their backline. Pulse Bomb out onto Fearful. He is able to block it and Taejong is still there, but Ruler just there, tanking everything on point, dealing with it, and that was chaotic. But the downpour just locks everyone up, and didn't seem they could convert the kills now, Crazy Panda, even with the blade.
Xavier, I have a completely innocent question for you. What is coming first, Search's first beat drop or Christmas? Because my god, now that you've made it, it's actually unbelievable. 54 seconds in a rush mirror, and Search still doesn't have their first beat online. Really slow cooking this one. Getting dived in spawn, he's going to die again, isn't he? He's being chased, he's dead again. Unfucking believable. They have smelled the blood in the water. The counterblade from Taejong dashes back, catches Scarlet. Bodies on point for Crazy Panda. Not going to be enough because Genesis, they are in the state. One more fight, and it's all down to Search's beat. Can we get the Ajax cam observers? Because right now, it's Ruler 80% to that downpour. Search with the beat drop that we've all been waiting for. It's really going to be a battle between these two ultimates for the final five.
You can see Search playing quite far back compared to the rest of his team. He knows he is target number one. Dodo's even gone over onto the Echo. Search coming through here. Holding it, looking for his opportunity. Sees the Genji, deflect, use, they've lost. Scarlet, he's booped! He gets it off though despite the boop, and Fearful's pushing the point. Downpour comes out, both the backline is locked up by the downpour. Huge from Ruler. And Faith, he's able to get the touch. Now the Kitsune Rush coming back. Dodo's found one trade, but it's not enough. And the beat, it comes out. Scarlet dies before it though, and the downpour from Ruler, absolutely perfect to punish that backline. And Genesis close it out on this hazard mirror.
Mate, I'm furious about this Ajax protection change because that had Ajax written literally all over it, but he sinks to the ground like a stone after being booped. Just unfair. They need to roll back that change. It's actually so anti-fun for the spectators to not see common Ajaxes. See some nice respectful handshakes here as we prepare to roll into the third match of the day. And what I need to cram between now and the third match is probably a little bit of slop, just quietly.
Yeah, seems pretty reasonable. I think the worst part of that one as well, before we go, sorry, is actually because they played for it, right? Genesis played for the Ajax, so they've made the correct assessment of the situation. They go for the clutch play, and it's been stolen from them by the developers.
Yeah, it seems like, you know, they're playing to the right situation, but on the wrong patch. So really just not perfect, because that the devs are just stealing all the fun from our game. Maybe another micro buff to Orisa next patch. Really get us over the line.
Now we're talking. Alright, see you there. Alright, Genesis, they win the dogfight, they win the pride match. Who was player of the match? Ruler? Taejong? Grow up, it was Ruler. It was Ruler, I think. I mean, maybe even low-key, not to just get myself back on back on the Faith bandwagon. Thank you, Zap. Hazard Ops. It's the meta, apparently. Thank you for the 10 months, though. But you see all these problems Search was having? You know who wasn't having these problems? Faith. We talked about it at Stockholm in the Juno difference, right? The difference between Chio and Shu. The biggest difference wasn't any kind of aim or mechanics or necessarily cooldown usage, but just Chio's survivability. Ability to know you're going to be a primary target in all these situations and get yourself out of difficult situations consistently. And here, we saw a similar gap between Faith and Search. Obviously, Faith, a much more seasoned professional, much Overwatch League experience to boot, but Faith plays his life better in most situations. And it ends up, across the series, that'll end up making a big difference if you can do it multiple times. So maybe comes back a little bit to what we were saying earlier about, you know, the best players on these lower teams. It was Faith, a consistent performer. Faith was also getting his beat like 20 minutes faster. True, yeah, also. Because this last one was an egregious example, right? Where Search was just perma-dead in loads of situations. So the beat charge was colossal. But even when Search wasn't getting first picked, we still saw Faith farming his beat slightly faster in a lot of these situations. So, you know, I have to say Ruler put in a good performance as well, particularly that Hollywood. I guess will live in people's memories. But Faith low-key, very good performance as well. Is it safe to say Hazard is meta? It's somewhat meta. I think the real test will be on Thursday when we get all the big teams, right? Never trick yourself into thinking that these teams we see in these matches get to set the meta. It's always the top teams, you know? So you can assume there's maybe some trickle down logic, right? These are the these level teams these sort of level teams normally get trickle-down meta from the good teams, so maybe that is also what the top teams are playing. But new hero comes out, everyone's going to jump on it and try and play it and see if they can make it work, right? Not a lot of time between the patch coming out and Hazard coming out and this tournament for people to really change or shift the meta, I guess, that much. So I think we'll get the real picture on Thursday. But I think in terms of if you asked me for a prediction, I think it probably will be a lot of Hazard. Will be a lot of Hazard, at least until we maybe get a situation where one team is hard losing the Hazard mirror or something, and then maybe they'll pivot to try and save the series. By the way, soon the Pugbot will have statistics for players and shit so we can make fun of people who keep losing. Great, I love using data to bully people. And this seems like we're well on track for that. Hazard dive meta with Lucio Kiri. Can we have some analysis? So, what do you mean by some analysis? Do you mean as in why we're here, or like how the comp plays? Next one's a Friday after for the Pugs. Reckon we need a live Weaver meta? I don't know. Honestly, some live Weaver plays are actually clutch as fuck, you know? The right pull at the right time, the right petal at the right time. And there's one more game, Kuma, one more game. How it plays, so I think we've mainly seen Hazard mirrors. So I guess I'll maybe explain why we're in a Hazard mirror first. So when you're playing the Hazard, Genji, Sojin, and then whatever backline, right? Kiri, Lucio, Juno, Brig. I don't think the backline necessarily changes the playstyle of a comp in broad principles. So the ability here is just a very hard dive comp. So same thing you would do if they have a hit scan, if they have an Ana, if they have a Brig. You want to set up dives. You farm your Sojin rail, and then your Lucio Genji can maybe take a flank angle. And then your Hazard can engage from the front or something like this. And then the Hazard's ability to combo its damage to wall off the backline. Remember, the wall does 50 impact damage as well. And hit the slash. And then a Genji comes in. Makes a lot of heroes like Ana, Sojin, all really difficult. And anything Ashe, impossible, right? All of these things really hard. So I think that's how it would work if you were playing Hazard into, say, an Ana Brig type composition, or something like a BAP Lucio even. The BAP would become the primary target. But once we get down to the mirror, everything gets a little bit more even and a bit brawlier. So when we are just seeing essentially two Hazards on the field, we still get a lot of Genji Lucio flanks to find the engage. Then we have a Sojin, and we Sojin like let's say a Kiri. That's probably what we see most of. And this, if you're on Juno Brig, we see a lot of the same thing, except for Lucio is obviously Brig. Can't go quite as hard on the flanks with the Genji, but can still support him. And the Juno can still do very much the same thing, pocket the Sojin, pocket the Hazard. But then what happens a lot more during this is it all becomes a bit more of a fight for space. Rather than having clear win conditions where, oh, if we stop their hits, if we're playing dive and they're playing Ana, if we kill the Ana, we should win over time. But when you go over to this mirror, what happens is there's a vie for space, right? So can you get your Sojin into a good position? And the tools you have to get your Sojin into a good position are your Genji and your Hazard, mostly. So quite often, both teams will be using their Genji Lucio to try and stop the enemy Sojin getting into a good position. And then what happens here is because the Genji Lucio is the main tool for trying to clear space and get your Sojin into a good position, what you'll have is the enemy Genji Lucio will play to mirrorness a lot. And then, because this becomes a 2v2, what happens then is you also get the Hazards decide to embroil themselves in this 2v2. Because Hazard, unlike a lot of tanks, maybe other than Winston also, but Hazard actually has a very good matchup into Genji. I think the fact that Hazard can jump on the Genji, the slash you can consistently hit on the Genji, and you can force his deflect out. Likewise, if the Hazard blocks, again, even the Hazard blocking can force the Genji deflects a lot. So I think a lot now, we're seeing people play through the Genji a lot more. We're seeing Hazards try and bully Genjis out of space. Obviously, if the Hazard can ever just hit the Kiriko or hit the Sojin, get the good engage, they'll probably still go for it. But most of the time, the Kiri and the Sojin are in much harder positions to get to. So we see a lot more of this sort of jockeying for space, jockeying for position, and this all becomes about the Genji's positions and this sort of Genji Lucio flank battle, and the Hazards trying to overwhelm that for both teams. So the mirrors are always a little bit more complicated and nuanced and harder to pick apart, but that's the general idea, at least, of what we've seen so far in the TLDR. Ooh. Going to a meeting at 12, so the Preds are on you. I can do that. Preds are open for this one, right? No, thanks. That was some analysis. Well, you ask, I'll deliver. Thoughts on Avril's take? What's the take? Let's see. Oh god, it's a long take. After looking at more matches in SOOP Cup, in particular seeing how the bans are impacting competition choices, I'm pretty certain the real reason we're out of Amalgam meta is Sojourn. The hero nat just got a pretty significant buff and started to see playtime immediately in SOOP. Even in the early days before Hazard started taking over, Sojourn plays well into both Malga and Juno, easily farming rails off Malga and having easy targets like Juno to kill. When we see Hazard banned, teams are defaulting to Junker Queen comps and keeping the Sojourn. When we see a Sojourn banned, teams immediately go back to Malga in the same mode as Farmers meta with Juno Brig. Yeah, truly believe Sojourn is the best hero in the meta right now, and true hero net is dictating competition choices. Hazard seems to be able to fit nicely in the current meta. Blah blah blah. A very capable tank that can have solo impact. I think it's kind of true. I think what's also true is the Malga meta didn't exist in the same way in Korea. Like, so I think the level of Malga play between these teams, now the teams that we're mostly seeing here, the teams that didn't go to Stockholm, right? You look at all the teams we see in groups here. What's true about all 8 of these teams? Nobody went to fucking Stockholm, right? Which meant nobody boot camped in the UK. If we wind our heads all the way back, I mean, before I go on this tangent, I will say principally, yeah, Sojourn makes the Malga really hard, but I also think in terms of meta read, we're still too early because all of these teams didn't go to boot camp. And what were the Korean teams playing when they arrived at boot camp? When they just had Korean scrims and maybe a couple of Chinese scrims or something as their read on the meta. They were playing Orisa and they were playing Junker Queen. So the level of Malga play is probably a lot lower in Korea outside of the Falcons and Crazy Raccoon. So I think there is an element here. Now we've not really seen it tested. We've seen no science, you know? Malga also can't sustain off of Hazard the same way he can. Junker Queen or another Malga. Yeah, I think, isn't there also a bug with it at the moment where Malga doesn't get crit damage on the blocking Malga or something? Or on the blocking Hazard, sorry. I feel like I saw a thread on Reddit about that or something. So I don't know how much that's kind of playing. Hazard block stops crits. Oh, so it's not a bug, but it just stops that damage. Okay. You complain about that? It feels like a bug? Because maybe it was you who did say this, Jamie, but it was like, even if he's burning, right? Even if the Hazard is burning, his block still denies him getting crits. Yeah. So I guess, whether it's a bug or not, I guess that just gives Hazard a unique advantage in this Malga matchup that none of the other tanks had. So maybe it's possible Hazard does beat it, but I also think all the teams we've seen play, none of these are the good Malga teams. And also, if we look back through the comps, I mean, I've got no quick way to show you the comps, but if you close your eyes and you picture all the comps that we've seen, right? How many times have we seen Hazard played in a non-mirror? Once, twice. And the Hazard did win, to be fair, in those situations. But also it was a very much a strong favourite team playing Hazard, beating up weaker team not playing Hazard. So I don't feel like we've got... Jamie, you'll know what I'm saying when I say this. But we've not got any good science. If you weren't in that London team house, good science when a new patch hits is not everyone just plays the new hero and mirrors it. Because if everyone plays Hazard and mirrors it, all you learn from scrims is that Hazard is fine into Hazard. Cheers. What you want is science, where another team plays the old meta or plays the existing comps that were strong, and then you see, can the Hazard beat it? Or can we change a couple of things about the comp to keep beating the Hazard? And obviously, maybe that stuff has happened in scrims, but let's be real, what are we? 1 week since the patch? You know, way too early to tell. Certainly seems like Hazard's strong, and I wouldn't be surprised if everyone just plays for Hazard here. But I think the real test is, what do Falcons and Crazy Raccoon do? Do they just lean into the Hazard as well? It's quite possible. I wouldn't necessarily be surprised if everyone's just playing Hazard, right? But you know. But always very skeptical of, like, we've seen the bottom teams in Korea all play Hazard mirrors. I don't think it's necessarily a true indication of how strong the comp is. I mean, to be fair, this is the sort of thing where it's often hard to see in the matches, just because if you were to, the problem is they're all playing Hazard. So the presumption is they've all tried other stuff and it's not worked, right? That would seem logical, but I bet the number of experiments these weaker teams did in the region is super fucking low into trying to beat the Hazard. I think they all copied very quickly, I would guess. So I don't know if anyone's really, you know, done the proper work. You can't see Overwatch? Well, if you you don't know if Hazard beats Malga if you don't see Hazard versus Malga, right? So the question is, do you trust the Korean teams we've seen so far in group stage to have done the work? Yeah. Whereas I think my experience from scrims, a lot of the time, what happens is, fuck, Atlanta Reign are playing Winston Tracer Sombra. Fuck, are we going to have to do this? Are we going to have to play this comp? Fuck. And then slowly but surely, the good team in the region gets to decide. We used to do this intentionally on British Hurricane. That year when British Hurricane was on top, we knew we could pick the meta. Like when it was dive meta early on in that year, we picked it. We're pretty sure dive wasn't the best comp in that meta, but we were able to force a lot of things because that's the advantage. That's the advantage of being the top dog. All the poor weak teams have to be followers. Didn't we see Milgario on Hazard against Vesta on Malga against Vesta on Malga on Region City and Vesta reverse sweep the map? Oh, fuck, it was so long ago. By which I mean like a few days, so I can't remember. You might be right. That was like day one. Yeah, just the distant memories of day one, unfortunately. So my brain doesn't go that far back. Yeah, it was also not just day one of the tournament, but day one of the patch as well, right? All right, let me grab another drink so we can get ready for this last series. MSG versus Pokerface. So I'll drop you an advert and I'll be back and we can talk more Malga or more Hazard, I guess. I'm back. Oh, 20 seconds? I've timed that well. Ooh. No MSG believers? No one's seen the upset coming? What's the odds right now? 11%? There's a sole MSG believer in the predictions. There's a value bet here and there somewhere.
마지막 날 이제 정말 마지막 경기입니다. MSG가 먼저 입장을 준비합니다. 사실 이제 저희가 조지명식을 할 때 상대와의 정식 경기를 치열하게 했던 MSG였거든요.
You have a Doom Theory, right, Trini? For those who aren't aware, at the start of the year, Twisted Minds, they went to Korea. They boot camped in Korea, and they decided that nothing could beat the Doom comp. So they come back to EMEA, they swap to the Doom comp, KSA has to play a hero that he's less comfortable on, and they just get absolutely stomped by Doom and go back to their old comp. They go back to their old comp, and even improvise some Amalgam in the final, then win stage 1. So, that's a classic Twisted Minds theory. Afternoon, Mafino. You're right, that's the only way. That's good science. That's good science, Vedroni.
네, 아마도 맵에 따라서 그리고 조합의 그 상황에 맞춰서.
Alright, so Pokerface, the whole gang here. Proud, very much the star of this Pokerface team if you're not familiar with them. Especially now, he's allowed back on Sojourn. Sojourn buff, strong in the meta. If Proud can get going, he can be hard to stop. MSG beat Vesta Crew and then lost to Wei pretty decisively to Wei in the end. Is not Pokerface, it's Ochre Ace. Yeah, there's maybe a problem with the color choices there. Did you see the clients on Twitter arguing that Proud was better than Quartz? I don't know, they're both really good. I think they're both top hit scan players. I think something that's missed a lot in a lot of the Overwatch dialogue, and it's just part of a problem of the way the Overwatch circuit works as well. But what happens is it's so hard to compare players in complete isolation when they not just don't play each other or play against each other, they don't even play a lot of the same teams. Like, who has Quartz got the better of that Proud has also got the better of, or vice versa, right? Which hitscan's got the better of both of them. There's not a lot of overlap here in terms of sample size. I think Proud's super talented, but the thing is, there's a difference between talent and proving it, right? And I think to actually be a top hitscan player, you have to prove it. And Quartz has more proof than Proud does. 100% between the World Cup. Between the World Cup and some of the mainly the Stockholm thing, Quartz has more notches in his belt. So in reality, that's how it's proven, right? You can have all the talent in the world, mechanics, all of this. Same argument is really true. A more extreme example was someone like Viper, right? People really hot on Viper, high talent, all of this. Gotta prove it. Gotta prove it. So while the talent is there and it's perceptible, you can see his ability to do things. You gotta prove it. If you don't prove it, it's not really worth anything. Alright, so Busan to kick us off. Pokerface with the first map. They're going to ban Ball. So this is not a typical Korean ban where they're maybe just handshaking to play the same comps. But Meal Garu is a bit of a Ball specialist. We've seen him on other heroes, but Ball is by far his strongest hero. Ball quite viable, especially on Sanctuary on Busan. So Pokerface going to go to Busan, but take Wrecking Ball out of the equation here. MSG, on the other hand, they're going to respond with a Lucio ban here. So expect we might see a lot of Juno Brig. Maybe even this opens up the option for even maybe something like an Ana Brig or something greedier on Sanctuary. Remember on Sanctuary, very big, long, open map. We've even seen Ana Zen and stuff there before. And with no ball available to maybe close the distance on that bigger map, maybe there's a chance for a greedier comp or even Widows on that map or something like this. So we'll see what they choose to go with here. MSG, a team we're probably less familiar with. We've seen Milgaru play in a few teams before, Mr. Ball. I think Kivis and Wuchan have actually looked pretty good as a support duo as far as, you know, we're not talking like the Chio Fielder, Chirong Shu level, of course, but, you know, as far as other backlines in this tournament go, I think Kivis and Wuchan have more than held their own. But Pokerface should still be strong favourites here. And it looks like we'll see how these bans translate. And if you're just tuning in, the way the meta seems to be falling, a lot of Genji, a lot of Sojin, a lot of Hazard right now between all these teams in the group stage. And it looks like it's going to be Anna Juno coming out from MSG alongside this Hazard. Let me get these preds closed. There we go.
Ooh, any Xaviers in the chat?
I'm here. I was closing the preds.
There we go.
So,
Poor Milgaru getting target banned against the Wrecking Ball early on. But straight away, we've got MSG rolling out on a little bit of a different comp. Not an honorable mirror, but instead the Ana going for the wide angle. Could be massive if only the Ana could actually hit some of their skills. But instead, we will just have Proud opening things up with a pick onto Argon. Jasmine, kill onto Zessen as well. Finally, that anti-heal. It splashes and finds some value, but it may be too little too late.
Too little, too late. They're going to clean up onto point now. Do stabilize a little bit, but their Ana is in big trouble here, and we've not seen a lot of Ana so far in this meta or the previous meta or anything like this. But Argon's got to come back in, get 2 trades. So despite losing their Ana, they're fighting back right now. Proud got the opening pick. They lose their Ana, but MSG, they keep battling, and Argon trades their way to victory.
Yeah, unbelievable, you know, it's all thanks to Kivis and that long angle on the Ana, you know, even though the first couple of nades mightn't have gone the way that they needed to, you know, eventually they started to find some value. Straight away, War comes out to choke as well. That's going to be Milgaru taking, oh no, rather Jasmine taking a whole lot of damage. Jaywu also rather low. Nice sleep from Kivis though, the Ana utility really starting to come alive. Milgaru holding it down here on the cross, getting some damage in onto the Juno, not quite able to find the kill, goes for the downpour, misses, but Milgaru still has a good angle to just keep on doing damage. AoE cleave with the block, dash and slash all over the place. Really, Milgaru is everywhere all at once.
Getting it done. They've target banned. They've taken his ball away from him, but he's got hands on the Hazard as well. And once again, Pokerface, they get their man. They take the Ana out of the equation, but they lose too many people on the way forward. Now, though, getting up to the big ult exchange here. Carry a little bit slow on that Ray, though, so they have to be careful with him walking up too fast, because if Wuchan could just drop this Ray on the choke and they can catch people, it might just be over before it starts.
Kivis getting very, very close to that nano boost though, and that could be very clutch. Proud has swung very wide though, gotten a nice angle, but not secured, and he kills. In fact, Wuchan will take them down with those torpedoes. The orbital ray coming in with big value. Second rally comes in from Dixer. Carver has the orbital ray as well. Big jump into the backline, but Kivis sleeps up Jasmine. Nano onto Juno. That's a swing and a miss for Kivis there, and that could be costing them potentially the fight here. Maybe more if things continue to go wrong for them.
Oh, it was the opportunity was there, right? Nanoblade was available. If they get that combo off, even with the casualties they suffered, Nanoblade can do so much, but they get it onto the Juno instead there. So now, Wasted, Nano, and Pokerface get a foothold finally onto Mecha Base here, and it's going to be DPS ults versus DPS ults, but Milgaru, he is absolutely charging this ultimate, nearly a second downpour for him.
Yeah, let's see if we can actually catch somebody with this downpour this time around. I'm trying to keep my eyes on the Sojins here, because with a big open angle fight here, could be massive with the overclocks. Looks like Milgaru has once again popped the downpour and potentially gotten 0 players in it once again. Argon has pulled the blade as well and got no value whatsoever. Proud now pops the overclock. Zessen has not matched it as of yet. Proud just tank shooting, but it will be enough. Will take down Milgaru, takes down Zessen as well. Zessen nursing that overclock for a rainy day, and Pokerface, they do hold on. Potential disaster fight there for MSG, really. Where are Milgaru's downpours landing?
That was the big combo, right? Root a couple of people to the ground, then cut them up with a sword. Seems a pretty reasonable way to retake Mecha Base, but if you miss both of them, you don't set Argon up for any kills, and you throw those 2 ults down the pisser. Now Pokerface holding with their own downpour soon, a rally, a blade, all these things to throw in. A lot of pressure on Zessen here to find strong opening picks with this overclock, but coming out of this choke is going to be so difficult for him.
I mean, struggling to get out of the
Early
choke right
downpour.
now, but with an aggro downpour around the corner, the block is crazy from Milgaru, slowing Pokerface's approach. Jaewoo goes very, very deep, and here come the cleanup kills. Fixer pops the rally as well, but I really do think that this isn't a bad situation for MSG at all, because they get to come into this next one, Nano, Overclock, soon an Orbital Ray, and potentially another missed downpour from Milgaru. So really, pretty substantial ult advantage coming online for MSG. They've just got to be careful of Pokerface playing with high tempo.
They do a split
Nano
push
Overclock,
here.
flank on the left.
Yeah, Nano overclock as they touch point from underneath here. So Zessin, chance to carry, takes Carry out of it. So no Ray to respond with from Pokerface. The perfect pick for Zessin, but they're still getting traded by this blade. Zessin, now without the Ana Pocket, has to flee. Only got one kill, misses the jump Ray onto Proud, and Jaewoo can punish it. Now Proud getting Pocket on point. They've stabilized here. They've flipped the point back in their favor. Pokerface has more touches to come, but Proud is just taking care of everyone. Caro is back with the Ray. And there was a chance there of a perfect opening pick from Zessin, but he couldn't find any more.
That was very weak from Zessin. That opening shot was great, but afterwards just completely lost all value. Didn't push for any damage, pushed up to that high ground. There was no angle to really fight anybody, and then just fluffed everything. Ran away from the enemy tank when they could have kept pumping the damage. Missed the shot on Proud. Really needed more for a Nano Overclock. You know, you might feel like it's unreasonable to say, God, you needed to carry the game here, but that's two ultimates thrown into the one man.
Yeah.
You best hit more than one shot throughout the whole duration. Need more than that from Zessin if we're going to put all of our eggs in the Zessin basket. Proud has just been absolutely shooting rocks throughout this round. Early kills, even when they don't win the fight, Proud is finding kills, and then every time it mattered came in clutch. Now though, we're on downtown, big open map. Again, when we last saw this matchup, it was really easy for the Hazards to close the gap onto the Sojins, constantly forcing rotations. Nade up in main, didn't even catch Fixer, but it will be Fixer that falls. Karu backing up, and Milgaru cleaning up a kill onto Proud. Potentially another first fight win here for MSG, unless nah, there's no trades. Well, there are trades for Pokerface, but might not be enough.
He's looking for the Sojin here as well.
Hang
Hunting
on.
down Zessin, 1 HP, no heals, but Argon and Milgaru are there to protect him. And we're seeing the two sides of Ana so far in this map early on. Lots of value out of some of these cooldowns, but always dies. Kivis can't keep himself alive because he is target number 1. But if you can get the nade value beforehand, it's probably a worthwhile trade. As we go into this next fight now, it's going to be a touch on point from Jasmine early on. They're going to try and mark that out. They bully Jasmine back down to half HP here. Kivis is getting dived during all of this as well, but you can see how far back he is. Self-nade to keep himself up, but Proud, he finds Wu-Chan in all of this. Now the opening pick, and Kivis, all the healing is on him, but Proud is just taking heads and walking through.
Milgaru, I mean, finds a late kill on Karu, but it's not going to be enough. 2 for Proud early on in the piece, and now Pokerface, they are in control. Jasmine continuing to play life, doesn't have the big heals from Karu, but Fixer on the Kiriko going to be able to keep on pocketing. Proud, another headshot. This guy is a monster on the Sojin. Really a shining star for this Pokerface squad. Being pushed very far backwards though, and it's actually Kivis to take down Jaewoo. Jasmine goes very deep, trying to find the kill on Zessin, manages to miss the ultimate, but will still clean up that kill. In the back though, Argon has managed to take down 2. That's Proud and Karu both going down. Jasmine fighting for more, but Kivis with the duel on Jasmine. Not sure if they landed the sleep, but they have found the kill, and MSG, they come out on top.
Really well played from Kivis at the end. We talked about how hard Viana's life can be in this type of matchup there. You have to play well, you have to clutch your life in a few of these occasions, and Kivis just that there. Now the Nano for this next fight as well, as they've regained control of point. Chance to drop it onto the Blade, or even just onto the Hazard to send them in deeper with that downpour here. So lots of good options for MSG. It's going to be a coast retake from Pokerface. Split from Proud though.
Coast retake, I don't like this, because now the Ana is going to get a nice free position up on the high ground. The split could be valuable, but Nanoboost comes out into Zessin, keeps them alive. A little bit defensive. There is a Kitsune rush on the objective right now, but you see Kivis has found the kill on Proud, leaving the Ana relatively uncontested up on the high ground, retaking on the low ground. It's a recipe for disaster. Karu finds a kill onto Argon, but Zessin is traded out onto Jaewoo, so still MSG is advantaged in this fight. Karu pops the orbital ray, but it's on the back foot, struggling to push into their own orbital ray, and Zessin actually cleans up the kill. So MSG, they're going to flip back the point just as quickly as they lost it, and they've bled ultimates from Pokerface throughout. Proud now coming back in. He's got the overclock up on the high ground. He has a very strong position, but he needs to start finding kills, and Milgaru's on him like a bad smell.
Now, regrouping on point. They have the blade to keep going here. They have to be careful because Fixer's in pretty deep here on Valkyrie. Now the blade will come out, looking for options here. All over that Junu. Karu will go down. And now, looking for more kills. Joey responds with his own blade, but Zessin shuts down just a 1-for-1 trade out of that. And Zessin is 1 HP, will get himself a Mega. And Milgaro is cleaning up on point. And MSG in a great position to take this move off the map. Kivitz gets sent there, but he is traded for it. It's not enough. Overclocked just to make sure from Zessin. And the Coast retake. The answer to the Coast retake was meant to be maybe Viano have a power position, but Proud was flanking. But the problem with Proud flanking is if he loses the duel to Kivitz, it's not much of a flank. Maybe better the other way around with the Genji flanking and the Sojin there, but doesn't work out for him at all. And MSG able to find value out of the Ana on that map. And now as we go over onto Sanctuary, surely an even easier map to get the Ana value out of.
Yeah, I think that like a big open map should be just open season for Kivitz. Play as long an angle as possible, continually pocketing, throwing in your nades every now and then to slow down the enemy team's
Thank you,
neutral.
Wolfo.
The Kiriko isn't bad
Wolfo,
on Sanctuary as well.
Thank
you
you
can
very
take some
much
wide
for
angles,
10.
get some damage in, but it's definitely Kivitz with the utility of Ana that's
Seems
finding
like
the
it.
most
Seems
value
like
of
it for
all.
now, but
So
we've only seen
I
what
do
we
feel
can
like
take
MSG, you know, strangely enough, they have the edge here. Because, again, I really would have thought that this would have been a poker face wash today. Now, though, we've got Proud on the Widowmaker. And, I mean, we know that he is insane at these hard hit scans. This is a little bit gamble, right? Taking a bit of a risk going up against Milgaro, going up against the Genji. But if you can find value on the Widowmaker, I mean, Proud's the man to do it.
He's looking for it now. He's missed the first couple of shots, but he has just gotten his free angle. Everyone is playing with fire right now. But unfortunately, Proud, he's not burning very bright. No shots so far. And now a chance to maybe try and close some of the distance here. But no, there we go. He's heating up now. Proud takes Argon's head off. And that Genji is the main person to try and shut down Proud. But a big open map. We said it was good for Ana, but it's also very good for Widow. You can see Proud has been uncontested in this entire fight. And there's another head taking over on Sanctuary.
MSG really need to start splitting up a little bit, to be honest, to try and find a kill onto Proud. Alternatively, Proud can just overstay his welcome and get killed by a Sojin at relatively close range. That also works as a solution to the Widowmaker. I mean, we've never really praised Widowmaker players for being smart. Nice wall there. We'll actually be taking down Fixer and Pokerface. Now, they're starting to fall apart at the seams. They've gotten a little too close to the sun, peeking MSG's spawn. Now, MSG are the ones on the offensive. Jasmine's over on the objective. Proud is back in main, though, has that angle, so got to be a little bit careful of that. And Argon, again, playing range, not really closing the gap. You need to be going and fighting Proud, but instead you're just letting him live. I'm not too sure about this one. Long stall from Pokerface on the objective. Downpour comes out from Milgaro, but Proud finds Kivitz.
Oh, he hits the body shot, hits another one, trying to finish it with the SMG. He takes care of it as well. 30 HP to spare. Proud is still alive, but Argon is cleaning up on point. But an Argon, all the low HP target chains the dashes together and will clean that one up there. And whew, Proud is causing him problems, but MSG, they seal that retake, and now they have ults to throw into the next one here. But Pokerface not short themselves.
MSG really need to clamp down on Proud with an iron fist. Give that guy an inch and he will take a mile. Now, though, MSG in control. I mean, they've got decent ults for it. They just need to be so careful about a magic pick. Oh, God, you know that Widowmaker is watching you with the sights through the wall. No damage, but it doesn't matter because Jasmine is able to just walk up along the side, and with the help of Fixer, they take down Kivitz as the first pick. Already MSG falling a little bit by the wayside when it comes to the game of chess. A wasteful shift from Zessin led to an immediate downpour. Ray from Wuchen is beyond optimistic, and MSG will be falling, wasting that Ray at the end there too.
Questions have to be asked of MSG, because you see Pokerface, they get everyone to D-peak with Proud taking that sight line, then they push all the way to the left to get on Kivitz. But they've walked so far, what have MSG done in the meantime? If they're going to cross the map to get on your Ana, you have to punish them somewhere else, but Proud uncontested, all just dicking around, holding on to themselves on point. And now a chance to hold close. An early blade sleep will be dodged out by Jaewoo. Gets that first kill. Now they'll just all walk into this house and Jaewoo will make short work of them. They've got 2 kills. They've got the positive trade. Overclock from Zessin finds nothing. And now they're in complete control, and this touch is going to be rushed.
It's going to be a really brutal touch for MSG. They've got this blade, but I mean, it's so far away. And with Proud just bearing down on them on the long angle, Wuchan already getting hard pressured early on, has to TP back towards the spawn. The touch is good for Milgaru. Milgaru, if he can get off the point and go start fighting Proud, throwing down that wall defensively just to play life, keep himself healed up a little bit, blocking on the objective. Now Argon edging forward, looking for that blade angle, dashes in onto the back, doesn't find the second slash onto Fixer. Now Argon is probably going to be the man to fall in all of this. Proud also takes down Kivas for the nth time this round, and that may be all she wrote for MSG. Proud with this Widow pick really coming in clutch, putting the team on his back on Sanctuary.
It was kind of a twofold approach, because banning Ball at the start not just takes a strong hero away from Milgaru, but when we go to Sanctuary, probably one of the better ball maps in the game, a hero that would be really great at stopping Proud playing Widow and getting on top of him, they don't have that open to them. So you just see how free Proud was in all of that. Maybe they needed another swap for that specific map or something just to try and eliminate Proud out of it, because it seemed like he was just too free. And Proud, a player of such quality, you give him time, you give him space, he's going to take some heads.
Look, I mean, he took more than a couple of heads, and you know, maybe Kivas' 3 separate times as well, which wasn't a bad moment for him at all. You know, we did gas up the Ana pick so much, but you know, at the end of the day, Ana's not winning a long range duel versus a Widowmaker unless the Widowmaker has cerebral palsy. So, really good looks at the beginning for Poker Face. Looking a little bit rocky when it comes to the mirror though, when they're on the Sojin mirror. Somehow, some way, Zessen is actually finding a little bit more value, and Milgaru is just a generational talent on the Hazard from the looks of things. Again and again and again, just finding more damage in the neutral than Jasmine. Perhaps a little bit less discipline with the downpours, but God, lots of value in the neutral.
Yeah, it's a little bit hard with the downpours because the ult charge is so fast. So the go-to sort of playstyle would be, we'll keep throwing these ones in, right? I get them all the time, similar to a kind of pulse bomb idea. Why not? But they're actually quite hard to get consistently. So it feels like if you're not comboing it with another ult or something, or you're not able to force some cooldowns before with like a support ult or some kind of push, it feels really hard to actually get that consistent value here. And we saw Milgaru fall into that exact problem.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just the same as it ever was, you know. There's a little bit of neutral fight theory in there where you just need to force some skills out of the enemy before you ult someone. If somebody has a mobility cooldown and you try to ult them, they are going to get away. The problem is these guys, they're practicing the brand new hero in ranked where people have no practice against the hero. So they're probably loading in for all of their practice time and just landing ult after ult after ult after ult on literally anyone. They haven't built up those good habits yet on the new hero. But, you know, they will learn. Some of them are learning on the fly in the match. But again, you know, you ult a Sojin with a shift, you are not going to catch her.
True. I mean, the best one we saw was, you know, the one on Mecha Base Hold, where the Ana rotates from right to left, and they just pull the downpour super early because he just knows the Ana can't do anything, right? Just a slow old lady trying to cross the road, hit her with a rain of thorns, and she'll get stuck there.
That was solid. Do you know if this match matters? Is this like a qualifier for one of these teams? Because Pokerface are already qualified.
They're also, they're already qualified and already qualified top seed as well. So this is...
Okay.
This is for MSG. I think MSG are actually already guaranteed 3rd place as well. So this is purely for the love of the game.
We all do love the game here. That's why we're watching, so fair enough. Fair enough. All right, quick little slop.
Roger that. So yeah, the Ana's interesting. It feels greedy whenever you see Ana Zen, these type of high utility, high impact supports. It's always tough. It always becomes just the equation of if they can stay alive, they can probably outvalue the other supports. But if they can't stay alive, they obviously can't outvalue the other supports, right? And this is why we see backlines really common recently, where we have Juno Brig, very survivable. Kiri Lucio, very survivable. Stuff like this. How do you use Hazard Wall properly? So there's a few different situations. I think the classic is, maybe the most obvious one is you pretend you're Mei, right? So even though your wall's not as big, some of these tight chokes, like, you know, the doorways, like the mecha base retake, you can just get hard walls, you can split off people, stuff like this. You can use it in the neutral if you're just playing Hazard v Hazard, just to try and again get that block in on the Hazard. Punish them if they try and take a more advanced position, you can lock them off. Otherwise, you can also just use it as a dive tool. Remember, it does 50 impact damage as well. So if you can find a chance to connect onto, say, a high value target, like an Ana, and you can do something where you throw the wall at them, and then you get the 50 damage, you jump on them, you hit your slash or something, then you try and hit a meat shot, land your shotgun damage, you can burst people down pretty much, if not just one-shot them if you hit everything. So, becomes a very effective dive tool against these targets as well. Also, you can use it as a peel tool. We saw this sometimes. Do you remember when that mecha-based downpour we were talking about, where they were holding, and they go for that really early downpour, and because the fight starts so quickly, the defensive hazard ult still has wall, so just walls off the choke, similar to a Mei wall, but like a disengaged wall, essentially. The other thing you can do that we see quite a lot, is especially, this is especially good against Ana, is you dive onto, I'll put it over here, you dive onto the Ana, and then you put the wall essentially at your own feet, so you wall yourself up, a real chance that the Ana misses the nade, because she's nading the ground, and she might still hit herself with the nade, but you stop getting antied, and then you can just keep shooting her, keep like looking for your slash timing, get some block damage in or stuff like that. So a lot of it as a dive tool, and maybe just a self-survive tool, right? You can use it as like a mock shield, the same way a Ram would use a shield, or a Sigma would use a shield, or you can use it just to get yourself out of a sticky situation until you can get your next jump or wall climb type thing out. So I feel like it's actually an ability that has such a huge range of uses, but also quite a high cooldown rather. So you don't get that many uses of it in a fight, but it can be really, really fight swinging and game swinging. So I think the wall value is the sort of thing that we'll see. We've seen people experiment in different uses right now, but I think the skill level on that gets really high. I think in a really maybe a similar analogy is, do you remember when Ramatra came out? And Ramatra was always pretty good because he's just strong, he can tank a load of damage, he can do a lot of damage, stuff like this. But the biggest improvement we saw between Ram players at the start and Ram players once he was more established was the slow usage. Using slow not just to throw it in on cooldown and get trade value, but finding key targets to do it. Using it with your ult, or using it to combine with, say, a Tracer or a Genji. How many times did we see, like, Vess and Kev combine? And same with, like, SSG would do it as well. They throw the slow at the back line, the same time their Tracer goes, whether it's Kev or Psycho, whoever, and they just catch a target because they're using their, like, a slow dive, essentially, where their Tracer goes with the slow, or they just swing with the slow on the rotate. So I feel like Wall is a similar thing, where the skill level and the value you can get out of Wall is massive, but it's also not straightforward to get value out of, so it's the sort of thing I think we'll see get really high over time. Yeah, I think it's really easy. Yeah, even when I've only played a little bit of Hazard, but you just get caught up trying to hit the slashes, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh yeah, I actually have a wall that could help me massively in all these situations. Alright, so Ball is no longer banned. Instead, it's going to be a Brig ban out from MSG, so trying to force them potentially off of this Juno Brig competition onto Kiri Lucio, and now they're going to play Ball on Suravasa here. So they're trying to set up Milgaru for success here. They forced him off Brig Juno, and instead they're going to allow Milgaru to go for this. Kivas is on the Ana again, so Kivas' life once again will be under a lot of pressure here. But as will Karu and Fixer, as Milgaru wants to get those cooldowns out early. Suzu is forced already, so no Suzu available for Proud as he comes in. Now Milgaru coming back, getting involved with his team, and you see it. As they try and cross that big distance on first point, they get their man Kivis, but Milgaru, he forces all the cooldowns, he trades all the kills as they dive on that Ana there. He's back on his ball.
Back on his bullshit already. And I think that the Ana Juno, this is a nice lineup, to be frank. Juno, a lot of escape potential. If Jasmine tries to go super deep to take down Wuchan, Wuchan can just slip off into the night. We've got a very mobile support. And then Kivas on the Ana, taking a little bit more risk. But again, you can get the pocket from the Ana, you can sleep up Jasmine, and Jasmine has actually made a very good swap here over to the D.Va. This should hard counter out a lot of what MSG are trying to do here. From the backline side of things, Proud's actually just going to get an opening pick onto Zessin, but looks like he dashed in for it because Argon just as quickly trades it out. So now it's a 4 versus 4. Vix is taking a lot of bit of damage. Milgaru close to the minefield, but now Karu under a lot of pressure. No TP being dashed on by Argon, and that's going to be another kill. Kivis was taken down in the mix there, but now we've got a one-player advantage for MSG. Pokerface, they need something big, and I'm not sure they're going to get it. Milgaru looking for the double boot, not quite able to find it, but still finds the kill on Jewu. Now they get a little stagger on Jasmine, and that could be all she wrote.
Could be all she wrote. This touch is going to be really hard now. The Diva, in theory, gives you more options. You can still get a lot of value diving Piano, as we see Kivi's die multiple times again. But actually, Milgaru wasting no time. You see, again, the mobility of Ball means you can engage early and get ready to engage on point as well. And he just wants to trade cooldowns here, force him out. And as all that happens, Fixer's going to go for the touch. He gets the touch, dies for it, though. Jaewoo gets the next touch, but now he has no cooldowns. Jasmine can finally take over here. They have managed to get themselves back to point, and they have Kitsune Rush, but Zessen, he takes Jaewoo's head off, have the worst possible time, and Kivers is actually on the flank as all the attention goes towards the point as they need the touch. Kivers has just worked his way in there and will get the cleanup kills. They did drop Ray for it there, but a 1-for-1 trade. First point secured for MSG, and they are back on their bullshit.
They really are back on their bullshit. It is unreal. Now they've got 4 ultimates to roll into the next one, and I feel like this comp, even if Jasmine has made a pretty high quality swap, you know, potentially able to counter out the honor, make Kivus' life a living hell, Milgaru does so much on the wheel. Already you see here, he has that side angle, he goes for the slam, the beat comes out from Fixer, thank God for Ajax protection because the slam did not catch him. Nanoblade came out from MSG there, but still, the only kill to come through, it's Milgaru taking down Karu, and now Jaewoo is being chased in. Milgaru on his case once more. He actually winds up getting traded out by Proud, but MSG, they've still got the 1-player advantage. Kivers taking a little bit of damage on the side. Jasmine looking for the kill there, but the Juno peel is good enough. And MSG, they're going to get the first cap.
They might have lost Milgaru as well, but Ball is so goddamn fast, he'll be back in no trouble. Nate actually catches 3 targets. Luckily Milgaru isn't quite back yet, but it would have probably forced Suzu out of this. Now the slam comes in. Overclock comes out from Proud, but he is under duress. He somehow gets away from that Ball slam and will keep swinging wide, but he can't find the connect. Diva Bomb has been forced out of all of this as well, and now Milgaru, he's awfully low, but Zessen, he's overclocking back. Blade on top of him right now. They're trying to focus him down. Kivis goes down. Zessen gets caught sliding straight into him, and this time they have the ults to get him through Poker Face. They had to use everything, but they get themselves back on point.
Nasty blade there at the end from Jaewoo, taking down the overclocking Zessen. Poor little Milgaru finally not able to find value for one singular fight. Kivus already closing on another nano boost though. Might want to throw that out onto the Genji for the neutral. Milgaru appears to be spawn camping Jaewoo, or at the very least forcing him out of this side. MSG, they are looking for the retake now. Milgaru rolling in on the back. He's getting a bit of that passive healing. He's back up to full. Now he's rolling into Jasmine. He's just booping everybody every which way, but still MSG, they need a little bit more time for the setup. Jasmine's taking a lot of damage actually. Maybe those boops were more value than I thought initially. And Proud, I mean, he's side of the point, but still, MSG, they need to step up. They need to take some more angles and then get actually all the way in there.
Oh, Kivis is in so much trouble here. Defensive nade comes out. Jaewoo was hit by it, but the Lucio Genji, they get their job done. Draw 1 as well by Proud in all of that. Milgaru and Argon still finding trades, but with their backline taken out, surely it's not enough. Argon's so low here. Looking for Fixer right now, but that Lucio has wriggled away. And this is the type of play Poker Face need. They need their Lucio Genji to take this Ana out of the game, and that allows Jasmine to play a little bit slower, look after his backline against this Ball. Slam comes in. Fixer's still getting chased. Mine's on point. Fixer does have the beat right now coming back in this one. They've not used either support up yet, Poker Face. Now the Kitsune Rush comes in, ready to match it from Wuchan. Kivers, he still has the nano. Maybe he's waiting for the blade, but he might be waiting too long here because Argon, he's got 1 kill, but they're down. Trying to focus Proud in the backline here. Milgaru is on the hunt, slamming through. Proud on half HP. They've lost Kivvies. He takes care of him. They deal with all the threats in that time, and Poker Face tie it up 1-1.
It's so difficult for some of these players on MSG to stay alive. One of the backliners or Zessen is always going to fall victim to this Lucio, Diva, Genji composition. There's huge pressure and not enough peel potential really to keep MSG alive. Despite the heroics of Milgaru, he goes for the touch. He uses the ball tech to dodge the Lucio boost. Still, it's not enough. Jaewoo's actually found Zessen yet again. Like I was saying, so hard to stay alive in this comp, but the nano comes out onto the Genji, and the nano Genji is good. That's 2 for Argon, 1 for Milgaru. It's a 2 versus 3 right now, but already we've got MSG players balled up on the point. Poker Face, they're not going to be able to touch this one, surely.
They go for it, but they're actually a little bit late for the touch here. So now Jasmine, this might cost him his mech actually. I think he has managed to get back out to his support, so we will just get a full reset here. Blade back now from Jaewoo, which makes Pianda's life even harder, but Milgaru, he wants to start the fight first. All over Fixer right now, still has the mines. Fixer slides away from that one, but now his attention onto the Genji. Jaewoo has Blade, but he is in so much trouble right now. Milgaru won't leave him alone. 1 dash away, trying to come out onto the side. Karu's off the map somehow in all of this, and Jaewoo is going to get no chance to use this blade. And this this is a great response from MSG. We talked about the value this Lucio Genji can get, and I should stop talking because it's still actually going on. Self-destruct's on point here, and Fixer takes care of Wuchan, so it's not over yet. Milgaru can still stagger, but Argon's there. One trade, one shot's proud out of that one. Good damage onto Lucio as well. Can he find it? Fixer slipped away again. He's so low. Fixer wins for Jewel. He's going to teabag him afterwards as well. And Fixer clutches out his own life there and gets the flip for Pokerface.
God, even when Karu TPs onto his Genji and then falls off the map, it doesn't matter because MSG, their backline, it's made of wet paper. We've got the Butter Brothers in the support line. They cannot stay alive. Zessen, Kivas, Wuchan all being traded out. And finally, Milgaru, he's made the swap. He's gone over to Old Faithful, over to the Hazard, immediately fighting Jwoo, putting him under quite a lot of pressure. But God, Jwoo with the deflect and the beat push from Fixer, that's going to be the end of MSG. Massive deflect on Kivas' nade there. And just a clean, or not so clean wipe as Milgaru gets a late pick onto Proud.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think the ball was the problem. It felt like Milgaru was getting pretty good value all around. Felt like more of the problem was just that Kivas was permanently dead on this Ana. And we talk about how that Genji Lucio's doing so much. Obviously, Hazard, bit of a nicer matchup onto Genji here, so they can maybe match that position a little bit more, try and play more through their Ana in some of these neutral situations. But the problem is, they're walking into a lot of these ults, and Argon has used a lot to get this touch. He is 1 HP, surely going down. Jay will finish that. Overclock now from Zessen. Does catch Jasmine out of mech, tills it as well. Jay with the blade, finding a whole lot of nothing as the Kitsune rush comes through. Kivas has backed himself into a corner, but he is safe. But Proud is coming. He's hunting him down right now. Will hit the sleep, actually. Kivas doing his best job to stay alive, but can't convert the kill. Didn't have nade available, I guess. And Pokerface will take the lead.
So tough for MSG. You know, Milgaru already has that Hazard ultimate. One fight on Hazard and straight away there's a downpour in the back pocket. But you're right, the problem for MSG, it's not Milgaru's pick. It's more to do with the backline, the fact that nobody can live. They don't really have a solution for when Brig is banned. Nothing to keep Kivas alive. Maybe Kivas just needs to make a change, head over to the Kiriko, head over to the Lucio, just play something a little bit more survivable, because what's happening right now, two squishy supports, it's too much of a gamble and it's not paying. Argon receives the nano boost, and this could be a fight where we actually see a little bit of payment if he fluffs it on it. It was looking like he might have fluffed it, but there we go. Good for 2, and that should just be a nice clean fight win for MSG now. They will take the cap, roll over to the next one.
Does cost him 2 ultimates, so it's a 2-for-nothing situation here. Pokerface coming back, overclock, self-destruct. Obviously, self-destruct always a bit of a nothing ult whenever D.Va's in play, really, compared to all the other tank ults. So, not a great situation for Pokerface. They've got this overclock, but you can see Kivas is lurking close with a nade. Maybe some kind of root and flank nade play, but Kivas, we might run into Jwoo right now. Jwoo is going to find him. Kivas, look behind you! He finds him now, deflected nade once again! Takes him down! And now, that flank nade is going to do nothing. They still have the downpour, they still have the Ray. MSG, they have the ult back to win this, but the overclock coming through. Now the downpour comes out. Does it catch anyone? I think maybe only the D.Va. They get the self-destruct out. Oh no, they don't. He's actually just fine. They don't get anything out of that downpour. Nothing out of the Ray. Pokerface kiting all these ults out. They find the hider, they deal with the ults, and should be an easy retake now. They mark Argon out of this position. Fixer and Jay were able to deal with that one. They are just on this point for free right now. Surely a matter of time before MSG have to concede it. Well, they're going to beat push to finish it as well, actually. This Fixer's taken down Wuchan there. Don't know if they needed a beat in the end ultimately, but a good retake nonetheless from Pokerface.
In Pokerface, they needed a closer. They kited so many ults from MSG, but in all the time that they spent kiting and backing and push-pulling, that was a 5 versus 4 the entire time. And still, the point was in MSG's control. So it's really important to remember that Pokerface, ended this, they might have retaken, they might have retained some ultimates. But MSG, I mean, they did manage to get the point all the way up to 99 from something like 30 or 40 where they lost their Ana. Zessen pops the overclock now in main, is under a lot of pressure. Actually just be snipped out of the sky by Proud. Unbelievable, this guy. Oh, Kitsune rush up in main, really just finding all the value now as Milgaru is taking a beating. Everybody from the side of MSG needs to back up all the way into their spawn. One more fight now to decide the map. Pokerface still a big ult bank, and Zessen, I mean, going for a little bit of a Hail Mary pick right now, over to the Cassidy of all things.
We'll see how much he's able to live here. D.Va Genji still a very dangerous dive combo. MSG maybe just going to wait for their ults. Oh, Zessen's in big trouble. defensive nade keeps him alive, but now the blade push comes out. Sleep is good, catches him. Fan the hammer to execute him as well. But Caspic, it was genius, so you can fan the hammer for sleeping Genji. Of course, but they still get traded. This backline just can't live. Proud is 1 HP, finished off by the block by Milgaru, but the trades are so strong. Argon had to go to point, but he has got the flip now. Vix's going to come back and match him here, but it's a 2v2. Diva Lucio versus Hazard Genji.
Well, I don't know why Argon doesn't want to blade the guy, but instead he's just going to play slow, play life, wait for Milgaru to stand on the point blocking. Milgaru now in an incredible amount of trouble. They're going to concede the point at this rate. Nano Blade comes back in, TP forced, blading the Genji, Hazard deflect, finds no value. The downpour is absolutely massive from Milgaru though. Argon does manage to find 2 at the end, but thanks to Milgaru's heroics, Proud pops the overclock up in main, but he's shooting into an orbital ray. He's shooting into a whole lot of nothing. Kivas is in so much danger. He will fall. He jumps to get himself headshotted, stuck in no man's land. Zessen is back on the point on the Cassidy doing no damage at all, but in the meantime MSG, they cap the point.
They cap the point, and they're going to try and get Proud out of this situation, pocketing through everything, but looking for this damage here. Full pocket coming for Proud. He will eventually fall. And it all worked out there, but MSG, it cost him 2 nanoblades to get that point. Really had to wait for all those ultimate combos to come through. And Jasmine is now, just Orisa in spawn, sticking on to the Diva here, so still worried about the Ana threat. And now, pretty much a full neutral to begin with, but 2 support ops really close for Pokerface.
Pokerface with the double support ultimate, I feel like they should be able to bully out MSG. They can throw down that Kitsune rush on the objective and just scrap it out. I'm surprised that Jasmine, even into Milgaru on this, is still sticking out the Diva. Nade lands, but the only one to fall is Kivas. Zessen with the flank finds a kill on Proud, but will it be enough? Pokerface already have 2 kills. They've got the Kitsune rush rolling, and it is going to be MSG falling over. So now, MSG, I mean, they secured the cap, but what are they going to get? Something like 20% before the point flips back over to Pokerface? And Pokerface won that fight with only 1 ultimate. Oh, it'll be a little bit more than 20% because Milgaru is stalling out quite heavily here.
Yeah, it works out alright in the end. I think the good news for Pokerface is they only use 1 support ult there. It was a little bit ropey at times, but they get hold of this beat. They're nearly going to have a blade to combo with it. And Kiv we've talked about it all map. He's having such a hard time staying alive. It's going to be really hard into a beat blade combo. Heinun can maybe buy him a bit of time, a bit of space, maybe a defensive downpour. Can they really afford to use all their tools defensively here? Maybe they need to wait for Ray. Even though they might have ult advantage technically, MSG, very difficult, especially if Zessen dies at the start of a fight like that.
Nasty pre-fight pick there. Proud, he's so consistent with these headshots. There he goes, charging up the rail now.
Downpour?
Wants a little bit more. Downpour roots up everybody on the chase. Fixer is ready with the big drop though. That's a 1-for-1 exchange. The push continues though. Now we've got Pokerface going so incredibly deep, but MSG, they're just wrapping around to the side. They're looking for their rotation onto the point. The nano boost is online. Potential options here. Could be a counter nano onto Zessen if he is dived, or a nano blade again onto Argon if they can wait a little bit longer. Deep dive on to Zessen, and instead they have nano the Genji, which appears to not be the ideal choice in this scenario, because right now 3 kills. Argon heals the blade, does not get the kill though. Fixer bagging for all he's worth, and it's just Milgaru versus the world right now. Wuchan coming back from spawn with the orbital ray, but Milgaru, he's got the weight of the world on his shoulders, trying to stall this one out, climbing the wall, holding right click for the block. It's just not going to be enough, is it now? Wuchan is back with the ray, soldier on Zessen, running in onto the objective. Wuchan with a hopeless stall, and Proud back on the fire to execute Wuchan. That's going to be the map. So close, but no cigar there. Really needed a counter nano onto Zessen, and instead it went over to Argon.
He didn't quite have for blade either. If he had that extra 10%, he maybe could have just pulled for blade. It maybe could have just clutched themselves out, because honestly, all the kills in that room, 1 more slash, and maybe Argon just turns the entire fight. But he didn't have the blade quite in time. So by the time he blades, the nano protection has faded. And they are able to clutch it up, and honestly, Fixer coming out trumps in a few of these key difficult situations when he's just under full dive from this Hazard Ball or Genji combo.
Also massive trumps in the mental warfare front, constantly teabagging in the middle of his land match that has no stakes whatsoever. But now, I mean, a 2-0 lead for Proud. Results head rejoice, because we could be rolling in towards the end of the day.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, say what you can. Like, they're at least giving him a fight, right? Not to get into close 3-0 territory, but there's some fight back here. Pokerface, even though they're playing a weird version of it, MSG are actually pushing them quite hard here.
Yeah, they're making it very, very close for a 3-0. Not that such a thing exists, but you know, Poor little Kivas, you know, a lot of weight on his shoulders, to be
He's-
honest. You know, it's a
he's-
very dangerous role playing the Honor in these matchups.
Yeah, I mean, you see it sometimes, he's able to clutch it out, but the problem is you're asking him to hit a giant clutch basically every time to play his own life. He has to hit every sleep. He has to, well, he's using a lot of nades aggressively still, so he has to use the nade aggressively, hit his sleep, and kite perfectly. It's really hard.
There's a lot of work for him to do. Alright, back to cooking videos. See you on the other side.
Keep cooking. Woo. Alright, oh, do I need to start the Preds? Yeah, choose outcome, poker face. Oh, there was a value bet there. It was close, no? Close, no? I think Kivas and Wuchan are both sort of more flex support hero pool. I think they have a third support, right? I fact check myself on this one. Where are we going? MSG? Oh no, it's just both of them. Maybe I'm telling fibs then. Maybe I'm just telling fibs. They only have... Oh no, they have Blink as well, sorry. I'm literally blind. Yeah, so I guess Blink is what would be like the Lucio Brig player in these situations. But yeah, I mean, it's a gambit, right? I am literally blind Wilder in my defense. Maybe Lucio Anna. I feel like it's the same problem for the Anna, right? It's part of the reason we see so little Anna in the meta right now, because it is just so hard to survive. And, you know, we talked about we don't always get good science between Hazard and other tanks, or Hazard and Mauga, for example. But we got some good science there on why Anna's really hard to play in this type of matchup, right? Give is racking up all the deaths. Able to clutch out a couple of times. That sleep on point C on the fountain point, where he sleeps for Genji into a Fanva Hammer kill. Good, but not enough. Surely Shu can make it work. Not even Shu can make it work. Yeah, it all comes down to that survivability. It's if you look at a lot of the backlines we've seen over the course of the year, how often has it been Kiri Lucio, Juno Brig, high survivability backlines? It's crazy, Panda. Free stack. We're all thinking what you're thinking, but it's officially stands for Crazy Panda. You got your GM back with only Anna? Maybe you're the key then, Luke. You're the key. Proud really solid? Yeah, he's not bad, that kid, is he? He's not bad. Alright, so Rina Sappy the pick from MSG. Could they just ball here? Obviously, Pokerface burnt that ball ban in first map, and they did win it, so seems a valuable investment.
짚어준 것처럼 동일하게 나오고 있어요. 네, 그때 약간 마우가가 떨어져 나가긴 했지만 스킬을 쓰는 거 그리고 궁극기 교환을 하는 거 전투 구도를 재는 거가 그때와 그렇게 크게 다르지 않습니다.
Please ball it. I can see him doing it, right? It's possible. It's within the realms of possibility.
일단 MSG가 어떤 픽을 좀 배날지가 궁금해지네요.
제 앞에서 좀 세게 맞았던 픽들 뭐 여차하면은 지금 제우의 폭도 좀 좋다 보니까 그쪽을 좀 견제할 수도 있을 것 같고요. 아니면은 오히려 같이 뛰어.
I guess for Pokerface, you're kind of just in comfort zone, right? I mean, maybe not comfort zone, but you're still winning all the maps. No need to change the comp massively. Feels like their playstyle versus Viana is developing. We just get Choi Se-wan come in here. So I don't really expect us to change the heroes. Maybe the bans will give us more of an insight into this. But Choi Se-wan also played Genji for him.
이제 특장점을 뽑아보자면 겐지 강화죠. 최세환 선수가 들어왔을 때는요.
그렇습니다.
Any changes of any other changes? Let's see. Bellows3 coming in for Jasmine as well.
또 등장을
Ball mirror? Why not?
이제 이게 최근에
A ball mirror Rina Sappy?
그런 거거든요. 선수가 바뀌어도 동일한 조합을
Can live in hope.
근데
Can't remember the last time we saw a ball mirror. Maybe Korea did it a few times, right? Smurf match jumping on a Nepal or two
운영법이 다
earlier this year.
면역력이 생길 만한 타이밍에 갑자기 다른
This is for Poker Face. They've got the big boys back in, Simple back in for Karu. They just want it done.
내성이 생겼는데
They just want it done.
A형 감기 이런 게 나오는 거잖아요.
그쵸 그쵸. A형의 이제
We'll see if it translates into what the expectation is.
그러면 이제 갑자기 깜짝 놀라죠.
If they can
이런
assert
것들이
dominance.
이러면 되는 거니까.
분명 픽은
네,
같은데.
그래서 포커페이스의 의도도 약간 그런 쪽 방향으로.
Oh, Poker Face, they have a big roster, Wilder. You got to get use out of it. Why not swap all the players every map? To keep us guessing.
자, 일단
Okay, banned heroes here. So, alright. MSG are going to ban the D.Va, because I guess they feel the D.Va is a good swap into their Ana version of the comp. But Poker Face, not so stupid, we'll just ban the Ana. Oh, you're gonna ban the D.Va we want to play into the Ana? Well, we'll just ban the Ana. Then you can't play Ana either. So Ana taken, you know, D.Va is a good counter to Ana, but banning Ana is also a good counter to Ana.
그러니까 뛰어 들어가도 힐맨 없이 좀 뛰어 들어가야 되는 상황인 거죠.
그래서 뱀픽 구도만 봤을 때는
So,
포커가 이겼어요.
Eyes on the MSG backline for how they will adapt to this. Will it just be Tuno Brig? Could be. Or will they just go Kiri Lucio, play a Kiri Lucio ball comp? It could work. It's hard, but it could work. I expect Milgar would probably be more willing to go onto the hazard here.
진짜 이번 수급에서 정말 많은 빛을 발하고 있는 것 같습니다.
그렇습니다.
네.
또 이제 그리고 디바
Wait, are we on?
벨로세리아 선수가 등장을 했을 때 사실 어떻게
Wait, hold on.
포커 입장에서 그래 하려면 해라 이렇게 말할 수 있잖아요.
그렇죠. 이게 왜냐하면 로스터는 먼저 제출을 하는데 베니 페이지가 다 끝날 때까지 로스터 공개를 안 해요.
예.
그러니까 그냥 서로 그래 일단 벤하고 나한테 오픈될 때
Maybe we're unlocked, sorry. I think maybe we're unlocked for a second. Now potentially re-knocked.
정말 진짜 여러모로 오늘 많이 원하는 대로 판이.
Yeah, I think we're re-knocked. I think it's okay.
디바뱅 된 걸 보고 포커페이스가 벨로세리아 선수를 출전시킨 건 아니고 그냥 심지어 좀 이기고 들어갔습니다. 자 그리고
When did we add the Dies of Grinch emote?
마침 등장을 하고 있고
The mods have been up to stuff while we've been
다시 한번 벤에 대해서
while I've been asleep.
하지만 양 팀한테 벤 페이지 전에 공개를 안 해요.
예.
그 상태에서
Knock hunter up, please. I can do that.
오픈하는 거라서 이런 현상이 발생하는 겁니다. 벨로는 원래 또 디바
I guess we're getting Christmas themed emotes, right? Tis the season. Oh, it's a global 7 TV emote? Alright. I thought the mods were in the What did they add the other day?
묘하게 다르다는 거.
Was it Poggies they added? We raided a player named Akami the other day because it was his birthday and I couldn't find anyone else decent to raid. So and then he had an emote that was Poggies, which I think was just shaking boobs. So that has now been added to the added to the channel. I think it's in all capitals. Okay, I'm not using that emote. There it is. Cheers, Sims. It's good. Good. Good work, mods. Good work. This is why they get paid the big bucks.
야, 심지어 이 까맣게 칠해주신 부분도 굉장히 꼼꼼하게 칠해주셔가지고 보통 이 그 선 단도 보이기 마련인데 매끈하네요.
전공자신가요? 위에 그 선 터치랑 이런 게 역시 그 짬이 느껴지는 터치입니다.
그리고 여기 홍대잖아요.
네.
왠지 홍대 맞으시다고 하네요. 워낙 이제 홍대가 미대가 유명하다 보니까.
그렇죠. 홈그라운드죠, 홈그라운드.
그렇습니다. 자,
You're on mobile right now, so you're safe? Well, you're only safe for so long, Arthur. You have to come home eventually.
벨로세리아 선수가 있다 보니까 전투력이 더 올라갈 수 있거든요. 과연 어떻게 흘러갈지.
Alright, looks like we're about ready to get it underway. Triple change, triple substitution here for Poker Face as they sub in. I guess it's probably closer to what I would expect their roster to be in most situations. But I don't expect this to shift the comps massively. And it looks like MSG may be in a similar page here, not shifting for comps massively either. No Anna available for Kivy, so we will be on over onto Juno. Question for Wu-Chan here, does he stick to Velucio? And it looks like the answer is, yeah, he's going to stick to Velucio. So, very fast comp. Juno may be still a little bit vulnerable in this, but Pokerface also just going to hit Velucio Juno, so going to get very much the same mirror matchup with just slightly tweaked backlines to try and accommodate the ban. Milgara's going to go in. Huge slash from Milgara. Actually, the dash to follow up from Argon is massive. Little rollout there from Milgara just to get up onto the high ground, connects that big slash onto multiple targets, and that should just put them in pole position for this first fight. They need to help Zessen out of the corner. Belisri is hunting for the trade, but no good. And a Milgaru, a classic rollout gap.
Was it really just rollout gap?
Yeah, he just got onto the high ground, so as Pokerface swung the corner, suddenly just 2 players took full slash damage as they swung the corner.
Expect nothing less. Is it really any surprise that Belisria has been subbed in on map 3 after Pokerface won the first 2 maps without Belisria? I feel like that is
they've also
that's something we need to talk about.
We've done the same with Choice 1 and Simple. They've changed
Choice
3
1,
players
yeah.
to essentially play the exact same composition. Welcome to Korea. Now, walking through, Fix is going to die on this one here. And also worth noting with... Now, they haven't gone Kiri. Normally, we see Lucio Kiri as a combo, and Kiri has way more survivability tools, also a Suzu to help them out of trouble. But Lucio Juno, very squishy backline if you can catch them. They're quick, but if you catch them, they will just die. And MSG have done that twice now and get a cap off it.
Yeah, now that's just going to be a free first checkpoint for MSG. A minute and a half to capture the checkpoint. No breaks at all on this train from the looks of it. Pokerface still need to play slow, farm up some ultimates, but Milgaru just controlling this side. Dueling the Genji, throwing up the block. Big slash, Choice A1 taken incredibly low, has to dash out, so again, Milgaru, he wins the space fight, he throws down the wall, very nearly stops Proud, then with the downpour, misses. Typical Milgaru. Good for everything but his ultimate. Kivus also threw down the orbital ray in that one, and somehow no kills came of it. So MSG, they spent massively in that fight to get nothing for it. That is unmatched orbital ray, unmatched downpour. Pokerface didn't ult, and they're stabilizing right now. So that is actually an insane catch from them. They needed that.
It looked like Proud was dead to rights as well after that. Ray stuck in, walled behind him. A good counter wall from Belisria helps him out a little bit. But then MSG, Milgaru, the Kevster of Hazard right now, looks good until that Q button becomes available. And now Pokerface, ult advantage coming back here, can just take this Ray fight if they want here. Proud's walking up to start it off with the overclock. Wall comes out for him. Ray is going forward as well. Proud's not really in it, but they've just pushed and killed Kivies instead. And it looks like MSG, they're just going to take a bit of an economic fight there just to try and rebalance the books a little.
No, I mean, look, the books are slowly being balanced, but with 90 meters conceded in the span of about 2 minutes, we might need to completely cook Pokerface's books in order to get back into this one. Good ultimates actually online for next fight, so maybe they don't even need to cook the books. Maybe they just need to stay on course. Maybe Choice A1 pulls the blade, catches Wu-Chan before he can get the beat off. Who knows? Either way, Pokerface, they've got tools right now. Milgaru getting very aggressive off rip, just flying across the map, going for an aggressive play. So that's already a good start for Milgaru, but Zessen is the one to fall. Beat comes down from MSG. Thank God for the new Ajax protection, because that was starting to look like a bit of an Ajax too. But Choice A1, he's good for it. He takes down another with the blade. That will be Wu-Chan and Milgaru going down. Fixer traded out, but forget about it. Argon Bladed didn't find enough with it, because Fixer going down, it doesn't matter one bit. There will be a checkpoint conceded here.
I didn't quite have it at the start of the fight there, Argon, so he tries to clutch it late, but the damage was done. So that'll be Cap going through for Pokerface, and they're getting these meters back quickly, but they've got to worry about this Ray advantage for Kivies. Last Ray, last downpour was a complete whiff from MSG, but they have that advantage again. They need to convert on this occasion.
Really now, Zessen coming up in main, shooting after Proud, but Proud manages to escape up onto the high ground. Orbital Ray about to come out for Kivus. No! Unreal gambit from MSG there. Insane greed, but it pays off. Greed is good if it works. They flipped the point all the way to the center, turned off the close spawns, come back in with the orbital ray now, and Pokerface have no choice. They can't kite this ult out properly, but oh my god, what are you doing, Milgaru? Milgaru, he's not pushing him with his own orbital ray. He's trying to steal the card even further, turn on the close spawns, but wait, is he going to do it? He's actually fucking done it. Get out. Everyone from MSG gets close spawn. criminal.
It's such a gambit as well, because it looked like it was a Ray trade where they had downpour advantage. Everyone's going to group up in the enemy Ray, lock him in there with the downpour, or at least force him out of it with the downpour. One way or another, it can work. But they get the close spawn, so it's another quick fight. Milgaru still has that. They come round, they lose Kivvies immediately, though. Milgaru still looking for an opportunity for this, but his team's just falling around him. And Milgaru, he gets one trade, but it's surely not enough here to turn the fight. They will get finished off, and all these plays, they just get naught for it in the end.
Absolute piss take now. Milgaru, I mean, he comes flying onto a support, but on the other side, Bellisria must be doing the same because Kivas fell in no time at all. We've established that Kivas well and truly has balls of titanium, though, because, God, watching them flip across the enemy team with Ray and just hold onto it on a sliver of HP, insane discipline from them. Milgaru, though, good God, he's shifting from side to side, flying through the air, massive downpour. This one's called Proud. Proud catches the beat, takes down Argon, takes down Milgaru, doesn't even need to press WASD because he's going to get 3 headshot kills with that overclock. A 4th headshot onto Zesson, not quite finishing the kill there because that was just a little baby rail, but now Pokerface, they've reclaimed the lead.
They've reclaimed the lead as well, and by the time they actually got to use this Milgaru downpour, Pokerface had built the ults to deal with it, so Proud gets to take over now. Argon coming back with Blade, but Simple nearly a Ray to match, and Choicer want a Blade to even combo with that Ray. If Pokerface getting these ults, they can put some serious meters on the board, but for now, they just need to get Bellisria out of dodge because he has taken so much damage from this overclock. Zessin's turn to do it, but a Ray in response, and Argon, he goes down. The beat was not in time to save him, and now powering forward Pokerface. They lose one, they lose Proud, they keep going. Choicer wants to finish it right here, right now. They were kind of dead already, but they'll be really dead now with this Blade.
Oh boy, I mean, look, with that Blade kind of sealing the deal, MSG, they've only got Kivas' Orbital Ray for the final recontest, potentially of the series. Milgaru flying back in onto the objective, slowing things down a little bit. Pokerface, they need to wait for their traded member to get back into this one. Choice A1 has an angle up on the high ground, already Fixer taken rather low, but we know Fixer, he's a slippery little bastard. He gets away, slips off into the night. Milgaru is now the one taking all of the damage. Kivas is going to be feeling the pressure to get the ult off sometime soon, that Orbital Ray, but again, if you Orbital Ray, it can be really easy to disengage. Looks like there's not going to be a disengage on the horizon this time around, though, because Kivas takes down Simple, Proud falls as well. Fixer appears to have flown into the spawn and taken down Zesson among all of this, but it's not going to be enough. MSG finally finding their footing once more.
Yeah, they just fully run past them, their Pokerface. No interest in that Ray. They just 5-man push for Widow in spawn. And to be fair, they get their man and they get the Ray out as well. And has Fixer actually got all the way out of this as well, regrouping back with his team? No problem for Fixer. Runs in, touch the enemy spawn, kill the Widow, get back out, keep that beat going the entire way, and nearly has this beat now for this next fight. Downpours on each side too.
Slippery little bugger that he is. Now MSG, they're back on the friendly side of the map, where the enemy team doesn't have close spawns. Milgaru goes for the downpour. No idea who he's caught up with this one. I think I saw a hit marker there. It could have been Fixer. The uncatchable Bellisria, though, unsuspect with his own downpour, and that catches Milgaru. That's bad news for MSG. Being down your tank, not a great start. Argon catches Proud, though, and that's a huge trade. Choice A1 snaps back, though, so it's a 3 versus 3. Bellisria goes down on the Mega Health Pack. Looks like that Mega was not there to be taken, and it will be Wu-Chan falling. God, just trades back and forth, but it does look like Pokerface coming out on top of this one.
Looking for a little bit more if he can, Choice A1, but the respawns allow MSG to stabilize a little bit here, but still 41 meter deficit for him to deal with now. Choice won't be forced out, maybe not the exact dash he wanted out, but he does still get there with the deflect. Now Pokerface, they have both support ults to combo with it as well. They need to try and win this fight lean if they can. It's going to be a raid to start it off. An immediate kill onto the Juno will help keep this one lean right now. They get a second kill, and perfect from Pokerface there. One ult, win the fight, can keep snowballing some of these ults forward now too.
Oh, goodness gracious. Pokerface, if they can get a snowball going, I mean, it's not like they have to push that snowball particularly far. Only has to be a tiny little balled up one in their hands for them to take this series at this point. Proud has the big open fight for the overclock. You can see he's swinging so wide. He pops the overclock. He flies up into the air, takes down Wu-Chang, but Zesson, he answers back. He snipes Proud out of the sky. Blade from Choice A1, though. He's good for 1. Make that 2. Cart continues to push. Proud is looking for a 3rd. He dashes onto Argon. He gets walled off by Bellisria. Classic belly, that one is. Proud coming back into this one. I think he got the close spawn. He will be back soon. Final fight territory, but MSG, they've got the ultimates. Many ultimates, in fact, to hold on to this one.
They need to keep it lean now on their side. need to make their way through. If they can win it for just an overclock or something, they'll be pretty happy with that here. Pokerface, they have time and multiple fights to work with, though. Now it comes in, wall onto Zessin. They want to focus down this overclock. Zessin is okay. He pops it back out, though. Just jumps up, takes simple headshot as well. Will get traded, but Fixer's so low. Fixer doesn't die, though. Kiv is trying to finish his kill, but Fixer, he's so goddamn slippery. And now Proud has pushed out. They've taken the payload, but they've lost everyone. They're trying to regroup here, but Pokerface, they can take the next engage. Argon has Blade, and he might be forced to use it here as Fixer. He's looking for more. He's got the Lucio in his sights. Blade will come out from Argon. He deals with Proud, looking for more, but Fixer, he's so slippery. He's on the roof. He's getting out again.
Nobody can kill this man. Kivus ultimately opting to save the orbital ray for next series, and that will be all she wrote. Proud and absolutely generational talent on these hit scans. Every time he pops out overclock, he is taking scalps. And then Fixer, I mean, loosely related to the Butter Brothers in the sense that he is so goddamn greasy, escaping every single risky situation. So slippery. But really, I mean, between Proud and Fixer, real star performances from these players on Pokerface.
Yeah, really coming out trumps when it matters, and MSG put up a bit of fight, a bit of resistance. Maybe there's a question here of when we've seen some of the other top teams we're going to see in playoffs in terms of maybe especially Zeta Division. They've kind of just demolished everyone who was in their path. Pokerface meeting a bit more resistance along the way, but still finished top seed of their group and will secure that place in playoffs as well. And this is where the tournament really starts right now we've concluded groups.
Yeah, no, groups are packed, get a couple of days off, and then we head into the playoffs where we get to see some of the top dogs in Asia actually going at it. Yeah, we get to see some of the players that we like to see. All the top dogs. Wait, are all the good teams in this tournament? Like, actually?
Yep. Yeah, so
Cool.
Thursday we're going to get the upper bracket quarters, which will be just basically group winner versus second place in the other group. So Zeta Division versus Way, which maybe isn't one to, you know, write home about. Pokerface versus Hajuk Dan, which could be close. And then the winner of those respective games plays Falcons and Crazy Raccoon. So a packed Thursday on the agenda.
Yeah, no, should be some good games then. Once we get to see some of the top teams actually going at it, good scrap, then you know, I'm feeling optimistic. Alright, does that wrap us up for today?
That wraps us up.
Alright. Yeah, you doing any more streaming now?
No, I'm gonna have some chili, then I'm gonna go to the shops.
Chili in the shops. I gotta stay up for a couple more hours. I'm really trying to decide whether I should sit here just wanking for like a couple of hours or if I should just turn it off, you know? It's like, earn money, but like, at what cost? You know what I mean? Like,
I don't know. Well, let me know, because if you're staying on, I'll raid you.
oh, I've got nothing to stream, Xavier. That's my problem, you know? They say please wank. It's like, you know how much more fun I could have wanking if I wasn't on camera?
Yeah, I feel like if you were to choose to wank on camera, all of a sudden there's like there's a lot of pressure on your selections of wank material, you know? There'll be a lot of judgment going around, I feel like.
I guess I'll keep it going. You know, I'll keep it going a little longer. I'll see if I can thug it out for like another hour or so, hour and a half. I gotta be up until like 3 a.m. or something. So.
Yeah, I mean, I guess on Thursday as well, if it's going to be 4 games, it's going to be at least like 4 games and potentially closer games as well. So we might actually be like almost like 2 hours later than today.
Oh, wonderful. Wait, so I need to be like a late night adjusted, is that what you're saying?
I think so, because I think it starts the same time, right? It doesn't start any earlier. Yeah,
Someone actually booked coaching like just earlier, and it's like I guarantee it's going to overlap with I guarantee it's going to overlap one of the games. But it's alright. He's a real one. He's a viewer, so I'll be able to reschedule that.
You have to negotiate it.
Yeah, no, I can talk it down. You know, it's like I'll give it to you. I'll give you the session for free if you let me change the time. That's the type of negotiation that I
real art of the deal stuff coming out from you there.
I mean, I learned from the best. Yeah, alright. I guess I'll play some O's comp for an hour. You know, that's my method.
All right, yeah. All right, I'll catch you on Thursday then.
All right, cheers, mate. See ya.
In a bit. All right, thank you very much, everyone, for today. Good, pretty good games considering the stakes were low. Got to see a bit more Hazard. Got to see even a cheeky Hajax in there as well. And yeah, end of groups, and this is where the real stuff starts. That'll be happening on Thursday, same start time as today, so 8 AM UK time, or whatever that means for you in your respective country. And should be in for some good games. Maybe this first game will be a little bit, Zeta Division, maybe just blow them out of a water type deal. But Pokerface Hajek Dan feels like it will be a dogfight. Then Zeta Division versus Falcons, that one will be fun. Seems really good. So I'll send you over to Max, and I'll see you all on Thursday. Thank you very much, everyone.